that it only holds 8 people now. So,
What?
I don't
Really?
know. It went away before I could read it.
Lobby only holds 8 people now?
Well, maybe it said 8 more people because you and me were already here when it popped up.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they change it at some point. You know, they're going to change it someday. LTN does posting those little muscle dudes. You remember these like little dudes that were like thicker than army men, but they weren't as big as Smurfs. They are like peach color or whatever.
Yep, I used to collect them.
I had a shit ton of them. I don't remember ever getting them in little packages though. Did they come in a blister pack? I thought
They used to come in like a little bucket or something.
Yeah, I thought like you got a bunch of them or something.
I think you could buy like individual ones or like a pack of 3 of them or something. But I always got the big buckets of them or whatever they came in.
What are you guys talking about?
Muscle Men. Those little figures.
I vaguely remember those things.
Yep, they used to sell them like in even like the quarter candy machines. You know, they'd be like a quarter or 50 cents, and they'd come in a little bubble.
Plastic bubble.
Yep. And yeah, I was when I was a kid, I was always begging mom and shit like for a change for those guys. Like I probably had a shitload of those things.
My neighbor, he had a shit ton of Garbage Pail Kids cards. And I just thought those were so weird growing up.
I have like literally
Those are like worth a lot of money.
Yeah, sure.
I have the complete sets, season like 1 through 13 or something. Like I have an entire
That thing's probably
box
worth a fortune.
Oh, I know. Like I've been told that. I've been offered like $2,600 and stuff for that before. So I'm like, no, I'm like, those are gonna be my sons one day. So I have like the complete collection. I even have unopened packs of those. I always collected those.
See, you need to make sure you have some kind of reference to the Cabbage Patch Kids, or he won't get it. 'Cause that's what made Garbage Pail Kids so funny.
Yep, I got like the most expensive one. I think was like the Series 1, like Joe Blow. If I remember right, I think that one is like the most expensive one, and I think I got like 3 of those, and those regularly sell for like $100 a piece. So it's amazing what some of that shit as kids is worth. You know, I have like a Don Ross. I have a Barry Bonds Gold Elite card, Don Ross from like 1993, I think. Or maybe it was 89. I can't remember now. It was like 89 or 93. But that one card is worth like a couple $100 like that, you know, and that because that was before he hit like all the good home runs and everything, and that was a limited edition gold leaf card, so it's worth like a couple $100 now.
I feel like when I was born, my dad, he loved baseball growing up, so he bought every year like the complete Topps set. I guess that's who makes them, and they're like not even open. He was like, yeah, there's like Cal Ripken's rookie card in there. Barry Bonds is probably in there.
There's Topps and Fleer.
Yep, I got Cal Ripken's Jr.'s rookie card from both Don Ross and I think it was Topps. Or no, it wasn't Topps. It was Upper Deck. It was Upper Deck.
Upper Deck.
Ross. The Upper Deck's the one that's worth money. And yeah, I have so many of those old baseball cards. Like,
Yeah, my dad collected them because he was like, yeah, when I was growing up, I had like Mickey Mantle and Lou Gehrig, and he was like, and your grandmother fucking threw them out.
Well, exactly, and that's why the older stuff, like, it will always be worth more than the newer stuff. Like stuff like a 20-year-old card nowadays, right? So that'd be like mid 90s. It's not going to be worth as much as like if you were in the 80s and you had a 20-year-old card, because like by that, like when I was a kid, that's around the time I was a kid, the 80s and 90s, is everyone saved everything because they knew like it'd be worth money someday in the future. So it's like you'll never get even like a big star from like the 90s or whatever. There's just going to be more of his cards out there, like no matter what.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that Barry Bonds. You know, like he's like the home run dude now, and everything, total Hall of Famer. You know, but that card's probably never going to be worth more than a couple $100. But still, it's a couple $100.
Oh, it's still a lot. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
know, and that was
that's kind of the
like
same thing
legit
that
out of a
happened
pack
to,
of cards. Yeah.
it's the same thing that happened to comic books. Because back in the day, you know, okay, the first Superman or whatever, yeah, it's worth $1 million. Great. But then in the 90s, they just started cranking out like all these quote unquote special editions. Like they'd come out with a new thing and have 25
Superman
different
is
covers.
dead.
And people would go out and buy like a dozen copies of every single variant and all this stuff.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then they would never read them, and they'd immediately bag and board them, put them in a long box, put them in a fucking, humidity controlled room, like all this stuff. And there's just way too many of them that are in like perfect condition.
See, my roommate's got a issue of Amazing Spider-Man #1, and he won't tell me how much he paid for it. Keeps it in a fireproof safe.
Evel Knievel died 9 years ago today.
I thought he died a longer ago than that, but
Pre-Obama.
I used to have Evel Knievel toys. I think I remember in the early '80s watching him jump the fountain in was it Las Vegas?
I think so.
Like '84 or '83. Like man, like
Is that the one where he kind of stuck the landing but still fell off at the end?
oh, I think that's the one where he broke like every bone in his body or something. I think that's the one that really hurt him. Like I think he came back and did it again a second time. I'm not sure which one I watched. I just remember it was Las Vegas and.
Was it him that was gonna fly over like the Grand Canyon in like a rocket or something?
Yeah.
That just
Watch
seems
the
like
X
a
Games, some dirt bikes, and they're like fucking evil Knievels all across the track.
It's just sad that those jackass guys probably made more money than Evel Knievel.
Yeah, remember he was jumping like cruisers too, man, not like dirt bikes. He was jumping bikes that weren't meant
They
that
were
to be
too heavy.
modified. Oh yeah, way too heavy and still had to be modified just so they didn't completely break apart. Because he did have a couple break apart on him. You know, like the whole front ends of those bikes had to be super reinforced, the whole necks and everything, and he had to have super heavy duty front suspension and like everything about those bikes were. Yeah, and it was still a heavy ass bike that still wasn't made to do what he was doing.
Yeah, but that is just kind of amazing though how like you can take something and do something with it that it wasn't really meant to do, but then like in the future, because people probably learn from all that kind of stuff. Like he's saying now, I mean, dirt bikes they're made to land. Not that they're jumping over buses and stuff like super crazy jumps, but it is kind of interesting. Like now it's like no big deal. Like what? Like I remember. I forget what year it was, but it was like the first year in like the X Games where someone did a fucking like backflip with a dirt bike, and they were like,
Travis
"Oh my god,
Pastrana?
this is amazing! I can't believe you can actually do this." And then like a few years later, like that's like a standard, like you have to do a backflip like to get into the X Games, like that's like a normal thing, and now you have to do all this other crazy shit.
Now they're doing like triple
I can't
backflips.
believe he did it. Like a bike that heavy, like I can't believe you can do a backflip on a fucking dirt bike. This is insane. I forget how come I watched that, but I saw that live happen and everyone was like freaking out. Oh my god, he actually pulled it off. This is amazing. I think it was that like on the TV in a bar or something. Because that's not something I'd really go out of my way to watch. Like if it's on, I'll be like, this is kind of interesting. But I'm not like a huge X Games person or anything.
There's a really good documentary. It's more about a specific guy, but it does go into a lot of the aspects of the sport. called 199 Lives. It's like the Travis Pastrana kind of documentary about him, about how he got in that real bad car accident, killed his friend, and like broke his neck and all sorts of shit, and how he came back, and it's pretty good. If you're into motocross,
Instagram about this.
What'd you say it's called?
the documentary I think is called 199 Lives, and it's about Travis Pastrana and his whole life, and he tells the story of his whole life, and they talk about the car accident in the Porsche where he was driving like super fast and killed his friend, and they talk about aspects of the sport and how many guys actually get hurt and crippled for life, like trying to do these stupid tricks, and how he prepares, like how he has a foam pit at his house and he jumps every single day, like 8 hours a day, practicing these backflips, and then kids see them on TV and then go out and do it, like, and then like break their necks, like with no safety stuff.
Yeah.
Because for that one jump, like that one jump to do a backflip or a double or triple backflip, I mean, like those guys are saying that they practice them thousands of times just in preparation for the one time doing it for real.
So what were you saying, G-Web? Something about Instagram? You kind of like broke up when you were talking.
DB's talking shit out on Instagram, but he's not in here, so I guess there's no point bringing it up.
Oh, he always talks shit on Instagram. Who's he talking to?
Indo posted a picture of that Glock where they take the mag out and it folds up underneath the rail, so it makes it really slim and there's no grip on it. And you put the mag back in, and the mag is the grip. You seen that? It's a printed Glock.
Yeah.
He's all talking shit, like it's not the awesomest thing ever. When it is the awesomest thing ever.
Huh.
Have any of you ever used this
That
red?
is kind of weird.
I don't even know like what mag thing you're talking about for the so I can't say one way or the other.
Use what?
Have you ever used this red dot right here? This red field. It's a red field Counter-Strike.
No.
Well, shit.
But it's a red field, so it's like Bushnell quality, right? Should be good. Should be all right.
I don't know. I might put Redfield definitely above Bushnell quality, unless you're talking like Bushnell elites, like
Yeah, so you should be good.
All right. Yeah, I was just wondering because when I was building my AR, I found this on Craigslist, used for 120, and the guy said he originally paid, I think, 175 for it. So I don't know. I mean, it seems like it's holding a zero pretty well, but I've only got like 100 rounds with it.
And you put that on that Vepr?
No, this is on my AR.
Oh, okay. I couldn't even see there. I had my quality of my screen turned way down. It was so blurry I couldn't even tell. No, that looks like a nice dot. Are you gonna get an optic for your Vepr? Your Viper?
I'm thinking about it.
What are you looking at? Scope or red dot or what?
Yeah, I was probably gonna do a scope, probably like a 3-9 by 40 or something like that. Nothing too crazy.
So G-Webs, where can I find this picture of this Glock thing you were talking about?
Hold on. I'll send it to you. I got.
Oh, he sent it to me. He already did send it to me. Let's see.
I just searched endo. Which I always thought endos were when you jammed on the front brake of your bike and flipped over the front, like on purpose. Speaking of X Games.
Wow, look at that tiny little, like, it's like a one, like you use the mag as the grip. Like that's the mag is now your grip. Wow.
It's almost like the Magpul thing, except it's not in a box and it's not as cool. Doesn't that Magpul box Glock gun thing?
See, that's a full size 17, man. Like, what if it was like a 26 or a 19? Like maybe a 19 with 26 mags, like, or I don't know.
I just don't like the idea. So you're basically, you have to
take the mag out,
draw your gun, pull the mag out the front, slam it in the back, and then get a good grip on it.
Well, you don't have to. Like, maybe that's just your second mag, right? Like, maybe you carry it with the mag in it, where it says ready in seconds or whatever. And like, so maybe you're like, they're just showing it without the mag in it, but like, who says that you wouldn't carry it with the mag in it like that? Like, and then still have your second mag like built into the fucking.
And that would be like pointless. It would be.
Yeah, no, you're supposed to carry it like the top picture. And
like
if
where
you
it's
see when that
folded up like the size of the phone, that's where the benefit is supposed to be.
Yeah. And that's I don't know, it just seems a little more.
I don't know, it's a full size 17, right? So, and then look how much farther that mag sticks out the front of it. Like, is that a 17 mag or a 19 mag? It looks almost like maybe a 19 mag, doesn't it?
Well, it says a 15 round mag. Well, so
okay, so that's a 19 rounder. Okay, yeah, so that's a Glock 19 mag.
It's definitely a drawing of one of those 80% lowers.
So I don't know if you put a 26 mag in it, because it'd probably take a 26 mag too, right? So a 10 round 26 mag would probably fit it just about perfect. I don't know. I wouldn't buy that shit, or like I wouldn't do it, but if someone else wanted to, I don't know. I wouldn't have any problems with it. It's like, all right, you need ultra conceal, whatever.
Yeah, it just seems like it would be a little hard to deploy and get into the fight. Because, like I said, like if you're carrying it without a mag in, which is the intent of it, like that's how you're supposed to do it. Like I said, you got to kind of draw the gun without having a very good grip on it, because the magazine is the grip. So you pinch the little thing out and pull it out of your pocket or whatever. Then you got to use your other hand, get your magazine in, like rack the slide, and then get a good grip on it. Like it'd take a long time.
So does that mean you don't carry one in the chamber in that gun? So you got to not only put in the mag but chamber it?
Oh, that's true. You could chamber it, I guess, right? I guess you could.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's not for me. That's just kind of too. I don't know. That would take the pleasure of shooting that gun out at the range and stuff. And I really don't think it would be that much harder to conceal just a regular 17, right? Because like that's an inch longer, but you're just gonna have a little bit longer of the grip, and I don't know. For me, I don't know. I can conceal a 17.
I think that's so you can pocket carry it in your skinny jeans.
But
I don't like how when the magazine's in the front, it's like that magazine is so close to the trigger. Like you see how it fills up the whole trigger well or whatever, or trigger guard. What if you hit that magazine from the front or something? Could it slide in and hit the trigger? Like if you smack the front of the magazines for some reason, you fell down or something. I don't know. I'm not sure why G-Webs thinks it's such an awesome idea. I kind of think it's silly, but it's okay. If you want one, get one. I don't care.
I need this poster of Ogre saying nerds. Adams College.
That's an all-time great movie, man.
Yeah.
What was it? Hair pie?
I haven't seen the first one in so long. They play the second one like every year at some point.
The second one wasn't even that good. It was the first one that was the, yeah. You don't remember like the Chinese guy in it, right? Like the token Chinese guy.
Talking about Revenge of the Nerds.
Yeah, he played
Yeah.
the total stereotype Chinese guy, and then he's like, "What is that?" He's like, "Hair pie," like booger.
I haven't seen that in so long.
We have Bush. That movie's a classic, man.
It probably couldn't get made today because people would be like, "That's a stereotypical Asian. That's racist."
Well, definitely not.
Along with some other great 70s and 80s movies. Like Blazing Saddles. Good luck trying to get that made today.
Yeah.
Someone on here the other day was talking about that they were thinking about getting one of those Urban Carry holsters that like fits down the front of your pants. I was like, well, just make sure before you draw, you gotta say, "Excuse me," while I whip this out.
I've been seeing a lot of commercials for that before YouTube videos. Like they've come out with their like second version or something. I sat through and watched one of it just to be like, I'll give them a chance. Like what the heck are what's going on with this thing? But yeah, it was like, the new Urban Carry 2 with new designed blah blah blahs and
The footprints of a Navy SEAL.
yeah. I just think a lot of people are a little too paranoid about like printing while carrying or whatever. Like it's not that big of a deal to have something like kind of stick out your side. Nobody notices, nobody cares.
Now there
If you've
are
ever carried like a big Swiss Army knife or something in a little leather holster sticking off your belt or whatever, or Leathermans or old phones, like back when we all used to wear like clip phones on our belt or pagers or like, man, people have always had shit like sticking out from under their shirt, kind of, bulging out on their shirts and all that stuff. So
Yeah,
there's
I
a
mean,
point to where it's completely obvious where I can look at someone and be like, that dude, that guy has a gun. Look, it's like printing in the small of his back because he's wearing a size 3 times 2 small shirt. Like, so there's totally times it's obvious, but
are there any states where printing would get you like a ticket?
It'll get you put in jail in California.
no, I don't think printing can legally give you a ticket. I think all it can do is just pretty much nothing. I think it has some part has to visibly show because I think someone fought that a while back and won. So now there's a precedent set that like printing itself isn't like reason to stop you or anything like that.
Gotcha.
They actually have to visually see the gun, like even just the tiniest little piece of it.
Because South Carolina, they don't have open carry, right? They got concealed carry, but no open carry.
I don't know about I don't know I don't know South Carolina. Nope. Never.
Yeah, that's another question I was going to ask. It's probably a stupid question. Say if you had like Ranger T in your carry gun, even though they're not supposed to sell at retail unless you're like a police officer, do you think if you used it, the DA would be like, "See, this guy's got cop ammo. He's clearly trying to shoot people."
I
don't
think it would just depend on the DA and what state and all that, more than anything.
I don't think the Ranger T's are like illegal.
Because I've been trying to find some on the internet, and pretty much everywhere except for a couple places, like we only.
Well, it's the same thing about carrying hollow points. People have said that. I've heard people say that about hollow points. So if you use a hollow point or a black Talon or this or that, the DA is going to chew you up and be like, "Oh, he was using the most lethal ammo." Well, of course he was, because that's the whole point of, we don't shoot to wound. Like, I mean, like, we shoot to protect our lives, right? Self-defense. So, like, of course we carry lethal ammo. Like, that's argument's invalid, but like they've tried to use that against people before. So I suspect that you're just as likely to get a DA that would say, "Oh, like he used hollow point ammunition," like, like versus, "Oh, his was plus P or Ranger or LEO."
Like, I buy boxes of ammo that say law enforcement only all the time, but I don't know why they have that printed on there, because the gun shop just sells them to anybody. It's not like there's a law in Pennsylvania that says you can't have law enforcement ammo.
Yeah, I was just wondering that because.
Well, maybe there is in some states. I don't know. Like, if I would figure if some state has it,
I think Jersey's
California.
like that. I think Jersey's like you can't.
Well,
have
yeah,
hollow
you can.
points or
Yeah,
something.
you can get in trouble for carrying hollow points in Jersey. I definitely remember that. Someone talking about that. Like,
Oh,
you
that's
can get
dumb.
like whatever it is, whatever the thing is. It's like a certain number or a certain amount, like per hollow point you have.
I know Robbie knows all the entire facts on the hollow point Jersey thing. He's out there listening. Maybe he'll tell us.
I don't have a clue. Like, if someone was to even ever bring that up after a shooting, I would just play dumb. I'd be like, "That's what the guy at the gun store sold me. Like, I didn't pick this out. Like, I don't know about it, ammunition." Like, I don't.
Well, and that's
The guy said, "Oh,
it
you're
might
gonna
work,
get
it might not.
on you, and this is the ammo you want." Like, okay.
Yeah, it never hurts to play dumb, I guess, in a situation like that. Because they can't prove that you didn't know that.
Well,
Yeah,
but
I
here's
didn't
the thing,
research
though.
this. I didn't research this ammo and watch like 20 different review videos of them shooting gelatin blocks with it. Like,
Yeah, the problem with that though is if they don't like that ammo for some reason or whatever, they're not
yeah,
going
because
to
it says
care.
RIP on it.
Well, for whatever reason, they're not going to care if you're ignorant on it or not. Like, they're going to be like, "Well, we don't care. It's bad ammo." I mean, I guess you're right. If you played ignorant, that would fight the idea that you picked it on purpose because you were a vigilante dude or something. But they're still going to have a hard on for you no matter what. It really doesn't matter. If they don't like that ammo, they don't like that ammo, and you just got screwed by a jerk prosecutor. So I don't know. It's one of those things. Should you kind of worry about it? I guess, but at the same time, it's also how often does that really happen? I mean, we hear anecdotal evidence about that kind of stuff, but
Plus, you can't even like carry in Jersey. Nobody has a permit to carry in Jersey, so it's not like anybody's out there carrying Full Metal Jackets and this other guy's carrying hollow points by accident, because nobody has a fucking Jersey permit.
I thought Chris Christie was changing the law that he was going to issuing permits.
He held bills back until the legislature could come up with shall issue, but I don't think the legislature cared. They were like, "Oh well, we'll just write new bills." And wait for you to get out of office or whatever. He said he was vetoing every gun control or anti-gun legislation until the legislature came up with a shall issue resolution.
And they were probably like, well, we're already in the top 10 most restrictive anyways, so like we don't have to get even more restrictive right now.
Yeah.
You should have been like, I'm gonna overturn one gun law a day until you do shall issue.
Yeah,
I
that
don't think he
light a
has
fire
that
under
power.
their ass.
That'd be funny. Like every day I'm going to just rip a law in half and say, okay, this doesn't count anymore.
Well, that's what after the Virginia governor, passed the, like, we're not going to recognize any outside permits. Like the state legislator was like, oh yeah, well we're going to cut your funding to your Secret Service if you like don't fix this.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing is a lot of states just cut their reciprocity with them too. Be like, oh, you're not going to recognize our stuff. Well, then screw you. We're not recognizing yours, and that puts some pressure on them as well.
Yeah, I just don't see why they just can't recognize it like your damn driver's license. I mean,
It's because they feel like other states don't have a high enough standard for issuing them. And that's the one thing that I am still a bit nervous about national reciprocity. I know everyone gets a hard on for it, and I hope it works awesome, and I'd be happy with that. But what my fear is that the most restrictive states will be like, well, with a driver's license, at least we know, everyone is passing a driver's test and blah blah blah. But some of these states give out concealed carry license without even having a test. So, if you want national reciprocity, every state has to have at least a minimum, some type of test to get it.
so
And they might compromise and cave on that aspect.
so pretty much every state that's not constitutional carry, you have to take some kind of class, right?
No,
Nope.
and that's where the difference is. A lot of them you do, like that's pretty. I don't know. I don't want to say standard or normal or whatever, but whatever the word is, like that's pretty common. Is that you have some type of class, but the length of classes are all different, and the type of tests and stuff you have to take. Like some have live fire requirements and some don't.
And
So-
sometimes it's not even the state. The state can have like a no live fire requirement, like my state. There's no live fire requirement. But a lot of the places you go to take your CCW uses that requirement. And they're like, okay, so you still have to live fire because you're coming through our school.
Yeah, my state, I think it was an 8-hour class exam and then a live fire.
Yeah, that's like what ours is. But we don't have there's not like a specific I don't know what to say. Like you don't have to like score a certain number of points on a live fire thing. All it is that you have to prove to the instructor that you are competent with a firearm. So whatever the instructor decides proves that like you know how to handle a firearm safely.
I think ours, unless they've changed it because it's been a while since I took the class, it was you had to get 30 on the paper, and our instructor was like, I want 40 on a paper. And me and the guy next to me in the lane, like he came and looked at our targets. He was like, shit, I don't know why y'all two are even here because like all of ours were like in the bullseye or pretty damn close.
And you're probably like, because I have to be here?
Yeah, it's like, but then like the old lady, she was probably like 85 next to me. She couldn't hardly hit anything, and I was like, well, keep trying, lady.
Get that lady a. I want to see an old lady go through fighting pistol.
And it's funny because in the class, she was the same
There-
lady. She was the same lady that was like, "So if it's late at night and someone knocks on the door, can I shoot him through the door?"
I don't, Moon, there is a lady that has a YouTube channel where she's gone through fighting pistol and I think also fighting rifle. Man, I'll find the name of it for you, but if you know who the American Gun Chick is, she posts on the American Gun Chick's videos quite often about like her experience going through tactical response. But this other chick, her name was like Karen something, and I think she's like in her 50s, and she went through like fighting pistol and fighting rifle and tells all about her whole experience on YouTube and her blog or whatever.
That's cool.
I mean, my whole thing is that, you know, yeah, maybe someone should be decent with a pistol, you know, like I definitely encourage people to get training and stuff, but I'm hesitant to be like, you have to be awesome with shooting before you're allowed to like carry. Because I don't think you need to be awesome at shooting. I think you need to like know which end the bullet comes out of, and that's good enough.
Do you think that someone should be able to get a driver's license just because they know which one's the gas pedal?
No, but when you get a driver's license, you're interacting with the outside world a hell of a lot more than someone who's concealed carrying, because most of those people never even draw their gun.
Yeah, when you're operating a vehicle, the vehicle's in motion. You're operating it. It's not like you're out there operating your gun when you're carrying out there. So I can see the difference.
And that's, I do agree with the whole idea that, like, you know, you're responsible for the bullets that leave that barrel. So it's in your best interest to, you know, not suck and not hit a bunch of pedestrians or whatever. But, you know, I don't think that it should necessarily be a requirement that you have to be a freaking, you know, sharpshooter or anything. Not that it is. I know it's pretty easy to pat. Like, even the states that do have certain requirements, you know, 30 on paper, okay, that's pretty easy to do because it's probably at like 10 yards or something, or maybe even closer. So yeah, everyone should be able to hit paper at that distance. But at the same time, if someone's having trouble, like, well, hopefully they would know that. And so if something's happening and the dude's across the store from them, they don't draw and start shooting at them. But if something happens within arm's reach, they can draw and shoot that person. Like, and for that type of distance, you just need to know which end the bullet comes out of. If the guy's grabbing you by the neck or something, like, he's close enough that you're going to hit him.
Yeah, I think we had to do 15 shots at 3 yards, 15 shots at 5 yards, and then 10 shots at 7 yards.
Yeah, we had something and we ended up not doing it, but it was kind of a similar thing to what you're saying. It's like, basically you shoot 50 rounds, so everyone shoots a box of ammo, and you know, they want whatever, like 80% on paper or whatever, and it was, you know, a few at, you know, 3, 5, and 7 yards. Like, they kept moving the target out, and some of them were like slow, two-handed and one-handed, and like from low ready, bring it up and shoot, that kind of stuff. Well, the class I took was actually taught by my buddy, and it was a small class. We knew everyone that was there. Like, it was my dad, my wife at the time, and her friend, and her boyfriend, but he already had his carry permit. He just sat through the class anyways. So it was really like a group of friends hanging out in a living room, you know, getting the class, and then going to the range after. So he set it out at 7 yards and was like, we'll go through like different, you know, we did one-handed shooting and different stuff just cuz. And, you know, he kind of helped. He's actually a really good shot. So he kind of helped with some of the shooting just because he wanted to. So that was fun. But everyone did great. He's like, I know you guys, you can shoot. You know, you've been to the range before. I'm not going to make you waste ammo. Like, let's just have some fun.
Yeah, I think our instructor was a retired sheriff, so he had some pretty cool insight on like 30 plus years of law enforcement.
Yeah, see, that'd be cool. I've been trying to find some time to go with my dad. There's a guy that he works with, and I don't know if that guy teaches the class or if he has a friend who teaches something. Somehow this dude my dad works with does a concealed carry class, and the instructor brings in this ex-judge who has actually, you know, sat on a bunch of self-defense cases. So they really get into the law stuff, which I'm very geeked about. So all these hypotheticals, like we mentioned before, like, should I use Ranger T? Or what if my gun says, you know, smile, wait for flash, and blah, 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 whatever. He's actually had that type of stuff come through the courtroom, and he knows if the guy was guilty or innocent and what the other, you know, facts were. Now, I tend to believe if it's a good shoot, pretty, you know, clear cut, then that type of stuff doesn't really matter. They can bring it up, but you're still okay. If it's a questionable shoot, like if the details are a little murky or whatever, or if it's like a he said she said, like, you know, there's other witnesses that disagree with what you said happened and that kind of stuff, then those types of things can be like another nail in the coffin, and it could be what tips over the edge. But in my opinion, I don't lose much sleep over it, because I think that it's, in the grand scheme of things, if everything else is perfectly fine, they're not going to throw you under the bus just for the type of ammo you had. But if the other, like, maybe you started the fight, but then you didn't want, like, you tried to get away or something, and then you had to shoot him or something, like, if there's some way that it might not be a you know, perfectly legal thing, like it's kind of murky, then that type of stuff's going to hurt you more, I think. Because then they go with, oh, he's a dirty Harry. He's looking for trouble. He was, you know, a vigilante. All those words they use that are supposed to be bad words.
Yeah, most of our class was just like going over like pretty much the law, which was pretty interesting, because I think that's probably the most important aspect of the class, is knowing, like, yeah, if I have to pull a gun and shoot someone, I need to make sure that I'm doing it as legally as possible, just to, you know, cover my ass. But he went over the story, like how someone brought it up the other day in one of either a lobby chat or G-Web's chat, how when the police started transitioning from revolvers to semi-auto, there was a shootout where I think 1 or 2 cops got killed. And when they were like reviewing the crime scene, they noticed that these cops all had a handful of brass, and they had gotten so used to like firing 6, unloading, taking the brass and dropping in a brass bucket, that the cop was like, yeah, I think these guys were like running around looking for a bucket to throw their brass in, because, you know, they're in a shootout, so they're not thinking straight.
Yeah. They
like,
talk about training scars and stuff. Like, that's kind of one of those things.
I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. It sucks, but it's good to know.
Right. Well, and that's why I always, you know, slingshot the slide and just drop the mag, and like I try and just do that stuff. Like I'll get it later, whatever. Like I'm not worried about it.
That's why I'm a big proponent of not having any safeties on a carry gun or a home defense gun. That's just one thing that you might fumble around with. You know, if it's dark, you know, if you don't have that muscle memory down, then you might just sit there forever pulling that trigger. Nothing's happening.
Right. Yeah, that's something I'm trying to get my dad out of the habit of. He always uses the slide lock to release the slide, which I guess is fine. But, you know, when we're at the range and stuff, I'm like, just pull the slide. Like, take the big, dumb, meaty part of your hand. Don't use, that's the other thing. If he does pull the slide back, he like uses 2 fingers, like pinches it and pulls it back. I'm like, just use the big, dumb muscle part of your hand. Grab the top like a big, dumb idiot and go, and just pull it back and let go. It's not that complicated, because when your hands are cold, when you're stressed, when all that stuff, you're not going to use your little tiny fingers and find the little button. and that's, you're not gonna pull the slide back with two little fingers, like you might slip or whatever. Like, just use the big dumb meaty part of your hand, grab that fucker, slam it back.
I put a link to the world's worst firearms instructor in the outside lobby chat. Got stripped of his credentials for this video.
Not surprised. He's based in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Oh, I think I heard about this the other day.
Like, him and his student are pointing their guns at each other, and he's like instructing them.
Yeah, it came out about that guy though that they removed the springs and followers from all mags and no live ammunition was allowed in the classroom. I don't know if that makes that big of a difference, but still, it was a dead gun at that point. You know, it might as well been a training gun at that point.
Yeah. Well, that's what he should have done, is use training guns, I guess.
He's like some kind of like South African, like, I don't know, drug lord or something. Like one of those guys who collects heads or something. So I'm not going to say nothing.
I've seen one of the South African trainers, or maybe he was from somewhere else, but he made his own. It wasn't a blue gun, but it was a training 1911, and he like filled the barrel with all this melted metal or something. So it was like completely clogged. There was like no way it could fire anything. I forget. He was with a top instructor in the video, but I can't remember who it was. So if that's what they were training guns, like they're permanently not functioning?
No, they were all the students' individuals' guns, right? Like the gun that they actually carried, but they took off the base plates, removed the spring and the follower out of the mags, out of all the mags they were using, and then they apparently they that's how they rendered the guns inoperable.
That's
And
why.
no,
That's how he
and
kept.
no live ammo was allowed in it, like even to be brought into the place. That was their defense. So that's just for what it's worth.
Well, it does look like it, because they're all racking the slide with the mag in, but the slide doesn't lock back. They're just like,
Yeah, exactly. They took the springs and the followers out, and apparently that guy's CCW or his instructor thing only got taken away temporary until they could have a thing. And a whole bunch of students showed up that he's taught and like vouched for the guy and said like his training's just like the best shit and it's real world stuff and kind of thing for whatever. Like I guess he had students backing him, so. And they gave him back his shit. That's all what I read. So like that whole thing was only a temporary thing of him getting his shit. Just a whole bunch of safety freaks freaking out over a video and talking mad shit. Like, because to me, if I take the firing pin out of my gun or if I take the mag and the follower, it's a dead gun now. It might as well be a training gun. And the advantage of not having, I guess, a bunch of training guns is because then students can actually practice mag changes and all that in a safe environment with no ammo around and all that, and be trained properly with their individual gun. So, and I guess like with some of those people I saw in those videos, they didn't look like they could afford to go to like a Jaeger class or, like, or even maybe to buy even several boxes of ammo to shoot with. I mean, like all those guys had Tauruses and shit, so it was definitely more of a budget type training thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like
I'm not trying to vouch for the guy or anything like that. I don't fucking know. Like I said, man, like
right, but I mean, that's why I'm saying, watching the video, okay, so they, pointed guns at each other, which is kind of not good, but if the precautions were made that you're absolutely sure that this thing is not an operable gun, like you said, just because it's not necessarily a training gun, it's your own gun, but you've made it like 100% sure it's unloaded and it can't fire, then, it is what it is. People who train with simunitions point guns at each other all the time. and they shoot little paint at each other. And there's a point to doing that training, right? Because it's weird pointing a gun at a person. And so you might as well get over that while you're training, because that's, you know, you're going to have to do it in the real world. And that's the first time you've ever like seen a person at the end of your gun. And it might weird you out, even if it's the bad guy trying to kill you.
You know, in some of those videos I was watching on his YouTube channel, he was like training like a 50-year-old lady, right? And showing her how to do mag reloads and stuff, and like with her own gun. Like, so I was like, yeah, like I'm like fucking, and like the advice I saw in a couple of videos, I can't really say, oh no, that was like totally bad advice. He was a little bit kind of gung ho about some certain things, but you know, like I don't know, I wouldn't have a problem like with that guy teaching a class like with what he was doing. From everything I read, him making all the guns safe and everything, I think that's just a bunch of safety Nazis bowing down to the anti-gun guys, like basically like, you know, oh no, like we're gonna let others tell us what to do, or
like
what.
every gun is dangerous no matter what.
Yeah,
I mean, that's almost like the whole, like the first rule, treat every gun like it's loaded. That's a good rule, right? But at the same time, you know, I think I've heard Yankee say it before, that's only like half of the saying. It's treat every gun like it's loaded until you verified that it's not, you know? And that's, so it's like if you pick up a gun for the first time or someone hands you one, you check it. Just make sure, okay, yep, it's unloaded. Now you can do whatever you want with it, in my opinion. You know, that'd be like saying you can never dry fire ever, because now you're pointing guns at like stuff in your house, and that's dangerous. Well, as long as you don't have any ammo anywhere nearby you and you're doing dry firing, you know, knock yourself out.
yeah, as long as you take proper safety precautions, double and triple check everything. Like you said, don't make sure that there's no loaded mags anywhere, even remotely by you. Nothing, no ammo.
Right.
No,
I forget who I heard say this. It actually might have been Jaeger, but I don't remember. It was one of the videos. But he said, like, when you're doing dry firing, like, actually say out loud, like, I am starting dry fire practice. And then check one last time, make sure it's empty, check all your mags you're going to do mag changes with, make sure they're all empty. But, you know, physically say that out loud, like I am starting dry fire, because that it was something like within your brain when you say that, like it clicks, you know, something like, okay, yep, now I'm in dry fire mode. You do all the stuff you need to do, and then when you're done, you say like I am done dry fire practice. Like actually say it out loud. And okay, maybe you feel silly doing it in the middle of your house, you know, with no one around or whatever, but if you get in that habit, then your brain goes back to, okay, now I have to follow all the safety rules again because I'm not in dry fire mode anymore. And whether you load that gun back up or put it in the safe or, you know, do whatever you're doing with it, you're not in dry fire mode anymore. So don't, like, once you finish, don't be like, well, I'm going to do 2 more little drills or something. Like, no, you're done. You already stopped. So that's it. And if you want to do a couple more drills, then go through the whole thing again and start back up again. But I don't know. It was just kind of interesting, that whole like saying it out loud thing, because it just tricks, like it like clicks in your mind, like, oh yeah, this is what I'm doing now.
Yep, no, I'd agree with that. I totally would believe that's a thing. No doubt. Yeah, I dry fire my gun all the time. Like I'll do it just like even watching TV or a movie or something, and use the TV as reference points, and practice drawing my gun and dry firing. And I go through a certain safety step before I ever do that. And all the mags that I have for that gun are physically unloaded and verified. And so then I'm like good to go. I'm like, okay, like, you know. And to me, the gun's just a training gun at that point.
That's why I have 3 Glock 19s. 1 that I keep loaded and 2 that I can play with.
There you go. Practice clearing your house, whatever. Like, I don't know how many of you guys have ever done that and kind of thought, okay, if my front door was being kicked in or something like that by a rash of, like, you know, home invaders, you know, like what's my battle plan, or if I just all of a sudden hear a bump in the night, maybe I left the front door unlocked, whatever, sounds like someone's in my house. Have you ever thought about those different scenarios and practice clearing your house based on that scenario?
I just go through it like James Caan. Real slow.
Man, some asshole pissed me off earlier today. He friggin' like pounded on my front door and rang the doorbell a couple times. Like, okay, that's weird. And at first I thought maybe it was like a delivery because I ordered some stuff like on Black Friday or whatever. I'm like, that's kind of fast, but cool. It's like ammo. I was like, maybe I have to sign for it or something. I don't know. So I look out the window. I don't see a delivery truck or anything. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm not expecting anyone. So, fuck them. I'm not going to answer the door. And I don't know if he, like, I couldn't see anyone standing on my porch, but I don't have like a little like front door peep. Like, so that's kind of annoying. And when I look out the window, you can't really see the front door. I just saw my driveway and street and shit. But I was like, okay, whatever. It's no big deal. And then motherfucker starts like pounding on the door, rings the doorbell a couple more times. So now I'm like, oh great, like that, like something's wrong. Like someone is specifically coming over to my house, like they're in trouble or something. Like what? And so I go answer the door, some dude from fucking like Wallside Windows. And I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. And he's like, hey, I'm just wondering if you like were interested in windows and siding and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, nah, dude, like I'm straight. I don't need anything. And he's like, oh, okay, because we have a free thing that can like do an inspection and check out. I'm like, nah, everything's fine. Like I know what my house needs and what it doesn't, and I'm not doing anything.
Sure his
like
inspection would have turned out that you needed windows and siding.
Well, yeah, I know exactly, right? And he's like, well, when's the last time you had your insulation inspected and blah blah. And I was like, well, funny you should mention that because actually I work for an engineering company that has a thermal camera, and I did a full inspection on the whole outside of my house. It was cool as fuck. Like, it was really cool. It was one of those, like, I don't even know how $1,000 fucking, like infrared camera kind of thing. And you can actually see, the side of your house. You can see hot spots and stuff, like where it leaks around the edges. And it's like within like 1/100th of a degree. You can see differences. It was really cool. So I'm like, as a matter of fact, I know exactly what the insulation of my house looks like because I know exactly where the heat's leaking and where it's not. So you can go fuck the right off. I was angry. I just that bug. I know he's just trying to do his job. He probably gets a commission on how many like inspections he gets signed up or whatever. But I'm like, nah, dude, I'm not doing nothing. And he just wouldn't take no for an answer. And
oh, dude, even the no soliciting signs don't stop him here. So what you do is now when you answer the door, you just say, no, I'm just a renter. Like, see, and as soon as they hear you're just a renter and that you don't own the house, they're like, okay, see you later. Like, they don't waste any time with you, man.
Usually my German Shepherd and the other one, they're going ape shit. So they see them and they're like usually fucking gone. But yeah, I never thought about using the renter line. That's actually a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
He's just trying to get
as soon as you're asked, do you own the home or do you rent? You're like, I rent.
Or just tell them like, no, my mommy and daddy aren't home right now.
Be like, oh, I'm a squatter.
Well, because then they'll fucking come back, dude. Like, nah, man. Like, you straight up have to say you're a renter because then you like can't make any decisions about the property, and you're sure they're not going to invest any money like that into a rental property or into something you're renting. So they're just done with you right then and there. They know it's like that's like the worst. That's the best, fastest way. As soon as they say, hey, have you heard about any windows or have you heard about our new cable or internet or whatever? You're just like, oh, I rent here. I'm sorry. Like, not everything. My landlord pays for the cable, whatever. Like, see you later.
See, and I can actually
come back, dude.
And I can actually use that because we are renting a house, so I'm not really even lying to them.
Well, there's nothing illegal about lying to a solicitor.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad.
No, I'm just saying that really is the fastest way.
Yeah, I should have used that one because this guy, like, he just pissed me off the way that he like knocked and rang the doorbell a bunch of times, anyways. Because, like I said, like to me, doing something twice means there's a problem. It's like I've gotten, a phone call from a number I don't recognize or whatever. I don't normally answer. I figure, well, they'll leave a message if it's like someone from work or whatever, and then I'll listen to the message and call them back. Or if it's, someone, whatever, they'll text me or something. Well,
Yeah.
sometimes like I'll get a call and I'll be like, I'm not going to answer. They don't leave a message, but they call right back. And to me, that says like, okay, that's like my buddy or my family is borrowing a stranger's phone to call me because their car exploded and their phone's dead or what. Like now there's a problem because someone is like blowing my phone up and calling me over and over again. So I'll answer it the second time and then it's like some stupid thing. I get so pissed. Be like, dude, fuck you. Like I just thought someone was like dead in a ditch and you're telling me about long distance phone or whatever, whatever the fuck. You can fuck right off now. That's the part that bugs me.
Yeah, I never answer if someone calls me on the phone and I don't recognize the number. I'm kind of the same way. I was like, if it's serious, if it's really important, they'll leave a message and I'll call them right back.
If you have unlimited like cell service or phone service like I do, or your home phone, when they call you and all that, you're like, yeah, can I put you on hold for 1 second? Sorry, I'm on the other line. Just hold on 1 second. They're like, okay. And then you just have an 8-hour recording of elevator music on tap on your favorites on YouTube. There's plenty of those videos, and you just set your phone down like right there on your computer, hit play, and just like walk away, and they'll stay on there for 15, 20 minutes. And sometimes to guys like that, you're actually doing them a favor because they like the break. They're like, oh man, like, well, like they actually enjoy when they get put on hold because that's when they can go back to reading their book or whatever else they're doing, because they're never ever just making calls. Like they're always like, doing something else or always multitasking.
I had a buddy. So I had a buddy in high school, and his neighbor would call the cops on him when he would like mow the lawn because she just hated noises. And it got to the point where like the cops were showing up every week, and they would be like, "Oh, hey Lawrence, we're just here because your fucking neighbor called the cops again." So he said one day he went and gassed up his lawnmower and put it like as close to her property as possible, and just turned it on and left it running and just walked away.
No, that's
See, that's the type of thing that the cops should be able to be like, oh, wait, and what's going on? Oh, he's mowing his lawn? Have a nice day. Like, they shouldn't even have to come out to something stupid like that.
Well,
unless it was like, oh, he's mowing his lawn at 2 a.m., then...
No, I think he would mow it like every Sunday at like 9 a.m. And I think eventually he did press like harassment charges against her. So the cops, every time they got a call from her, they just wouldn't even bother going out there.
Well, that's the thing. I think like there's this idea out there that like every call has to be responded to or whatever. And that's like the thing with the open carry people. When people call and be like, there's a guy with a gun on the street. It's like, okay, the cops always like roll right up, right? And okay, maybe they're being overly cautious or whatever. But then once they interact with the people and the people are like, yeah, just out for a walk, have a nice day, or they pull the whole like, am I being detained? Okay, I don't answer questions, have a nice day. And they like keep walking, all that shit. Then they get a second call about them or a third or fourth call. It's like the cops always come right back out. And I've heard them say this line to the people like, well, we have to, if someone calls, we have to show up. Like, we have to investigate. And it's like, why not just ask them when they're on the phone, like, what are they doing? Oh, they're peacefully walking their dog? Well, then they're not breaking any laws. Like, we don't have to investigate that. And it should be the same thing. What's your neighbor doing? He's mowing the lawn. Okay, well, that's not illegal. So we don't have to investigate something if you're just mowing the lawn.
There's a video on YouTube a couple years ago, and I'm pretty sure the guy was like trying to bait the cops, but he was open carrying. And this cop comes up to him, and he's just like, hey, can I see your driver's license? And he's just like, no. He's like, well, why not? And he was like, well, according to so-and-so v. so-and-so, like he must have been a law student, because every question the cop was asking him, he'd be like, well, according to like so-and-so v. so-and-so, you can't detain me for just having a gun. Like, that's not like, you can't just say, oh, right, I committed a crime. And he just goes on and on and on. And
he eventually doesn't necessarily have to be a law student. Just the people that enjoy doing that kind of stuff tend to just like, they look that stuff up. Like they just have that in their memory.
So finally,
That's
he was
what
like,
they do a
"Am I
lot.
being detained?" He was like, "No." He's like, "All right, see you later." He just walked off.
And that's a lot of times when you ask, like, "Am I being detained?" They almost never answer because they know the answer is no. But if they say that, then you can just walk away. So then they go, "I just want to know your name, dude." You'd be like, "Am I being detained?" Go, "Why don't you just work with me, man? I'm just asking questions." Am I being
Yeah.
detained? Like they never answer. So that's when it comes down to
I'll be
like,
like, if you tell me whether I'm being detained or not, I'll tell you my name.
Yeah, because as soon as they say you're not being detained, you can be like, "All right, we'll see you later."
yeah. I mean that's so it basically comes down to like, am I being detained? If you don't answer affirmative, I'm assuming the answer is in the negative, so I'm going to keep walking. Have a nice day. And then you just don't say anything else after that. But you're right.
We're all
There are a
sovereign
lot of those
citizens now.
guys that. Well, you don't have to be a sovereign citizen to have Fifth Amendment rights or Fourth Amendment rights or anything. You know, like that's maybe some of those people like have those same types of tendencies or whatever, but I don't think the two are related. Because sovereign citizens are like, well, I don't fall under your government's law because I don't actually live in the US, even though I'm on US soil. Like, you know what I mean? Like they have like a weird, I haven't fully understood it. Like they have a weird justifications for why they don't have to do stuff. Be like, I'm a sovereign citizen, so I don't have to follow your laws. It's like, I don't think it works that way.
I've never seen one of them win in court, and that's the most sovereign citizen videos I watch. More than I like where they're arguing with the judge better than the ones where they're arguing with the cops.
That free Keen or whatever. That one guy is all about free Keen. If you ever watch him on YouTube, he has a lot of court videos, and he has actually gone to court and both won and lost.
But is he a sovereign citizen dude, or is he just a dude that
Oh
likes
yeah,
his
yeah.
rights?
He's a total sovereign citizen. Am I under arrest? Like, and you know, like all that, dude. I'm
There's
not
a
giving
huge
you my
difference,
info.
though.
I don't need a driver's license. I don't need a license plate. I don't need like.
Oh, okay. I don't remember any of that. Because I know who you're talking about. I've seen his stuff. I don't remember seeing that kind of stuff. Like I just remember he's a big like, you know, if I'm not being detained, then I'm going to keep walking type of person. But that doesn't mean you're a sovereign citizen. That just means that you understand your rights and that if there is not probable cause of a crime occurring, you don't have to answer questions. Well, you don't have to answer questions anyways, but you don't have to stick around.
He has a really good YouTube video where he cross-examines the officer who ticketed him with for not having proper registration and license plates on a vehicle, and he won in court. Like, and he totally cross-examined that police officer and like kind of made the police officer look like an idiot, and like won in court. The judge is like, "All right, dismissed, bam." Like so, and then there's another one where he pretty much argues like the same thing, but then lost. So.
So I think there is some validity to their cause or their what they're identifying as or whatever the fuck it is. But just nobody's, I don't know, no cops or judges. I mean, not no, but most of them aren't gonna care because there is like traffic laws that are only supposed to be for commercial vehicles, and they're constantly given to private individuals driving down the road. Because the word vehicle to us means something than the word vehicle in a court of law. In a court of law, the word vehicle means commercial vehicle. So when the cop is asking you, are you the owner of this vehicle? And you say yes, then you're already admitting that you're operating
in
that
a vehicle?
that you're operating that vehicle that you admit is a vehicle. So in the cop's terms, he's like, okay, he just admitted this is a commercial vehicle that he's operating, and now I can ticket him.
Very interesting how words work, huh?
Yeah.
They just had a Supreme Court case over the summer where they ruled it was unconstitutional if you get pulled over for like speeding, that they can't hold you there for like a drug dog to show up. It's like as soon as you get your ticket, you can just drive off. As whereas like before, they would just make you sit there if they thought you had like drugs in the car and wait for the dog to get
Right.
there.
Yeah, which is
What they
weird
do-
because the drug dog is what then like gives them probable cause to search your car.
Yeah.
So it's like before the dog shows up, they don't have probable cause to be detaining you anyways.
Well, what they'll do is they'll ask you nicely, like, "Can I search your car?" And then if you say no, then they say, "Okay, then you got to wait here until I get a dog out." So they will usually offer to search your car first, and that's never a good idea because they will rip the shit out of your car and like door panels and all sorts of shit, depending on how aggressive they are and what kind of mood they're in, and you know, and they will rip your car apart. So I think it's personally always better to wait for the dog.
Well, yeah, I don't consent to searches ever. And I don't have anything bad in my car, but it's still just that's
Now, if you got pulled over and he asked you that and you said no, and if you were like, well, am I being detained? And if he says no, you can drive off, correct?
yeah, but he'll probably because like you said, once he writes you the speeding ticket or whatever, then you can go. He probably won't write that speeding ticket till the dog shows up. So he's already got your license and registration and all that shit. Like he'll hold on to that, so you really can't leave anyways. So then you kind of are but aren't being detained at the same time, you know? Like you can't really leave because he's got your shit, but you can't force him to give you your stuff back because he'll just be like, "Oh, in a minute, I'm waiting for the dog."
Shit, I can order a new license.
Yeah, but he could pull you over 2 seconds later, and now you're driving without a license.
That's
And
when
that's
you
the
whip
thing.
out your paper copy.
When you flex your rights a little bit, some of them get really pissed, and they'll just they'll give you every ticket in the book they can think of.
All the
Who was
videos I see where the guy's like, "Am I being detained? Am I being detained?" and all that, and is the cops like, "No, you're not being detained." Then they say, "Am I free to go?" And then the cop won't say, "Yes, you're free to go." The videos I've seen where they're like, "Am I being detained?" and the cop's like, "No," and the guy just starts driving off before the police officer says you're free to go, they get chased down and pulled out of their car and thrown on the ground. Like, it's funny. Like, I love watching those videos. It's really funny, but so always make sure that after "Am I being detained?" you ask, "Am I free to go?" That's very important.
which shouldn't be. I mean, the fact they chased him down and pulled him out of their car and shit is completely like that's not justified what the cop did.
Yeah,
I
I
just
feel
tell
like
you,
if you're
every single video that I've watched where they
But I'm
just
sure they do it. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they do. Just like if they ask to search your car, you say no, and then if they pull out their classic line of like, "I smell marijuana," step out of the car, which you can't prove in court that they didn't smell it, even if you've never smoked weed in your entire life. Like you can't prove that. So the judge will ask the cop, like, "Did you smell marijuana?" Be like, "Yeah, I thought I did." So we searched the car. You know what I mean? Like that's their go-to line. That's their probable cause that you can't disprove that they didn't have probable cause. But anyways, because they're cranky enough because you said no the first time, that's when they start ripping door panels off and just destroy your car because they're being a dick. And it's a very few number of them. I don't want to sound like I'm trashing on cops or anything, but the types of people that get really pissed off about that's where not complying with, what they want you to do, even though you have the right to say no and you have a right to, leave if you're not being detained, that's when they pull everything out of the book. I forget who it was. Someone was talking about it. I think it was on one of these chats or maybe someone in my real life. I don't remember. That's how, screwed up my brain gets. But they said they didn't consent to a search, and the dude was out there with like a depth gauge measuring the tread depth of the tire, trying to say it was, unsafe tread depth because there's some law it has to be at least a half inch or blah, 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 whatever. And like went over every piece of his car with a fine tooth comb of like, "Oh, well, your thing is hanging down too far and this is sticking out a little bit and this is too much and that's too little," and tried to write him like 10 different tickets for his car.
I saw a video, I think it was like one of those World's Dumbest Crooks or drivers, and this guy got pulled over for speeding. And like the whole time, he's just like yelling at the cop. He was like, "This is outrageous! I can't believe this is happening." So he starts to rip up the ticket and throw it out the window. So the cop pulls out his ticket pad. And he's like, "What are you doing now, officer?" He's like, "I'm writing you a ticket for littering." He was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And he was like, "Well,
I saw that.
unless you come out and pick up every single piece of paper you just ripped up, you're getting a ticket." He was just like, "I'll pick up this damn paper, but I don't. Oh, this is outrageous, yada, yada, yada." And it was like, I don't know why you were thinking that cop is not going to write you another ticket when you're ripping up his first ticket right in front of his face.
Well, and the other thing is, like, you ripping up the ticket doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, the cop still has his copy, and you still, like, you have a chance to go to court and fight it. And if you don't show up, then the judgment goes against you, and then, like, you still owe the money for that. Like, it doesn't matter if you physically have a piece of paper or not.
I heard that if everybody fought their tickets, then everybody would get away with it because it would like crash the whole system. Because usually people are like, whatever, I'll just pay it.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is because even as of right now, if you fight the ticket, you have like a 50-50 chance that the cop's not going to show up and it ends up getting tossed out.
Yeah, and you can ask to postpone it too, and like just keep postponing it until they don't let you postpone it any longer. And then the cop
I mean,
might
my
not even
thinking
show
is
up.
okay if I actually. Here's the reason I don't fight it. Like if I was going 5 over and you clocked me going 5 over, then well, yeah, okay, I'll pay the ticket. I mean, I was doing something wrong and there's a penalty for that. Oh, okay. Now, if there's something I don't think I should have gotten, then yes, of course I'm going to fight it. But I think that I almost don't like the people that just fight everything, like no matter what. Because like, what if the cop does show up and then they're like, "Why are you fighting this?" And their answer is, "Well, I was hoping the cop wouldn't show up." Like you don't actually have a defense. Like you just were hoping to get off, like because the dude didn't show up. And if the cop does show up, then you say, "Well, I guess I'll pay the ticket because the cop showed up. Okay, have a nice day." You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that idea of trying to get out of something when you actually did the thing they said you're doing. So why are you fighting it like you didn't do the thing that they said you're doing?
But Dad's a lawyer, and he's always said, never go 7 over the speed limit because anything over 7 or anything under 7, you can argue equipment failure, and they'll usually let you get off with it. But anything over 7, that defense doesn't work.
Well, so you're saying the radar gun has like a margin of error of like 7 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So if you're going 5 over, you'd be like, well, because I've heard that too. Is what you can do is when you go there, you ask for like the calibration records, and if they don't have like the up-to-date calibration sticker like on the radar gun or whatever, then you also like they'll just throw it out also.
Yeah, because I've had like 2 or 3 speeding tickets. One was actually kind of bad, but I didn't realize that I was going 45, and I thought it was a 35, but it turned out to be like a 25. But the other ones were just like, my dad was just like, "Oh, equipment failure," and I wasn't speeding enough to where they couldn't like disprove it, so they all got thrown out.
So I got one that really pissed me off was that I was in front of a school zone and it was, 25 mile an hour. It was one of those ones where like, the blinky light's on. So only sometimes it's a school zone. The other time it's like 45. Okay, great. Blinky light's on. I go 25. I pass. There's actually like 2 schools right next to each other, kind of. So I go past the first one. I go past the second one. I don't know why the school zone was on. It was the middle of the day. I don't know, maybe because it was like recess or something, but there was no one on the playground or anything. So I get all the way past like the parking lot and stuff, get past the playground, past 2 more buildings, and I start speeding up because I'm like, okay, I'm not in front of the school anymore. And like the cop was on the other side of the street, which he's got the perfect little hidey spot. So he obviously does this a lot. And there was a mail truck in the left lane. I was in the right lane. So like I sped up past the mail truck and like popped out in front of him, and then that's when I saw the cop, like right next to him. I was like, huh, okay, whatever. I didn't think I was doing anything. So I speed up, I keep going. He jumps out, pulls behind me, and pulls me over like a half mile later. So I pull into the side street. I'm like, yeah, what's up? I didn't think I was. It's like, do you know why I pulled you over? Which you never answered that question. So I'm like, can't think of anything. What's up? And he's like, you were, how fast you were going through that school zone. And I'm like, I went 25 through the school zone. It's like, I clocked you at, 40. I'm like, well, by the time you saw me, I wasn't anywhere near the school. Like, I know for a fact I wasn't, because I saw you like once I passed that mail truck, but you wouldn't have seen me when I was behind the mail truck. So I'm like, oh, I'm like, well, so where's the school zone end? And the cop literally says, well, I don't know, but you were speeding through it. Or I don't know, but you were still in it. And I'm like, what? How do you know? Like, how can you just decide when the school's, if I'm nowhere near the fucking school, how can you decide that I'm still in the school zone? And that one did piss me off, just because I know I actually was going 25 when I was in front of the school and shit. Like, I didn't just blow through the whole thing. I was speeding up near the end. And I'm like, what do I have to do? Wait for like the next like mile and a half? Because honestly, because I looked at it, I've go down that street a lot now, and I'm like, well, maybe it's until like you see the next speed limit sign that says 45. Well, that's not till after you pass a stoplight that's like at a side street that's like kind of a busy side street, and then there's another stoplight that's like a main road, and after that main road there's a speed limit sign telling you like how fast that is. So I'm like, so I have to be like a freaking mile and a half away from the school before I see a speed limit sign that says 45. So I'm like, there's no way the school zone is all the way past those two lights. But does it even go up to that first light that's a half mile away? Because that's even pretty far away. And that's just like a neighborhood and shit. Like, I don't know. It just really pissed me off. So I'm like, you don't even know where the thing is, but you're saying that I'm in it? Like, that's bullshit. I did everything right.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like bullshit. I had a buddy in high school. He got pulled over twice in the same day for speeding by the same cop. Like, he got him coming to school, and then he got him leaving school. And he had I think he got 3 or 4 speeding tickets that year. So the cop would just sit out there, wait for this one specific guy, because he knew he sped everywhere. So he was like, yeah, JD, if you haven't noticed, I just sit out here waiting for you. It's like, because I know I'm going to get you. But like, his dad
seems
was
like
a lawyer.
Harassment or targeting or something.
Yeah. It's just like, well, his dad was an attorney, so he probably got out of most of them. But I just thought that was pretty amusing. It's like, hey, JD, you have a fan in the town. That's not your girlfriend. Yeah, but like, I remember one time when me and my dad were going hunting, we had like a 2-hour long conversation about the unconstitutionality of like speed checks and license checks and DUI checks. And
Well, yeah, I hate like checkpoints. We don't really have them around here, but I think those are because they basically assume everyone on the road is doing something wrong, so they're allowed to check you.
Yeah,
that's not how probable cause works, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, my dad's like, oh, DUI checkpoints are 100% unconstitutional, but since they perform a public service, the courts allow them. But yeah, he was like, they're totally unconstitutional.
Well, that's the thing. It's hard to argue against them. Like, no, I should be allowed to drive drunk. Like, you have to defend the bad guy almost to try and at least that's what they'll make you try and do. It's like, it's the same thing that happens when you talk about like background checks or something. Like, oh, those are useless and dumb and whatever. And it's like, so you want criminals to have guns? Like, they paint you into a box. It's just a bad debate strategy. It's a bad argument because of the way they can straw man you and frame your side of it. And
it's like a double negative.
Yeah, something. I mean, it puts you in a bad spot where they make it so that like you're defending the bad guy or something, even though you're saying no, I'm not. Like, there's all these other reasons. It's just because it's not constitutional, just like the terror watch list thing.
Is Louis Anderson a lady now? Or is he just dressed like one?
I don't think so.
The Zach Galifianakis clown show. I just saw a commercial for it, and Louis Anderson's like dressed like a lady sewing his costume.
Yeah,
Sorry,
know.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't know about that one.
I'm
yeah,
not
well,
sure.
when people were like, when I tell them, I was like, yeah, the background checks don't work, and they're like, oh, so you want bad guys? I'm always like, show me a criminal that will follow the law, and then you have a point, because they don't.
Yeah, but I don't. Honestly, I don't like that argument either. I understand it, but like, I don't know. I feel like it's like, well, then, murder shouldn't be illegal because criminals aren't going to follow that law either. So what's the point of even having it? And
Yeah.
I don't know. Part of me is like, well, maybe that's kind of true. I will tell you right now, the law has not stopped me from murdering anyone. I have killed every single person that I've wanted to.
Which is
That
0.
number happens to be 0. Yeah, I stole that line from Penn Jillette, but like that's it's true. Every single person that I've wanted to kill, I have, which is 0. I have never wanted to kill someone like, actually. I might be angry and be like, man, I wish I could kill that guy, but I don't really mean it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I grow tired of arguing with the anti-gunners. I've got a couple that I work with, and I'm just like, but they're not super anti-gun because they have no problems with like people that want to have guns having them. They're just like, I don't see why people need a gun. But they're not like, I think we should pass laws so no one has guns. They're just like, I don't see the point of guns.
Yeah, see, I argue with an anti-gunner at work that's, he's more of like, hunting rifles are cool, but why do you need an AR-15? He's like that type of anti-gunner. Like, he's okay with some guns. He just thinks, why do you need certain types? And it's like, because I want it. That's why I need it. Like, go fuck off.
Yeah, my mom's the same way. She's like, what do you need an AK for? It's like, why not?
Because they're fun?
Yeah. It's like, oh, AR-15? I can show you plenty of people that hunt with AR-15s. Swap out the upper for like a fucking 6.5. You can go deer hunting.
You go
hog hunting
with an AK.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and that's it. Yeah, and that's the thing too that I'm getting real sick of is people when they use the hunting thing, they're like, you don't need 30 rounds for hunt. I think Bloomberg said that, right? Like, if you haven't hit the deer, he deserves to get away. And it's like, well, yeah, people don't use 30 rounds to hunt deer with or whatever. They do with hogs because it could be a pack of them and they could be charging you or whatever. So, maybe you can get a couple and scare the rest off or whatever.
That'd be like, so I should pound your face in because I know you have enough money to afford plastic surgery.
Right. But anyway, so my point is I'm sick of people, even besides the fact the Constitution has nothing to do with hunting and all that stuff, but throwing that argument out, I'm sick of the hunting argument being only deer hunters. There are plenty of other types of hunters in the world, in this country even. Like there are different types. And everyone who thinks deer hunting might be the most popular, but that doesn't mean that it's the only type. And ARs are great for, as Bob says, little gopher rounds, There might be a whole shit ton of them, and you can just keep popping away at them. Blink, 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 hitting them all.
There was a shit ton of gophers when we were out in New Mexico. It's crazy. Like, this whole fields of, like, dozens and dozens of gopher holes with dozens and dozens of gophers looking out of them.
It's like Bob's Paradise.
So for some reason, I don't know why I Googled this, but I Googled a scene from Raising Arizona. I don't know if y'all have seen that movie, but the part where he has a dream of the apocalypse biker, I was like, see, that's Bob coming down from Canada.
That guy's from Philly.
Oh, Tex Cobb?
Yeah. It's pretty famous around here.
I had heard, I don't know if it's true or not, that Howard Cosell was doing one of his boxing matches and Tex Cobb got beat so bad that Howard Cosell stopped doing boxing altogether.
That could be. I didn't know he boxed.
Maybe that's why he probably got his ass beat first time.
Yeah.
Oh
I
man,
wish heavyweight boxing would come back.
it's
Pretty
Yeah.
much died with Mike Tyson's career.
Was Holyfield a heavyweight, or was he like a midweight?
No, he was a heavyweight when he fought Tyson, both times.
yeah. Boxing, I think's been on its way out for a while now. I know MMA has part to do with that, just because, like, I think it's a little more exciting and whatnot.
That's one thing I'm kind of envy of is like my dad's generation is like he grew up like watching like fucking Ali and Frazier and all these great fights they talk about. Like he saw all of them live.
The Tyson fight was just making everybody angry. Everybody would be excited for it, but then they'd be pissed.
Lasted 10
after they
seconds.
spent their pay-per-view money, and they'd be like, "Oh, this fight only lasted 30 seconds, 27 seconds."
My roommate,
What do you expect?
he orders all the Conor McGregor fights, and he'll pay like $90, and the fight lasts like 30 seconds.
The thing with that though, like with the UFC, is that they tend to have really good like other fights on the card. So it's like even if the main event lasts 10 seconds or whatever, like you've already seen a bunch of other like really exciting fights also.
Yeah,
So I think that's one of the things with boxing was that, okay, people cared about the Tyson fight, but they didn't care about anyone else who was fighting. So if the thing lasts 30 seconds, then they're kind of pissed. But where if the UFC, it's like if the thing lasts 30 seconds, it's exciting because you're like, holy crap, it only lasted 30 seconds. That was like a great knockout or whatever. And you've also had, these 15-minute wars, and you had good, like, technical fucking, jiu-jitsu stuff, and, what, like, there's all different types all on the same thing.
if you're really into boxing, there's all different types of boxing styles and stances and all that. But it's just not. I think it's more that there's just not. I don't think the UFC really has anything to do with it. I just think that there was such a big lull in between the heavyweights when it was famous, and then the lightweights when like Oscar De La Hoya and all them guys came around, Manny Pacquiao. Yeah, there was like a 10-year gap in between, and people just dropped off of boxing.
Yeah, I remember watching the De La Hoya fight.
And
I don't know. I never really got into boxing, I guess, so I don't know a lot about it. Like I've seen them on TV, like flipping channels and be like, oh, I might watch this for a little bit. And maybe it's just because they're like, lesser people or whatever, but it seemed like it'd be like, punch, lay on the guy for a minute, get pulled back off the ref, like punch, lay on the guy for a minute. It's like, what the hell, dude? Like, this is boring as shit to watch. And maybe if I was really into it, it'd be cool, but I'm just like, I don't get it. It's boring.
The last boxing fight that I was actually kind of excited for that we actually ordered was Mayweather Pacquiao.
yep, and that was a letdown.
Yep.
Waited years for it, and it was horrible because I wanted Pacquiao to win, but I
Yeah,
think
I
he
was-
kind of. I think it was a draw.
Yeah, I was rooting for Pacquiao.
They gave it to what's his face, Money Mayweather, and he's like posting on Facebook all this money and cash, and like he's
He can't read.
he's talking shit to the people that talk shit to him. Like, why are you even fucking acknowledging comments on Facebook, you moron?
It's like, who was it? 50 Cent put out like a video, and it was just like, if you can read one page of Harry Potter, I will pay you like $50,000.
I thought 50 Cent was like his boy.
I think they kind of had a falling out. Maybe they like mend fences now, but yeah, he was calling him out for not being able to read.
That's funny.
He's like, Floyd Mayweather, I will give you $1,000,000 if you can read the first page, chapter 1 of Harry Potter in under a minute.
So I'd be watching like the Floyd Mayweather on HBO where he's training at his house, and 50 Cent would be riding around on one of those segways around his mansion, like in the background.
They were probably like doing each other's girls at some point. So I feel like all those girls eventually just do like a great big circle of life when it comes to like banging rappers and boxers and shit.
Yeah.
Harry in the chat says Yankees clickbait titles are getting out of control.
He's not the first person to say that either.
Why? What was Yankees clickbait?
Well, he had a video and it was like racists voted for Trump, and then you click on it and he just talks about how racists didn't vote for Trump.
You know them like Glocks suck. Just so you click on it, and then they'll tell you how great a Glock is.
And then I'd be disappointed because I think Glock suck.
Yeah. You're trying to find real Glock suck videos.
Yeah, I hate when I get fake Glock suck videos. It's just
Got clickbaited.
yeah.
Yeah, Gavin says 50 Cent would give $500K to a charity of his choice if he could read one page of Harry Potter.
There's a charity called the Moon Food 78 Foundation. Donate to that.
I have a charity called CZs for Smeggies.
That actually sounds better than mine.
I know, it's because I have better marketing skills.
Maybe I'll just hire you for my foundation.
Well, you could always just become a Smeggy. 42's taken, but all the other numbers are open. You could be Smeggy 78, and then people would buy you CZs.
Sweet.
Me and my buddy thought up this charity that was, fur coats for the wealthy. I don't know why we made it up, dude. It was one year at deer camp. We were just fucking around and we were just talking about shit. And we're like, what the problem is? Rich people don't have enough fur coats. And we did the whole like thing, right? I mean, we were, I it was going over like what the commercial would be, and it'd be like, look at this, sad up and comer, like he doesn't have any fur coats, but he's wealthy, and I don't know, I don't remember it. It was funnier, I guess, at the time, but
it's like the human.
Oh, shit.
But I think that's a real problem in this world today. Rich people do not have enough fur coats. Oh, what an idiot. Why would he do that? Thank you so much, sir. Awesome.
What's today? Wednesday?
Yep.
Yep.
Tomorrow's December 1st, which means the war on Christmas is about to commence.
I saw a video of this in Washington. I think it was Washington, a Nike store.
Oh
That got,
God,
like,
yeah.
trashed.
I feel so bad for the people that work there. Yeah, it looked like a bomb had gone off. Like shoes everywhere and
Boxes.
Well, what happened?
shoppers.
They just went crazy. They tore everything off the shelves. All the boxes of shoes were on the floor. People were like trying to find matching sets after the fucking chaos was done, I guess.
Did they have like a crazy sale or something, or what?
No, it's just
I
Black
don't know.
Friday. Let's see if I can share the video. Let's see.
Oh, Black Friday people? Those people are crazy.
Exactly.
I stay inside.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Maybe like one pair of Nikes was on sale, and that everybody rooted through the store to find that.
There's the CBS story. I don't know if it's got the video, but it's got pictures. No, yeah, it's got the video. It's crazy.
Yeah, people are crazy. I do not like shopping. I don't like shopping and I don't like people. Therefore, I really don't like going out shopping on Black Friday.
According to BuzzFeed, roughly 20,000 people passed through the store between 9 p.m. Thursday and 10 p.m. Friday. That is a lot of people.
Well, serve them right for putting stuff on sale. Jerks.
Why don't these assholes learn how to read shoe boxes? Then you'd know what the fuck is inside of it before you pulled it off.
I'm convinced most of the people that shop on Black Friday, about half of them don't know how to read.
Like they're all surprises. Every shoebox is a surprise. Oh, what's in this one? What's in this one?
It's like they open them thinking they're not going to find a pair of shoes.
They're like, well, maybe it's the one I really want is in this one.
Maybe it's Star Trek Into Darkness Blu-ray. Nope, just some more shoes.
I would want half off every shoe that was on the floor when I came in on Saturday.
Just imagine trying to find like the mate to that one shoe.
Yeah, that's what people were doing in the video.
Crazy. If I was like the general manager there, or manager, hell, even maybe an employee, and I had to come into that, I'd be like, I quit.
The funny thing is, the video I see 0 employees.
They probably all went home. They probably like,
they're
fuck
probably,
this
fuck
shit.
this. Yeah.
Like you could literally probably walk in there with like a cheap pair of shoes, just put them on your feet and walk out, and no one would probably even try to stop you.
Oh,
Just
I bet you shoplifting on Black Friday is just nuts. Because you totally could. I've told the story before when I worked at the hardware store. Dude came in, was staying in line. He had a fucking hinge. Like, he just had to fucking, like, fix his door or whatever. And I recognized him. He was kind of a regular. Like, I didn't know his name or nothing, but I know he comes in there. I wrote him up a little slip that had the number. I said, well, next time you come in, like, just hand them this paper. They'll ring you up for it and then just, like, pay for it. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, just walk out the front door. Like, you know, if anyone asks, like, tell them I said it was okay or whatever. and he walked right out, and no one even noticed. No, like, I bet you people could do that shit all day long. Go around looking for shit and then just like walk out the door. And it's not like he was hiding it. Like he had the thing like in his hand. He just walked out the door with the thing in his hand.
Yeah, we have one of our managers at the door on Black Friday, but we really weren't that busy. So
I don't think
But
it's as
most
big as
places
it used
now-
to be this year.
Most places now will take tickets from the first like people in line that they have the amount, like they have 20 TVs. They'll give 20 people, the first 20 people, the tickets for the TVs. And then the people will like try to sell their tickets to the people in the back of the line or something. But then it does cut down on like the door busting
yeah.
crowds of fucking monster animals.
Well, and
I
it
think-
cuts down on the people that are camping out and shit because you can get your ticket and go home and come back at 9 o'clock in the morning and buy it.
Yeah. Still got to wait in line for that ticket though.
Yeah, but once you get that, then you can leave
Yeah.
and you don't have to like, because I mean, people used to sit there from Thursday night until 6 a.m. Friday morning or whatever. And instead, they can just swing by like after they're done with Thanksgiving dinner. They hand the tickets out at 10 o'clock at night, and then you come back. Of course, nowadays, most places are open Thanksgiving night, which I personally think is bullshit.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
really hoping the grassroots movement, like no shopping on Thanksgiving, takes hold because there's like nobody in there on Thanksgiving, so I know our store lost money overall.
There will be plenty of dumbasses saying, hey, no one's shopping on Thanksgiving. Now let's go out and shop.
Yeah.
And then they'll all be out again.
Well, I think social media doesn't help because people see these videos of like people getting trampled to death at Walmart, and I think some shoppers are like, I'm not going out in that shit. I'll wait till Saturday or Monday.
Yeah.
Well, and that's, I think the other thing, I really do think Black Friday's on its last legs because you can just get the shit online now. Like it used to be, you want a big screen TV for $200. Like you have to be one of the first 10 people in line at Best Buy or else you're not getting it. Well,
But yeah, I read a couple of good articles that were like, you can get all these things on Black Friday cheaper or on sale online throughout the year.
Yeah.
Just that nobody bothers to like, I guess, I don't know. I guess they think that there's going to be some amazing sale on Black Friday that they could never get anywhere else.
yeah, well, and that's always been the scam of Black Friday was that, you know, some of the deals that they had like aren't that good at deals, but people, it's a Black Friday sale, so it must be good. And it's like, no, they have, you know, a couple of lost leaders or whatever, and then all the other stuff that you get is like just 10% off or something. Like it's really not that good of a deal. And that's the type of shit you can definitely just find online throughout the year. Now the big screen TV for $100, you might not find that online throughout the year, but there's only 10 of them per store anyway. So it's like, who cares? You know, only 10 people are getting that big deal. And yeah, they're losing a bunch of money on those TVs, but they brought all the other people in. And then when they didn't get the TV, they're like, well, I guess I'll just get this camera for $200. That's a good deal, right? And it's like, well, kinda. I mean, it's normally $220, so like you saved $20, but you know, it's not that good of a deal. It's only 10% off.
Like
Yeah.
we started our Black Friday sale. It was 50% off the whole store, but we started it on Wednesday. And I was like, then why the fuck would we even have a Black Friday sale?
I know Best Buy had a deal that they weren't advertising as Black Friday, but I thought was a crazy deal. It was a PS4 and a Sony 4K 55-inch TV for $1,000 together. I was like, oh, that's fucking crazy. Never seen a Sony TV, especially one with 4K new technology under $1,000.
Yeah, I guess what 4K is going to be the new thing coming
Yeah.
out.
The new 1080p.
I'm fine with the TV I got now.
Yeah, I'm not buying a new TV until it's edgeless and 4K and maybe curved.
Like, I really don't need to see like every spider vein in my actor's face. Like, I'm fine with the quality I have now.
Yeah,
Some of it
that's-
looks weird when like the ones with the high megahertz or gigahertz or whatever the fuck it is that makes the refresh rate so fast. It just looks weird and it doesn't look natural anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I remember I seeing like it was supposedly like a really nice, like super high def TV or whatever, and one, like what you said, you saw all the little pores and blackheads and pimples and all that shit, and it's like that's kind of weird. And then two, it's like everything looked like it was a sharp picture, but it just looked weird. Like it didn't look like real life anymore or whatever. I'm like, I have a better experience watching my TV, which is high def, but it's not like the super craziest one. I mean, the thing's, well, I don't know, 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah.
So like whatever the newest things are, like it's not that. I forget what it even is. But it's high def and it looks great. But it's like this other one was just like it's almost not enjoyable to watch. Like it looks weird. And maybe you get used to it. I don't know. Like maybe the old school people like that had those TVs, like the old tube TVs, and then they saw like the new flat screen, were like, wow, this looks weird. Like I like mine better. So maybe I'm just being an old grandpa or something. But
Now, there's definitely, well, it is what people are used to. When you watch a movie, it's always 30 frames per second. They're not going to make it any faster than that. And then those HD TVs, when you're watching like a live broadcast of the news or a football game or something, and the megahertz are all the way up and it's showing you stuff at 60 frames per second,
Yeah,
like
it's weird.
whatever their high def camera is filming at, then it starts to look like fucked up.
Like there was a joke that the reason the Super Bowl hasn't had any like old performers is because everyone had like HD TVs when Bruce Springsteen's like old ass was up there. Like, oh man, he looks awful. Bring in Katy Perry. I wouldn't mind staring at her tits in 4K.
For another wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah,
Dude.
right?
I was the shark or whatever. Remember what? Remember that was the
Left
whole thing? The
shark?
fucking shark like took the like all the attention for
Yeah,
whatever
left
reason.
shark, yeah. He just seems so sad dancing up there for some reason. I actually had a friend that she went as Left Shark for Halloween 2 years ago.
Yeah, I never understood why the sharks became popular or whatever. I just knew it was a thing. But anyways, I mean, and the other thing with like that refresh rate stuff you're saying, like I would get 60 frames per second. Okay, it should look better. Like it'll be better for moving and action or whatever. But anything much more than that really doesn't make a difference because your eye, like the human eye, sees about 60 hertz. Because I remember that from video games. Like
Yeah, they would say that you see 30 frames per second, basically. And I know a lot of people would argue, oh, you can't tell the difference between a game that's 60 frames per second and 30. And I'm like, well, of course you can.
yeah, no, that, but between 60 and 100 and 150, because I mean, I've
And then
played
your
with
brain's not able to process all that.
right. Your brain's dropping frames. So what's the difference? I've played with some people that have fucking some crazy ass water cooled, overclocked, like crazy shit, and they're cranking out like whatever hundreds of frames per second, and I'm like, it doesn't look much better than mine that's at 100 frames per second. Like I'm not seeing more stuff, like whatever. I mean, the guy was really good, so maybe that's the other thing. It's just like a super good trigger for a really good shooter. Like they can notice the difference between the little, like a tiny little bit, whereas I'm not very good. So as long as it's like kind of smooth, then that's good enough for me. So maybe that was the thing, is that he was seeing something more than I was because he's just better than I am. But I don't know. It just, to me, because I've played on his thing, it's like it didn't make me much better at Counter-Strike, like because I was using his shit instead of mine. It looked okay, but It wasn't like it did look better or whatever, but it wasn't that much better, I guess. And so to me, it's like this isn't worth the couple $1,000 you have in it because it's not that much better than mine, which was what the fuck was it when I think my computer might have been $1,000 when I built it when I was back in the day, and it was like second to top of the line stuff, like whatever the newest thing was, mine was like the one it was replacing. Like the video card I had on it, it was a couple $100 or something, but it was right when the like the X800 came out, the Radeon X800, and that card came out at $800, and mine was, which is the one it was replacing, dropped down to 200 like the week that one came out. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get the one that's $200 because it's only a tiny bit worse than this new one that came out, and it's a quarter of the price. And I pretty much did that with all my shit.
So Clay is saying that I guess the Massachusetts Attorney General wants to sue Trump because she's afraid that he's going to roll back all the progress Massachusetts has made.
Oh,
Yeah, that's too bad. Maybe you shouldn't overstep your government restrictions.
Well, and that's kind of funny to like proactively start some shit before he's ever done anything anyways. Like just because you think he might do something.
Oh yeah, the left's been doing it since November 9th. We got to stop Trump. Oh, he's not even president yet. Like they are interviewing, I'm sure y'all saw it, like the interview where the lady was like, we have to like fight. There'll be casualties on both sides. It's like,
yeah.
and it's like, my parents got deported 10 months ago. And it's like, oh, so Trump went back in time and deported your parents before he was president. No, that's Obama. Obama deported your parents.
Nancy Pelosi is minority
Or-
leader again.
Even more accurately, the system that put the laws for deportation in place deported your parents.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't even give that to Obama either. Like the president himself didn't do it. Like someone was doing their job and was following the laws, and those people were breaking the laws in a way that warranted being deported.
I'm glad Pelosi got reelected because she represents the old ways of the Democratic Party that nobody fucking wants. So maybe they'll just keep losing more seats.
Tom Paine confirms that Jesus is gay on The Walking Dead.
Well, he is in the comic book.
Yeah.
It is funny. I don't know if it was Yankee or Matt said in one of his chats, he was like, it's always funny watching when they're talking to Jesus and they're like, Jesus, you gotta listen. It's like, Jesus, what are you talking about?
I wish these cop blocker guys could get their spelling right in their memes.
Well, people have spelling errors and memes. What are you talking about?
Cop block. How many times do I have to tell you? Questioning an officer is disorderly conduct, and you will be arrested on the spot. How many times do I have to tell you? Jesus Christ. Spell check, motherfuckers. Then they were like, they posted a picture of these cops that caught this drug dealer and were like holding him up by his dreadlocks or whatever. And he was crying because he got busted. And They were like, "This is dehumanizing. These pigs are dehumanizing this guy." And I was like, "Aren't you guys dehumanizing police when you call them pigs?" It's exactly what you're doing. It's what everybody does to a perceived enemy to make it so.
Yeah, you dehumanize them, and it's easier to like kill them.
Yeah.
Or want to kill them or cause harm to them.
Yeah, the irony and hypocrisy is very strong with those types of people.
Yep. When your son's name is Allah Akbar and you lose him at the mall. That's a good one. I think I saw that on Instagram too.
I'm hoping maybe like Bob can like rally all his old disgruntled Canadian bros and like somehow vote out Trudeau, because that guy's seriously like pretty much wanted to like suck Castro's dick.
It's a Cuban plant. We just figured that out. He's Castro's son, estranged son.
Someone was saying the other night in Gun Trails how it's like a picture of like Trudeau's mom went down there, and there's like a
Yep.
picture of Castro and Trudeau, and they look almost identical, except one's a little bit darker complexion.
That's where I don't think they look. Maybe their faces together in that one picture might have looked, but there was one picture of Castro and it said "Rest in peace, Liam Neeson," because it was like a picture of Castro that looked exactly like Liam Neeson. It was funny as shit.
I did think it was funny he died on like the day, like the biggest consumer spending day on earth.
What's that a link to, Moon?
That's Castro and what's his face next to each other, Liam Neeson.
Wow, yeah, that is pretty close. I'm saying it's the nose, really, like the way how the nose is like kind of like flat and goes straight down.
Yeah. It was his eyes too. The nose and the eyes. Not this picture of Liam Neeson that's right next to it. Like they didn't do a good matchup.
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people look like a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
sometimes
billions of us.
it's like the little shit, like when you just like, like there's like almost like subconscious, like if something just kind of matches, and then like you ignore all the other stuff that doesn't look the same because like the one thing in your brain's like, oh yeah, it looks the same.
Gavin put the one with Trudeau and Fidel in the outside lobby.
Oh well.
Good times.
Yep.
They're both commies. Liam Neeson and Castro.
Liam Neeson's a commie?
I don't know. He turned into he turned.
He's pretty
He turned-
anti-gun.
He's anti-gun. He's anti. He turned Muslim. I know that.
He's Muslim now?
Yeah.
What's his Muslim name? Mohammed
I don't
Neeson?
Neeson X.
Mm.
Or Liam X.
Yeah, I thought I remembered something about him being one of those, action heroes who's anti-gun. It's like, oh, you mean the thing you made all your money doing? It was like showing how like violence is the way to solve problems and like going around killing bad guys. Like, yeah, those are the things that are evil.
Yeah.
Okay, Liam Neeson, back in December 29th, 2014, Liam Neeson took a trip to Istanbul, and that's when he decided, or he considered converting to Islam. So
Oh,
he might have, or he might
considered
not
it.
have. Yeah. Okay, Liam Neeson confirms I am not converting to Islam. January 13th,
Not converted to
2015.
Islam. Yeah, he's like super anti-gun. He's like, I don't understand your gun laws. Why do you need them?
That's pretty funny. It's a good impression.
I have a certain set of conflict resolution strategies.
He should just stick to like throat punching people and nothing else. Just leave politics out of it.
That's what Marky Mark said today. He was like, I wish these celebrities would shut up about politics.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, I think Marky Mark, just like Bernie Sanders, understands that people don't give a shit about what celebrities think, and that's why Hillary Clinton didn't get fucking elected.
Right.
No, she didn't get elected because she's like pure evil. But
People
Well, I
actually resent it when they're told by a celebrity who to vote for on TV.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck you. Especially if
think
you
that-
weren't going to vote for that person.
I'd say if you're in the middle and you don't know who to vote for, they could sway you.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
But I mean, but that's all what that propaganda is about. I mean, that propaganda isn't about getting someone who's already going to vote for somebody to vote for them again. It's about getting the person in the middle. It's like, oh, you like my movies? Oh, you like my music? Well, just in case you didn't know, I'm voting for this person.
True.
I mean,
Like, I can-
it's a lot more obvious than that, but that's what they're trying to insinuate at.
It's like I consider myself in the middle, but it's like when Matt Damon comes out and says guns are bad, it's like, well, I like guns, so therefore I'm not going to vote for the person who you want me to vote for.
Yeah, but when Ted Nugent comes out there and says guns are fucking awesome, at the same time, I'm like, shut the fuck up, Ted Nugent. You know what I mean? So,
Oh yeah, Mr. Blue, Black and Blue or whatever, and he grabs his fucking balls.
well, he's just a fucking tool. And unfortunately is like the reason I want him to like shut up is because he's the person that all the liberals point to be like, see, therefore every single gun owner is a bloodthirsty crazy person because look, this guy like kills animals for fun and all like
Yeah.
it hits all the nerves for them. Hunter, gun rights.
he's
like-
fucking loose lips, and loose lips sink ships. So,
It's like he owns all this guns and his nickname's the Motor City Madman. That's terrible. He's dangerous. Nah, we just
And
need
his handlers were mean to G-Webs once, so Fuck that guy. But I mean, his music's okay. Like I've listened to his songs. I
We
don't
just
own any of his things, but I listen to it on the radio.
we just need more like Gary Sinise's and Chris Pratt's and Tom Selleck's.
I think we need more normal, like regular people that
I think
like us.
Tombstone is like that movie's full of pro-gun actors.
Oh, Kurt Russell,
Yeah, like Kurt
Is
Russell and
Booth
Shit.
Powers, pro gun.
I'm pretty sure.
He seems like he would be.
Who'd you say? Blue Man Group?
Booth Powers.
Tombstone. Powers Booth.
Tell you what just really drives me crazy is the fucking media. Like 5 minutes after the whole Ohio State thing, they're convinced it's a mass shooter, not thinking that, oh, well, maybe the cop took him out that quick.
Well, I will not fault them for that, honestly, just because they had reports of like 3 or 4 gunshots. Like, okay, I wonder what happened, right? And that was the thing. I knew something was up when they were like, this person heard 3 or 4 gunshots, but they're taking like 7 injured people to the hospital. It's like, oh, wait a minute, like that, because everyone, they interviewed, like students were like calling in, be like, yeah, I heard like a couple of shots or something. It's like, then how'd 7 people get injured?
Plus, the school was the one that went into the Department of Homeland Security alert tweet where they're like, run, hide, fight.
Yeah, it tweeted everyone like, this is the building, active shooter, blah, 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 whatever. And the other thing is, for a long time, the cops never said that they shot the attacker or anything, which, okay, if what happened, which I think this is what happened now, is the gunshots people heard was the cop responding to the attack. They said that he responded within 60 seconds of the attack starting. He must have been standing right the fuck there, which luckily he was. But, okay, so that's great. Good job, buddy. But then, like, hours after, the cops still didn't say, like, the attacker's down, like he's been dealt with or whatever. So you then still have to assume that the shots were not from the cops putting him down, because if it was, then the cops should have been like, oh, yeah, we shot the guy. He's gone now. Like, you're all safe.
I think the cops have to take time and do.
Oh,
They have
yeah.
to clear out a bunch of buildings and stuff like that.
Right, and I
before they
remember saying there was reports that there might be a second attacker. They're not sure. I mean, I understand. Listen, fog of war. You got to figure it out. You don't want to just be like, okay, everything's fine, and then someone else is still a bad guy or whatever. But my only point is, because of that reality, because there were reports, people heard shots fired, like, and that was right around the time that, like, you started hearing people screaming or something, like, because it basically happened as soon as the attack happened. And then you didn't get the response from the cops saying, like, oh, yeah, that was our guy, shooting the bad guy. They kind of had to assume that it was a shooter. So I'm not faulting them for that. I will fault them now when they now go on and say, okay, well, he did use a car and a knife, but we should ban guns because, because their whole thing is like, just a picture, if he did have a gun, it would have been worse. That's their whole line on this. It's like, you can't win. No matter what happens, they're going to want to ban guns. He used a car and a knife. Yeah, but what if he used a gun? It would have been worse. Okay, well, what if that cop wasn't 60 seconds away? It would have been a lot worse. But what if that cop wasn't 60 seconds away, but then you also had a concealed carrier that was nearby? Then it would have been better. Like, we can do what ifs all day. What if he was throwing kittens at people instead of a knife? Well, then people would have been scratched by kittens. Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
That would have been the cutest mass scratching in history.
The fuck that, dude. Cats are evil.
Yeah, cats are evil.
Yeah, see, it fucking got Marco's allergies going. Just mentioning the word. What if there was a kid with asthma who tried to run away and had an asthma attack and died because he didn't have his inhaler because the drug prices went up? Well, then that means that that CEO from 6 months ago should be charged with manslaughter. I mean, we can do what ifs all day fucking long and push whatever agenda you want.
What if you make someone laugh and you make milk come out of their nose and then they have an asthma attack because milk came out of their nose and they died? Murderer.
What if you make someone laugh and milk comes out their nose and hits somebody else who's lactose intolerant and starts melting like the Wicked Witch of the West? Because I'm pretty sure that's what happens. I mean, that's my thing. That's the part that really bugs me, was that, like, okay, it's a shitty thing that happened. Yep. I think we all agree on that. Guy was a bad guy. Great. But you're going to now twist what actually happened and start doing like, well, what if this happened? It would have been worse. Well, you can't prove that it would have been worse if that happened, because what if he did use a gun, but it fucking jammed after one shot? Then that would have been less people hurt than if he had a knife, because a knife doesn't jam, you know? So it's like, there's way too many what ifs.
Did you see that interview with Tucker Carlson? I don't know who he was interviewing, but he's some guy that's like big into the BLM. But they're trying to say that this whole thing's racist because the cop was white and the guy was black.
Yeah, I didn't see the interview, but I did hear someone was talking that they're coming out saying like the cop should have shot him in the leg, or like why.
What happened?
I don't know. He just cut off. Smeggy down.
I think it got too warm and Snuggy started to melt. He was getting too heated in this conversation and melting himself.
He had to go outside to refreeze himself. Yeah, this whole
Fucking
notion, like,
patriarchy.
this whole notion that like, oh, you should have shot him in the leg. It's like, well, you weren't there. Job of a cop is to take out a threat, not shoot.
How about I
someone
shoot you in the tongue so you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, so I stepped on my microphone cord and unpulled it from the computer. So I think I got cut off halfway through, but I think you guys got the gist of what I was trying to say. Right?
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was actually working.
Yeah, but that Tucker Carlson interview is pretty funny because that, like, pretty much halfway through the interview, he's just like, "You're a race baiter," and the other one's like, "No, you're a race baiter." It's like, "You're a white supremacist." He's like, "I don't know where you get that from, race baiter."
Nuh-uh, you are. Nuh-uh. I know you are, but what am I? I mean, that is basically the definition of our, like, talking politics nowadays. Nuh-uh, I know you are, but what am I?
Didn't Trump do that during one of the debates? He was like, "You're crooked." She's like, "No, you're crooked." He's like, "No, you're crooked."
I don't know, probably.
I thought the Colt Expanse didn't have a dust cover or forward assist.
See, that's what I read, but you look at the picture.
It has them on there. It's just it doesn't come with them. It comes with a little plastic cap stuck in the back of the forward assist, and then the dust cover is just missing, so you can add that on later. It's not a slick side upper.
So they just saved a couple little parts to, like...
Well, it might be a different model, too. It says Colt Expanse AR-15 M4 rifle CE 2000. It's on Atlantic Firearms for $749.
$749.
Well, they very well could have done what Smith and Wesson did, and be like, oh hey, we put out this badass rifle really cheap, and then we're gonna change it like all of a sudden without telling anyone to inferior shit.
But aren't like Colts going for like 800, like 850? So for like 50 to 100 bucks more, you get this shit done.
Yeah, you can get like a 6920 for $899
Sounds like 100
sometimes.
Yeah, but is the only difference between the two a forward assist and a dust cover? Because that seems cheaper than $100.
And the hammer, the hammer, maybe the entire lower parts kit's different. The
You
bolt
think
It
carrier,
comes with a rear,
it's all
usually comes with a rear sight or some mag
The-
pull for.
It's obviously
the
not.
barrels-
no
I wasn't
spec.
sure what the difference was. My only point is if the only difference is the fucking forward assist and the dust cover, I'm not losing sleep over not having that.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if this is your first AR and you've never built one, you don't have the knowledge to build, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not interested in building whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Like, and because the person who's really looking to buy the Sporter is looking to buy the gun and that's it and not fuck with it no more. You know what I'm saying? Like who out of us is really gonna buy a Sporter? You know what I'm saying? Like, probably not. Like, you're gonna buy the base model and then dress it up from there. So the person who's willing to buy the Sporter, they just want to buy it just to have it, so they can say that they have an AR, but they want it complete. And little do they know that it's really not a complete rifle per se.
The barrel is 4150 CMV steel, 1-in-7 twist rate, heavy barrel.
I'm 4852.
I don't know if that's different than the original Expanse. Doesn't sound.
I think the original Expanse was nitrided though. It was a 4150 nitrided barrel. I'm pretty sure it just wasn't a regular phosphate. I'm pretty sure I read it was nitrided. So
This the chrome moly vanadium or whatever the fuck the V.
that's just the steel, not the coating. Yeah. So,
Chrome Molly's like the new ecstasy pill.
I heard ecstasy cures PTSD and it's going to be legal as early as 2021.
Except for all of the horrible side effects when you're not on it. It causes like crazy depression because your brain stops making the fucking
Serotonin.
yeah.
Serotonin. Yeah.
Oh, so the fucking gun that I won at Big 3 came through.
Oh yeah.
I got to pick it.
Did you get a lever action?
No, I got a fucking Eagle Imports. It's a turkey gun. It's a Grand Power. Grand Power something. I was supposed to get the fucking compact one.
No. That's made in the Czech Republic.
Really? I
You're
could swear it said turkey on it.
I don't think so.
I think
Grand
so.
Powers or Czech Republic.
Well, so I was supposed to get the compact version of it with a 12-round mag, but I was like, look, just send the mags to Virginia. I'll go pick them up and like send the gun here. And the guy was like, you know, my guy who runs the warehouse is a stickler, and I don't think I can get that to happen. And then he was like, shit, I don't have any 10-round mags for the compact. And I was like, fuck. I was like, so I guess I can't get the gun. He was like, I'll send you the full-size one. I was like, fuck, I really don't want the full size. Whatever, it's a free gun. $60 transfer, and I'll pick it up next week.
Well, they're pretty cool guns. They got rotating barrels and shit.
That's the dope part about it. So honestly, this is my first gun that I have that has a rotating barrel. So as much as I want it as a burner, like a throwaway gun, or maybe something I'll shoot for a little bit and then sell, it's the only one that I have with a rotating barrel.
So since when did guns become Pokemon? You gotta catch them all. You gotta have one of each type.
Since when haven't they?
I know it's
Well,
just it's
Before
interesting.
Pokemon, there were guns, and I had to have them all. I don't know. I'll probably keep it for a little bit, shoot it, and then fucking sell it. I got a Blue Label coupon too. I just told my FFL to order me a fucking Blue Label 19 MOS. But you know how those things go. Like it'll probably be like 6 months before he fucking gets that thing in on a Blue Label. You ever
They
try to
put
buy?
the MOS on the blue label?
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. You ever try to pick up like a 34 or 35 on the Blue Labels? Like when you want it, you'll never find it. But then like when you stop looking for it, like they're everywhere.
Nah, I only got 2 coupons. I haven't even used them.
I'll be so pissed if I get this 19 and fucking like a shot show like they release a fucking 23 MOS. I'd be so pissed. I think I should just wait till after shot, just in case. Can y'all hear that beeping? Somebody smoke alarm's going on.
So what did he send you? A K100 gram power?
I guess so. I don't know.
I got different ones like
They were like,
P1, a P1. Some of them have like cuts in the slide. I'm looking at their website.
matter of fact, I need to get on that email account and respond back to them.
Can't zoom in.
Enhance. Chicka, 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 chicka. Enhance. Chicka, 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 chicka. Just print the damn picture.
Tap on the picture and it makes it smaller. What the fuck? Oy.
Oh man.
So Liam Nielsen is also a child of Fidel Castro?
Could be. Like his first kid.
I'd buy that. Well, I don't know. Like, how old's Liam Nielsen? Like maybe 55? So Castro died at 90, so that means like, yeah, like Castro could have had him in his 40s. Like, I buy that. I don't know. Is that how old Liam Nielsen is? Is like 55, something like that? That's just my guess. I don't know. He could be like 60. I don't.
The Grand Power manufactured in Slovakia. So it's like right in between there, Turkey and the Czech Republic.
So it's like a turkey check gun?
I guess.
Checker.
I know Classic Firearms used to advertise them as Czech Republic.
Awesome. Oh shit, wrong count.
I like how the FMK pistol, the MSRP is $7.99, and the special price is $2.99.
Now I can't remember if this is the same distributor or not, but somebody out there, Big East, had a 3011. That shit was savage.
What was that? What's the 3011?
Double stack 10 mil.
Oh,
Yeah. That was dope. Heavy as fuck when it was fully loaded. What I didn't like about the fucking gun that they gave me was that it fucking has the serial number on the fucking barrel.
yeah. A lot of guns from far away are like that.
You figure I don't know why they do it, because you figure like if anything, like they manufacture their guns to our spec since we probably have the bigger market for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess their home country like requires it.
Well, it's not their country. It's that CIP. It's like their standard over there, and every barrel has to be marked with the caliber and the serial number, or every part or something. All my CZs are like that. My Walthers are like that. My
Word.
HKs are like that. Yeah.
And what's funny, it's like have you ever seen like a lone wolf barrel?
Yeah.
So it's like cut in, kind of like how like like an AR lower is, how it's like not just acid etched, but like cut in. So it's cut in like on the barrel, plus it's acid etched. So like if you were to run like, let's say like a patch over it, the patch is gonna like rough, like like you can get like fuzz balls all over.
Yeah.
And so like, wow, I was like, why would you do that on a? And plus, like, why would you make that rough like texture there on something that's a rotating barrel that's going into the slide like that? I don't know, it was weird.
Maybe they wanted the extra friction to slow down dwell time or something like that. Maybe it was designed into the system.
Yeah, but if you're causing friction like that, you're eventually going to wear that friction out on the slide, and it's not going to be there for long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I can't think why. Usually the gun company that's been around long enough is like, no, we want stuff smooth and
Yeah.
slick. Like, I don't know.
But it's dope. It's
Should ask them, dude. Like, that's the kind of thing people really like to know about, want to know about. Is like, why the fuck would a gun company do this type of shit? And then someone actually asks them and gets an answer. Like, that's cool shit.
That's dope. That's a good video idea.
I'm just saying, like, I like to hear about shit like that,
It's probably of no consequence, and they just don't feel like, or they don't want to spend the extra resources to finish.
But it actually
off
costs some
all
money
fancy.
to put it on there.
Yeah, it seems like they're going through a whole extra process. That's what it sounded like to me.
It's a protective. If you're talking about the whole barrel is like rough.
No, it's just that one. I wish I would have taken a picture of it. Should have.
Because some of it's carburization, where it's like a process where they stick the steel barrel in those foreign countries. It's like a raw steel barrel, right? It's like raw. There's no coating on that barrel.
It looks so it might be raw, but it looks like somewhat polished. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look raw. It looks like it was treated or at least finished. But like I said, like right at the hood of the slide right there, it's dug in engraving, like super deep dug in, and then acid etched to make it like rough. You know what I'm saying? It's weird.
Yeah. It probably just
It would definitely look prettier if it was like, you know what I'm saying? Like if they had to do it just because like their country rules or whatever, it would definitely look better if it was, you know, slightly engraved and not, you know, acid etched to make it rough on top.
yeah. Just run some sandpaper over it. Just put a bunch of rounds through it. It'll smooth out.
Make it happen, Captain.
I think Classic even sells them anymore.
Check that link I just tagged you in, Moon. Like, know how we were having the chat the other day, like G-Webs was, about like stickers on your car, wearing shirts and all that? Like, that kind of directly relates to that. Like, some crazy nut job out there like that. Oh, look, he has a gun sticker on his car. Like, I'm going to kill that guy. Like, or run him off the road, or like, you know?
Look at this old fuck. We must approach this problem like revolutionaries. First, we kill every NRA member who has a sticker on their car or house, and then we set bombs at all gun shows, and then assassinate all politicians who take bribes from the NRA lobbyists. Wow.
We have a print that works. I mean, I think he meant to say blueprint that works because it does in the Middle East. Watch and learn, and then do the right thing for the innocent. So he's saying go out and kill innocent gun owners for innocent people. Like, see that, like that guy, like comes out and says sticker on a car, dude, and like that's the type of guy. Like, he might not have the balls to assassinate you or shoot you or something, but he could try to run you off the road or some shit like that, cut you off, make you, you know, I mean.
Well, the fact is that it's printed, and because you're reading it, you know somebody else is reading it. The fact that somebody read it, I mean, like, not saying that they're forcing them to commit the act, but I mean, it's like saying, oh, like, you know, fucking a 14-year-old is pretty cool. Like, you say it enough, people are gonna start believing it's kind of cool, and it's not.
Yeah. Well, did you
Well,
see
like that guy, I hope the FBI is knocking on that guy's door right now, is
Definitely.
what I really hope. You know, because like this is pretty much a threat, you know, to say to kill every NRA member, to assassinate politicians, to set bombs at gun shows. You know, like to come out and say that, that's pretty much like I'm taking that as a fucking threat, man. I really hope the FBI is knocking on this guy's door.
Do you think this guy was listening to the Daily Gun Show yesterday when we were talking
Dude,
about
that's what I'm saying. Like,
gun stickers on our cars?
that's what I'm saying. Like, I swear to God, you know who this might be? This might be Old Skid. Like,
I think the guy was just referring to NRA stickers, but.
Oh man.
like, no wonder why we haven't heard it from Old Skid in a while. Like, there you go.
What I used to do, like, for example, like back when I had like a bunch of Every Second Matters patches and a bunch of like gun channel patches, like extra ones or whatever, keep a couple extra in my car, and like at least like in the Maryland like area, like once you get out to like the suburbs, you don't see too many NRA stickers. Maybe like downtown, like honestly, you might see a couple, but simply because of a bunch of government offices or whatever, government employees, and they're probably like FBI agents or whatever. I don't know, like some Secret Service dude or whatever. But like, so out here like in the suburbs, like if I see a dude out in Maryland and he has an NRA like sticker like in his decal car, and I pull up to him in a red light, I probably gave out like 5 or 6 pat, and it was super, like, they were so sketched out because I'm a brown dude walking up to their car at a red light, knocking on their, like, tapping on their window. I'm like, here, I want to give, like, here, I want to.
Were they like, no, thanks. I don't need my
No, like-
windshield washed. No, thanks.
No, like, yeah, like they were like, no window wash. They were like, I was like, yo, relax. Like, I was like, bro, you're 2A, right? And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, you're pro Second Amendment. He's like, yeah. I was like, here you go. Here's a patch. But they would look at each other, like, they wouldn't roll down the window. It was funny as shit.
I like your guerrilla marketing. I'm gonna start doing that, man. Get all my Every Second Matters and Gun Channels, cards and shit. Put them in the little baggies with some type of patch. I did that for my neighbor across the street when I found out he was into guns. We were at
to send you the stuff. Break them off a little bit for the cards and whatnot. But
I have a handful. That's what I was getting at. Is because he always tosses in 3 or 4 when I buy a patch from him. And,
yeah, same here. I even bought that bigger bulk pack of like some bigger cards. Like the more cards and stuff from them. Yeah. And every time I go to my gun stores, I ask, hey, can I leave a couple of these here by the register for people and stuff? And then they've all let me do it. So.
But yeah, so when I found out he was a gun dude and he carries a Glock, I was like, okay, hold on a second. So hop the fence, run back to my house, and I keep all those little plastic baggies that the patches come in anyways. So it's like the perfect little size for a couple of business cards. So I tossed in, like I said, Gun Channels and Every Second Matters. And then I gave him a Glocktober patch. And I think I gave him something else, some other sticker I had laying around. I forget what it was.
I really regret giving out the Glocktober patches because I had a bunch of them. I maybe had like 12 of them. I regret giving them out because look, at least that Gen 2 one is probably my favorite one, and I don't have any more to give out.
I regret being stubborn and not wanting them the first couple of years because I'm like, well, I have a Glock. I don't care about Glocks, whatever. But then I got some of the ones from last year, and now I got some from this year coming my way, and it's like, crap. I really wish I had the first ones because now I have an incomplete set. I'm very upset.
I'm embarrassed about the first one. Oh,
I have a date on it. I know you love dates.
Well, put it like this: like from a selling perspective, I don't mind a date on it. The thing is, if you're making a limited run and your intention is to make a profit off of it, you're limiting your window of sales.
Well, yeah, but the hope is that it's, people that want to have a complete thing that will get it every year. And yeah, it's a limited run, but hopefully the demand is more than you made, so that people buy it like in the first day, and then it's
do you know how cool one-off patches are too? Like, do you know how cool it is? Like, like G-Webs did that one-off Glocktober patch that sold for $150. So like, I don't know, like one-off patches, like when you're the only guy that has this patch, or like maybe 1 out of 10 guys, stuff like that. That shit's like really cool, man.
Yeah, but look how stupid you look when you wear like the 1989 brown, whatever championship T-shirt.
We've had this discussion before. I think that's cool because it proves, like, yeah, dude, like I remember when the Wings won back-to-back, dude. I have a back-to-back T-shirt that has the years, because they're fucking awesome. Like, I have the 2002 championship thing, like that's, and I got no problem still wearing that. It's not a problem at all because it's celebrating something. It's like, oh yeah, I remember when they won the cup back then. That was cool. But that's okay. We can disagree. We don't always have to have the same mindset.
Well, it also can be a statement like, oh, look, like the Broncos, for example, are in the Super Bowl again, right? And I'm wearing my, 20-year-old Super Bowl shirt of the Broncos, and I'm like, look, like I didn't just jump on the fucking bandwagon, like.
Yeah, no, I mean,
right. I wear my Lions Super Bowl clothes all the time. But then I always get arrested for indecent exposure. I don't know why.
Please, I totally agree with you guys. But if you look at the overall potential ability to sell and close out sell out of your product, it limits you. I
definitely agree with you there. You're definitely right there. My point is that it is just kind of cool and neat. To have one-offs and stuff like that, or limited edition stuff, right?
And so let's say, we'll use easy numbers or whatever. Let's say you have 100 of the thing. You're right. You have to sell them right away, and maybe, you sell 50 of them like that next day, especially like a championship thing. Everyone rushes out like the week after and buys it. Okay, great. But now you have, 50 left you still have to buy. And maybe the next couple weeks, like some people buy a couple, like, oh yeah, I need one of those. Then after a while, you get to that point, it's like, well, it's been a while. I got to sell these like, half off or 60% off, or like, you have to start doing like closeouts to move them. Now, if you, for whatever reason, have some type of following, especially with like the patches and stuff, like there are people that will do a limited run patch and the shit sells out like that night. Like, because there's a demand for 1,000, but you only printed 100.
Yeah.
In which case, then you charge whatever the fuck you want, and you make a killing on it. But you're right, you only sell those 100. It's a certain strategy. And that's, I think if you have a good mix, if you have some things like that, and then you have other stuff that's just like you have a bunch of, and it's timeless, like you could sell that 10 years from now and it'd still be cool, then you get a bunch of those too. And you can, supplement, like you have your standard, and then you have like these little, rushes where you sell a bunch of shit like right then and there. So, and that's just an inventory management thing. You need to know your demand and plan your supply accordingly.
I mean, like, if you're gonna put a year on it, I definitely agree that you should undersupply whatever your known demand is.
Or at least, like, if you go over a little bit, be conscious that you have to make enough margins on like the first half that you can sell the second half.
Ride out the second half.
Yeah. Because, I mean, shit, dude, I don't know, if you got stuff laying around like the year after, blow that shit out for $10. Like, who cares? Something super cheap.
You almost have to at that point.
Right. So you just there has to be a known thing that, like, you might, be liquidating some of this. Now, the problem comes is if you get 100 things and you sell 10 of them and you blow out 90 at below cost, well, then that didn't work. And so you need to not do that again. But I don't know. It's all business shit, I've been watching a lot of businessy stuff lately. I really like this show, The Profit. I've talked about it a bunch before, but
I've seen that joint.
Dude, it's a good show. I like it.
I'm 100% in control.
Yeah. Well, because a lot of times, like, the people have good stuff. They just, like, suck at business a little bit. So he's like, I got to be in control so we can, like, get this shit on track. And then he turns it back over to them, and then they, run their business.
He doesn't turn it back over to me. He still has, like, 30% out of it.
Well, he still owns it, but I'm saying he doesn't, like, he's not as hands-on. Do you know how many businesses that dude owns? Like, he's not hands-on on all of them. He's got shit to do. So for a week,
you know what show I don't like? What's the other show that now comes on right after him? The Tillman Fertitta joint.
I don't know. That's the only one I've watched.
No, it's $1 million or whatever, or
$1 million buyer. Yeah, I've never seen it.
I think he's corny as fuck. I think he'd be lowballing them too, though. Like businesses that make like $5 million a year, be like, I'll give you $600,000 to fix it, and take like 40%.
Yeah, but you can't say that's lowballing just because they might have sales of 5 million, but they don't have profits of 5 million. That's why the fuck they're calling him for help. Like a lot of times they're losing money on that 5 mil even.
Yeah.
So, but that's what investors do. That's the whole point. You have something that they want right now, and the reason you invest is because in the future, when they're doing well, you'll get your money back plus some. That's the whole point. And who knows, maybe 10 years down the road, they buy him out because they're doing awesome. And so he gets fucking, a couple $1 million and he gives back the 40%. I mean, that's something that happens in business all the time. Options to buy out your investors and shit. Or they sell the company to a different company and, they keep whatever percentage of the money and he gets that percentage of that money. That's the other thing to do is you grow a business up just big enough to sell. and then whoever owns that percentage gets that percentage of the sale price, and you just sell it to Google or you sell it to, you know, whatever, Walmart or like whichever big company. It depends on what type of company you are.
Yep, you are old as shit because you were there in 1989.
I was alive in 1989, but I don't know what you guys are talking about that I was there at.
Baxter Building.
So has anyone heard anything new coming out of SHOT other than the Ruger?
There's a new Ruger.
Was it like the LC9, like the version 2 or whatever?
No.
I thought that was already out
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah, no, I mean it's out now.
There's the CZ P10C,
Yeah, that's one that Mac did.
Glock Gen 5, maybe. I don't know. Can't remember.
Well, I think that's the thing, is that it will be a surprise when it comes out.
But at least now, like you start hearing like drips of like a campaign. You know what I'm saying? Like within the next like 2 weeks, you'll start hearing like, oh, this will be released at SHOT Show or something new at SHOT Show.
They should have saved the Saint for SHOT Show so we could all be disappointed together. They built that shit up so much, and it's like, oh, it's an AR like the other 10,000 ARs in the world.
I didn't really care because I wasn't paying attention to their marketing, and it was Springfield, and I really didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, no, I didn't have any. Exactly, I didn't have any. I hadn't really heard about it till people were talking like they're going to announce it like tonight. Like I heard about it like the day before they announced it. So it was like in one of these chats, and then like at midnight, it like officially became live, and so we all looked at it like, oh, this is that thing I heard about 5 hours ago. Neat, I guess. But it was just funny because then when like people were showing me all the commercials and stuff, and it was all like CrossFit people and stuff, like the Saint is what we need. But it's like, okay, so it's for
No,
a bunch of like trendy people. I'm confused.
There's some IG people on there, like Second Amendment Mommy was on there.
It's for people who want a BCM but don't want to pay for a BCM.
Well, the thing that blows me is that it's fucking. Honestly, like me personally, because I would accessorize any AR that I would get. I'm not a fan of buying an AR that's already dressed up.
What it's for is it's for people who already own a Springfield XD or 1911 and they want an AR that matches. That's what it's for. All for Springfield Armory fanboys. That's all that gun's for. And they
buy the lower. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, get it with a plastic handguard and throw a fucking Dana Defense rail on there or a Geisley rail on there. The trigger you're going to replace probably more likely. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can think of 80% of I don't know, of what they're charging me extra for. If it was above bare bones, I'm going to end up replacing.
Well, like you said, there are just those types of people that want to, they want to buy a custom thing
that's done,
like from the place. Yeah. So
yeah,
they don't have to do that.
They want that Springfield Armory name. Like, that's what they want. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I mean, a lot of guys that they love to have like a Colt AR and a Colt 1911, right? Or whatever. Or they wish Glock made a rifle, or or they wish Glock. I've heard a lot of people say, "I wish Glock made an AR." Like, so how come Glock doesn't make a polymer lower? Like, I bet it would be awesome. Like, I've heard tons of people say that. So like, people like shit that matches. And
that's a good point. There's a lot of Glock fanboys out there. They probably would do pretty well.
I'm not saying anything about that, but I mean, if you think about the more successful AR companies, they're the ones that let you build it up the way you want it. I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can just buy the logo and then go from there.
Ah!
Oh, shit, sorry. Sorry, man. I thought I was muted.
Dead
Sorry.
Horse is over there
Fucking
murdering
Blue Eyes
our
Cavity over there and shit.
Dead Horse has got to grind up his weed, dude. Stuffing his weed into a coffee grinder.
That doesn't work that well.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not all into that customizing stuff no mo.
I'm just never happy with with the ones that come complete and done. I'm just never happy with what's always on there. They're like, oh look, this is great, but the fucking handguard sucks, blah blah blah. And I'm paying $200 more for this stupid handguard that I don't even want. That's the way I look at it. But then I'm also the type of person that would, make the effort and fucking buy part by part and get it the way I wanted it, versus I guess the majority of the people that just want it, like that one-time shopper that just wants it done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll use Noveski as an example. Everything that comes on the Noveski Afghan, I'm mad happy with it. There's nothing I would change out. I like that rail. I like the pistol grip, and I like the buttstock that comes on it. So it's that's already set and done from the factory, and there's nothing I'd really change with it. However, if I was buying an LE 6920 or some shit like that, I would have to change out the handguard and the stock and all that jazz because I just don't like those.
But then at the same time, once again, how I said, think about the more successful AR platforms / brands. Noveski, I can go out there and buy a Noveski lower.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then customize it my way. If Springfield only sells the way it was delivered, I don't see them being successful in the AR market.
Well, would you say Colt is successful in the AR market?
Yeah, because they'll sell you a plain Jane. If it's plain Jane with plastic handguards, the A2 grip, and the fucking the mil spec. I guess.
Did you watch any of the Saints commercials?
Yeah.
The hype.
No.
Now, do you really think that they were marketing that gun towards people that like to dress up their ARs or change things or alter them, or do you think that they were marketing it towards the person that just buys one and takes it home and keeps it just bone stock the way it is?
I'll tell you.
I don't think they were marketing towards people who are into customizing and buying different grips and rails, and I don't think they were marketing it towards those people at all.
I'll ask you the same question in a different way. Do you think they marketed the Saint to the one and only time buyer of an AR-15, or to the person who already has 2, 3?
Oh, the first time buyer for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely an entry
maybe.
level.
Well, I would definitely say
getting at
it's
with
better
that.
than entry level. I would definitely say it's a little bit better than entry level.
Well, I'd say that's because standards have changed since 10 years ago. An entry level AR was a carbine with a 16-inch barrel. Now this has a mid-length gas system. It's got all BCM parts. It's got established stuff on it.
Exactly.
I don't
It's
know.
not just a real plain Jane like Anderson or something.
I would say, if we can jump into cars a little bit, because it's there are gearheads that buy cars and then swap out all the stuff and make their engines great or whatever. But there are also guys that just buy, like the SVT Mustang or whatever. So it's that. I think this is more, maybe it's not that custom or whatever, but it's this would be going to the car show and instead of buying the base model, you get the XL model or whatever. You get the little bit nicer trim, So it's coming from the factory with a little bit nicer stuff than a regular, whatever. But that's not stuff that you're not the type of person that'd be changing all that shit out anyways.
I feel you while your analogy totally makes a lot of logical sense. Financially, you're missing the gap where, let's say, the price tag between the basic, Chrysler is 10 grand more for the SVT. I don't think you can pull off all the dash trimmings and motor extra for the 10 grand that you're not paying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, how much is the Saint going for though? Like what price
Was it
point's it at?
89?
$7.99.
Yeah, so 8.
Oh, then yeah, so
Well,
that
retail was $8.99, right? But yeah, I think it was pretty much going for $7.99. Is that correct?
Yeah.
okay, so then that's almost even better. I mean, that's like getting yeah, it's the price range, that's right around, you might be able to get like a super cheap one for less than that, but that's
And it
not
comes with the
nowhere
rear
near
sight.
expensive.
You know,
for
it comes
AR.
with the rear sight. Has upgraded grip and hand guards.
Yeah.
An updated stock. It's it's for the first time buyer or whatever, like the yoga instructor out there or the ballet dancer, like yeah, like that's a perfect first AR for them.
I mean, how much do you think you could build that rifle for? Like, is BCM stuff really expensive or anything? Or
Schwell did a
No.
video. I think Schwell did a video. I can't remember. I really think Schwell did a video. It was like, I think he priced it out, and it was like a 15-minute video, so I ended up not watching it. But Schwell did a video where you can I think he priced it out to see if you could just build a BCM for the same price.
You could if you buy like all the standard. If you don't get the cold hammer forged barrel or nothing like that. If you get like the lowest, like the most basic BCM standard stuff, you might be able to build one for $700, $800.
Except for when it came to the lower. So
yeah, the
you
lower
pay a
sometimes
premium
it's like
for BCM lower.
$425.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's finished lower. It comes with the PNT trigger. Comes with all the
Well, they also
fighter stock and the gunfighter grip.
the Saint rifle also has a Noveski hole on it, so you can tighten the tension between your upper and lower.
Yeah, that's stupid. Noveski should fit their upper and lowers better, so they don't need that shit.
But yeah, my shop was selling them for $8.99, and
I wish a lot of things in life had a hole in it so I can tighten it up. Hey Moon, did you see that I bought 11 bottles of Eagle Rare?
No. What's it on Instagram?
Tis the season, bro. Tis the season.
What'd you do? They got them in and you bought them all?
This one store. There's like 10 stores in my county that had it.
Oh.
I went to one and I was like, "Do you have a case?" Like, I don't know. How many on the shelf? I was like, 5. And it says you have 11. That means you should have a case in the back. There, and he lollygagged. He's like, I don't know. I was like, can you please go check? And he finally went to go ask his manager. He's like, yeah, I think there's one in the back. He brought me the case. I was already at the front counter with the 5. I was like, I'll take them all. Give them to me.
Oh, shit. That's a lot.
Shit happens.
I guess a bottle lasts me 3 nights.
Yeah, but how many? Yeah, but how many nights in a week can you get down?
No,
Exactly.
it's not. Yeah.
So a bottle will last me 2 nights, but I can get 3 nights in a week.
Well, maybe I guess 3 nights in a week. I did that last year with the larceny.
But I get it in like every week. I get like 2-3 nights in every week.
Yeah, I don't drink no more
Oh, what?
yet.
There's always
I haven't
next.
drank. I haven't drank since earlier this year.
There's always next year. And next year is right around the corner.
Yeah, I got to make a New Year's resolution to drink more.
You should.
Wait, there's a show on right now?
Isn't Matt supposed to be going live pretty soon?
Well, I got an alert that Jimmy's
competing with our lobby, man.
Night Strike and Heavy and Raphael,
Who's Jimmy?
the more early watch guy who does early watch.
Watchers? That's my boy.
And apparently the name of the chat's Google sucks balls.
Did
Well, that's stupid because I'm guessing that's just like technical updates. They're just like fixing things and stuff. So
That's
you
what I
can't
thought.
You can't chat for a day. Hold a protest.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was.
did
I
that.
mean, it's Trump's
I-
American out, boy.
I'm the only one out here who's pulled a 24-hour chat. Holla at me.
Yeah, I was in.
Record
I was
setting.
in part of that. It's one
I
where
remember that. I don't think I was joining chats back then.
You weren't.
I think I listened to like 20 hours of that though. Like I was
Dude,
around
that's
that
the
whole
one.
time.
That's the one where Bob fell asleep. It's awesome.
And no, that's the one where Bob fell asleep and his cat almost ate him.
His cat was trying to suck his soul out.
I wish I could.
I
find
thought
that.
his cat was like trying to screw his face. That's what I always heard. That his cat was trying to
sat
hump
over
his face.
shoulder and was like looking
Face
down
fucker.
his throat as he slept open mouth. It looked like he was gonna fuck his face.
That's what I always heard. That's what people have. I don't even think I've ever seen that chat, but people have always told me like, oh, like the chat
It's
where
still-
Bob's
it's still
cat
on
tried
my
to fuck
personal
his face was epic.
It's still up on my personal account. Just
Yeah.
just the closing one where he falls. So I shut down all like 20 earlier hours, but the one like where he falls asleep in, I left that one up just because it's so epic. But if you can find it, you'll be okay.
And then the first 8 hours, you had what the fuck? Zimmerman, your friend Zimmerman on.
Oh, my boy George, he called me earlier today. This fucker for Black Friday bought himself the ALG Magwell and the ALG 6-second mount, and now he's out there looking for an RMR. And he's
Oh, you're
mad that
supposed
he
to
can't
George
put an aim
Zimmerman,
point on it.
like the George Zimmerman.
The second mount.
Put this, if you can
This is
ever
twin
find, if you can Google search, so YouTube search George Zimmerman shoots a Glock, and it's probably my video. It's probably my personal, like that's my personal account. And you'll probably my boy George Zimmerman shoots a Glock.
Okay, it's not just some guy with the same name, right? It's like the George Zimmerman. Is what I'm asking.
Doesn't have the same name. He has the same DNA.
Damn. Okay, that's cool. Fuck, I didn't know anyone knew someone like famous. So you knew all about him trying to sell his gun and all that shit, and like you were.
So what's funny? So my friend, like my best shooting buddy, looks exactly like him. But I can remember meeting George Zimmerman at a family function when I was maybe like 7 or 8. So when he was young, he was out here in Northern Virginia, and I knew a Chilean family out in Northern Virginia. That's a very good family friend of my family, and I know for a fact I went to at least one function with him because that family was really cool with his mom, and his mom is Peruvian. Peru is right next to Chile, so they were like good friends. So I know for a fact I've seen him.
Protest. We should burn a YouTube flag.
Has anyone got
Burn a
one of them
Google
YouTube awards for like 1,000 views or whatever? Like burn that shit, that little play button.
What's the big deal? Are people getting demonetized or something?
No, the
Yeah,
Hangouts
I'll
ain't
just
working for
burn
a
my
lot of
gold
people.
play button.
When G-Webs hit 100,
What happened? No, all right. So somebody tell me what changed. What happened?
hit
I broke up.
100. Get up. The chat, half people heard them in hand. I don't know. People are having a hard time starting chats.
People are having a hard time. I can't figure out what the problem. They don't want you to tell me what the problem is. I can't hear it.
Okay, you can't start the Hangouts on air. A lot of people are having trouble like starting the chat.
Really?
Yeah, like I can't do it. Moon was able to earlier. That's why this one's working. And I guess Jimmy figured out a way to get his to work, but Matt's saying he's not having a chat tonight because he can't get his to work.
It's probably just a bug. Give it like YouTube has done major changes where like it really fucked people up for like a day or two, maybe 3. But these changes usually come. What time of year do they usually come? Is it like October? I'm way off. It's either October or August. When did Google Plus come out? What time of year? Does anybody remember?
August of 2012,
You're lying.
or a little earlier. The beta was like
How the fuck do you know that off
beginning
the
of
top of your head?
2012 or something.
You're a Google plant if you know that off the top of your head.
I remember. I remember the first. I remember everything. I remember GWeb started up a live hangout, and it was like right before it was the summer of the Colorado
Hey, Moo.
for Sandy Hook.
Hey, Moo. If I can convince a range to rent me out like a part of their range, like a booth of their range.
I remember I did the beta. I joined the Google Plus beta like a year before it went live.
Hey, Moon, if I can get a range to throw me a party, and I can get Atlantic, Firearms from Ocean City to come down and bring some full autos, would you drive down and shoot for the day?
Yes,
You have to bring your own ammo.
it's fine.
Okay. You don't have weekends off, do you? Like you have like random days in the week?
Yeah, I got weekends off.
Okay, so it'd have to be a weekend then.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to throw myself a birthday bash. Like instead of going to the club and being slutty, like buying bottles, like fuck it, like we're gonna get slutty at a range and do it up.
Nice. Yeah, make that happen. That'd be fucking sick. And then we could say the East Coasters finally had a GC Gun Channel shoot on Marco's birthday, bitches.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I've shot in Missouri with Gun Channels people, and I've shot in California with Gun Channels people.
We didn't shoot in Kentucky.
We did not shoot in Kentucky.
We should have. Fuck, we should have done that.
Yeah.
We could have done that too. There were a bunch of gun shops like right down the street. I guarantee you one of them had at least like one lane down there to go shoot.
Well, I mean, I think part of it, because I didn't get into like dinner time Friday night or whatever. Then Saturday was kind of all NRA show. And then if you remember, like I only went in the morning on Sunday, then I drove back home. So it's like, if anything, like Sunday afternoon would have been a good time to go shooting.
No, but you were shit
Second
faced.
half of the show, but
You were shit faced by the end of Saturday too. Remember?
by the end of Saturday night, yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
we didn't start drinking until like we got back to the hotel or whatever on
I'm not talking
Saturday.
about shit face as far as drink. I'm talking about like shit face, like allergies or whatever. Like you had to sit down for a little bit. Remember? You're like,
Oh yeah, no, I
I'm
was
sick."
fucked, dude. Yeah, I had a migraine kicking like crazy on Saturday.
Yeah.
You know what what it was. I found out, like, I figured out when we were out at dinner. It's like when you're in that show, you're always looking like far away.
And
Like
there's so
your
many
eyes
people
are
watching.
focused like 2 lanes over. Because when we were sitting at the restaurant and I was like talking to you guys, I was fine. And then I looked up at the TV that was across the restaurant and I felt like my eye muscles like refocusing, and then my headache got worse. So I'm like, oh, it's like eye strain from like trying to focus far away and shit.
I'll never forgive myself for allowing you to pull out a Geisley patch and I actually posted that picture. I was so mad at myself after G-Webs called me out on it. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Much less you. I'm more mad at myself.
Yeah, I fucked that one.
Yeah, you did.
Especially because
That's the biggest gun channels party foul I can ever think of.
I know. I should have just used the regular Gun Channels one, but I was like, oh, I got the fucking brown one. Like, I'm cool.
It was like the
And
green
I didn't
one,
realize
too.
that it wasn't a Gun Channels brown one.
The brown and green one, I think is the dopest other one. That
That
I
was
got
my
that.
whole thing. Like,
I got that
that was
green
my
brown
bad
game.
for shooting for the
That's-
stars.
it's like brown and green, right? That's just dope.
Yeah.
That was my bad, but I didn't have that. I don't have the brown one in my car. Like, that's the only brown G I had in my car is the the Geisley
Didn't I
one.
leave you with another patch? I think I gave you like a PVC every second. I gave you like an extra one that you didn't have. I'm like, here, put it on your car. I gave you
maybe.
one that you didn't have a gun channel. A PVC. I don't know. There was something that you were missing. That's like the same one that you already have, but you didn't have like another gen of it. And I was like, here, take it.
Yeah, I forget which one. You're right. Yeah, I forget which one it was though.
That was right before you left. That was right before lunch.
Yeah.
You drove us in your car, and I remember I just stuck it on your ceiling.
Yeah, I like that the inside of my car got Instagram famous. You're like, that's how gun channels roll. You took a picture of all my patches.
We go hard in the motherfucking paint, bro. We go hard.
Yeah, dude, I got to do an updated picture because I got a shit ton more now since then even.
So my patch panel that I bought 2 30-inch patch panels, and one of them's almost full. I haven't bought any nails. That's my problem. Is that I thought I could hang it on thumbtacks, but the shit is so fucking heavy. Thumbtacks ain't holding that shit. So I need like legit nails. And I only need like 3 of them, but I don't want to buy 100 of them. What the fuck am I gonna do with like 97 nails?
Well,
Can't you go to a hardware store like a mom and pop one and just like pick out 3 nails out of a bin?
I can't think of a single mom and pop store that.
You don't have any.
Just go steal a set of nails from like a housing complex getting built or some shit.
Yeah, I'm about that life. I'm gonna steal it from the projects just to go hard.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck yeah.
yeah, I think I'll wait for my van life order to come in. Then when I put all those patches up, I'll take an updated picture.
I haven't bought a van. I need to buy a van life patch.
Well, I don't know if there is one that's. Well, I guess there's the gun show loophole van or whatever.
No, there's the one
What?
where he has the patch. Well, it's a prototype. I don't know if he sold any of them, but the one of like like his dog sitting in the driver's seat, he's taking a picture of it, and like in the sunset, he made a patch out of that.
Oh, did he? I
Yeah.
don't think I've seen that.
Well, no,
I got the dog, which is like from that picture. He pulled out just the dog part of it.
We'll put it like this: he made a I've seen a picture of the patch itself. I don't know if he's produced more than the one for himself.
Oh, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Because I have the gun show loophole ones. I got the pit crew, the breakfast one, the dog one, the chair against the wall. I got all that shit.
I have the chair against the wall. I don't have any of the donuts.
Also, anyone need a LaRue mount for a EOTech?
No, I'm anti LaRue.
Oh, okay.
Tell them why you're anti-LaRue.
Because LaRue canceled all of Maryland's orders when the build passed. When our assault weapons build passed, they canceled all orders. So like while everyone was buying, the frenzy was hot and heavy, even federally. So the federal one crashed first, and then like 2 weeks later, Maryland passed like their own state one. And so like 2 weeks later, they canceled all of Maryland. Like it was bad.
They still had time to give them to everybody. They
Like,
still had
yeah, I mean, like, please, the law passed in like April. It wasn't going into effect until like October. And if anything, like they should have canceled other people's orders to fulfill those for, I don't want to say canceled them, but postponed other people's orders to fulfill those first. You know what I'm saying? Like that's some legit shit.
That's like what didn't Magpul do that to like Colorado? They're like, we're gonna give all priority to Colorado, and then everyone else will get theirs whenever we feel like it.
Yeah,
I think it could be good either way. I mean, for the people,
I would say like whenever we catch up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold on now. Is LaRue based out of Colorado or based out of Maryland?
Based out of Texas.
Okay, then. The whole thing with the Magpul thing was they were based out of Colorado, and that's why they're like, we're going to take care of our place first and then deal with the rest of you motherfuckers.
Yes, but once you knew the federal law did not pass and like 3 or 4 states fell after that, don't you think as a company you'd be like, listen, if you're from those 3 or 4 states, I'm going to send you your order first?
I think it's either or.
States are dead to me now. So
yeah, here's the thing, and that's one of the things that it sucks for you. I agree, but
like you're not going to fight.
Maybe that kicked some of the people's in the ass to be like, oh, maybe we should fight now. Like, I don't know. Maybe it didn't. Maybe they're just like, oh, fuck it, whatever. I don't care still. But that's
It's like
I don't
trying
know
to
how do you wake up people that like don't care. And I'm not talking you because I know you care and you were active in it and you did what you could. But you got to get other people moving too. And sometimes negative consequences kicks people in the ass and gets them to do something.
Yes, but then at the same time, there's like coming from an anti-gun state and seeing a lot of people that I know that own guns and still voted for Hillary right now. The biggest objection, I don't want to say the biggest objection, or the biggest challenge that I have is, fuck it, I own one. I really don't care. Like, and I asked him like, don't you think when your kid's an adult, 25, 30, wants to start a family, he should be able to own a gun? They're like, nah, he shouldn't. But I got mine.
Yeah, so if those people didn't have theirs, maybe they would start to care because they'd be like, "Oh crap, it's affecting me personally. Maybe I don't want this to pass."
I just know so many people that own that if they own a gun, they own one, and then after that, they don't care. They don't care anymore.
Well, those are the people we need on our side, and I don't know how we do that, but I'm just hypothesizing what LaRue did may have helped. It may have hurt. I don't know. But maybe if companies completely cut states off, be like, dude, your state sucks. Like, if they all did that, then the people in there would be like, oh, crap, we got to get rid of this stuff so we can get our stuff back.
That's what Glock did in California.
That's what Barrett did in California. That's what.
Like, we're not micro-stamping our fucking firing pins, you retards.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing being, too, they cut. Like, that wasn't LaRue's decision to fucking put that assault weapons bullshit through.
But it was their decision to stop shipping orders while it was still legal.
Well, yeah, it's about to be unlegal, so they're just like, I don't want to deal with it. I wouldn't deal with it either. If I was, like, shipping shit out to a company or whatever, and they're like, oh, yeah, now in a bit, you're going to have to jump through all these hoops. It's like, nah, fuck it. I'm just going to cut it off now instead of later.
Well, I'll tell you this, put it like this. If I'm a coffee drinker and it was a coffee company that passed some shit if I wasn't a coffee drinker and a coffee company did some shit like that, I wouldn't care because I don't drink coffee. But the fact is, I'm a firearm company, and this is what I do. This is what and think about. Like, if you own a firearm company and you really don't care about it, then you're a piece of. Then honestly, I don't want to say you're a piece of shit company. I'd probably buy from somebody else anyways.
I don't think that they don't care. That's you're looking at it from your point of view because it sucks for you. But
it's been the face.
I think maybe they do care about the gun rights, and that's why they did it. It was to wake people up and be like, hey, guys, what the fuck? Like, go get this repealed, and you can get all the shit you want.
We'll put it like this. I would have fulfilled all. Well, the smart thing to do there is fulfill all civilian orders and be like, police departments in Maryland, I'm not selling to you.
Oh, yeah, I'm all for not selling to, like, if the citizens can't own it, I'm not selling it to the cops. Yeah. I wish every company in the fucking world did that.
Exactly.
Because that's how, honestly, like, anti-gun stuff, when the cop union is against it, like, then it's good. Like, I remember there was something they were trying to pass. I don't know, it was a background check or something. And it didn't, exclude police officers. So police, even retired and stuff. So they were all up in arms. They're like, no, this law sucks, blah, blah, blah. And then they were like, oh, we put this amendment in that says, like, police officers and retired police officers, they're exempt from the rule. Yeah. And all of a sudden the cops are like, oh, yeah, this is totally the best law ever. Exactly. It will save people.
Yeah, and then they can fucking trust me. Like a lot of laws pass like that, where it's like anti-guns laws pass, but active military and police are exempt. So therefore, the military doesn't speak at all because they're only kind of stationed here, so they really don't care because they already got exempt. So they don't bother to speak, and the police are even. And then at that, they get the police endorsement off of it.
Right, and then the cops say like this law will actually stop crime.
Like
there's no evidence that any of that ever stopped crime.
Or for this law.
Right.
It'd be awesome if like Jersey cops had to carry Ruger Americans because Glock wouldn't sell.
Jersey cops had to carry like the New York Trigger and shit and 10-round mags.
Well, and if they couldn't carry hollow points because wasn't that one of the things? Hollow points in New Jersey aren't allowed.
Police should not be able to carry hollow points. Please, if the New Geneva Convention doesn't let you carry a hollow point, why is my local like cop who's going to pull me over for a ticket have hollow points on his head?
That's the Hague Convention that we never signed on to, so we can use hollow points.
On the worker,
and we basically have because open tip match bullets have been being used by snipers in like 308 or 7.62 by 51. Have been being used by snipers since the mid 80s. So we have in effect been using hollow points because an open tip match bullet is essentially a hollow point, right? And but we get around it by saying, oh, it's for performance, not for undue, like, undue like wounds to the enemy or suffrage or anything like that. Like, it's just for performance. So we kind of honor the Hague Convention, but we kind of don't. But snipers have been using open tip match bullets since like 85, and I've heard of other special forces units like when Iran had those hostages, they went in there with 9mm, like MP5 9mm that had hollow points.
I was just implying that on paper it states as so, but we obviously don't. I mean, definitely know like specialized dudes carry that shit. But the point is, why is the cop that pulls you over wearing hollow points? If I was a jihadist and I went wild and I was committing an act of war in this country, technically you can't shoot me with hollow points. Technically.
No.
So why is the cop that pulls you over carrying hollow points? If on paper that's what we follow.
Doesn't that only apply to other countries we're at war with? And
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things.
And that's what I said the other day in the chat.
The jihadi would not be another country actively
and
pursuing war. It would just be a terrorist. So he doesn't fall under the Hague Convention bullshit.
Exactly. I said that in the chat the other day when they were all talking about it.
Right, and that's what, when you said something about special forces, I saw a thing about that was like, we aren't fighting like a normal, like we're not fighting a country or anything.
We're not conventional.
Yeah, so our special forces, they are using hollow points over there when they're doing a specific mission and stuff. Like, and that's totally fine because we're not, attacking like another thing.
A sovereign nation is what it is. They're not attacking another nation. A group of individuals that doesn't fly, that's not recognized as a country, doesn't count under that convention at all. So terrorists, ISIS, like we can use whatever we want on them, basically, as far as, I think even in the Geneva Convention, we can use stuff that's banned in the Geneva Convention because even that only covers country to country. So those slippery loopholes, man. Even the government uses them.
Get her in the loophole.
I got the pussy on the chain whip.
Maggie, you going back to NRA though?
I don't know, maybe. It's in Atlanta next year, right?
In Atlanta.
Yeah,
Pink.
I might.
Hey, Pink, I know you can fly down because it's fucking cheap as shit to fly to Atlanta. I'm sorry, I said Pink.
Yeah.
Fucking Moon.
I was gonna say. Fly down?
It's not worth the drive. It's like you lose a whole extra day driving.
It's true. I've driven to Florida before.
Think about like if you can fly for like $80, it'd be like 160 there and back. And I'm gonna put this like I can definitely book a suite down there. That's not hard. I might be able to book two. So if y'all tell me y'all are coming down, it is $20 a night for a 2-bedroom.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, in a fully furnished 2-bedroom apartment. Holla at me.
Word.
Well, see, my problem is I have no idea what work schedule will look like this far out. Like I don't even know what's happening in a couple of weeks, type of thing. So that's my problem with planning, is I never know what's going on. But I'm gonna try. I had fun for sure. So we'll see what happens.
And if we really plan it early, we can everyone can get there like a day early or a day late, and we could get 2 shoots in. It's gonna happen.
DV said I can sleep on his couch because he likes me so much.
Nah, dude, his little bitch dogs will not.
Oh yeah, they would fucking eat you alive. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not sleeping with those bitch dogs.
But they didn't bark at me as much as they barked at you. They really don't like you. That shit was funny, man. Those things went nuts.
It's the melanin. No, fuck that. Fuck those little dogs. I tried feeding them little shits carrots, and they were like my friend for like 5 minutes, and that was it.
Oh, that shit was funny.
Swear to God, Moon DB got the biggest bitch dogs I've ever seen. I like those. Those are the dogs that you really want to draw on and just pop them on a little 22. I swear to God, these little bitch dogs. Oh my God. And you can tell DB gets tight about his dog. You can't tell him.
Oh, G-Web's dogs do eat carrots for sure. Those things were chowing on them.
Webb's dog eats anything. That motherfucker is a savage. My boy, though, he's super chill, yo. So chill. Oh, no. But see, NRA creates a problem for me because NRA is right before like exams start, and it kind of fucks things up because NRA takes a while. NRA is 3 days.
You just got to study while you're there.
Dude, I hate eBay, man. Like,
if it was just studying, it'd be easy, but it's studying and like completing assignments. Like I have to like go to NRA and go right home and like do homework. You know what I'm saying? Type up like an 8-page paper.
like
What happened to eBay?
I hate eBay, man. I got a notification on my phone, right? It's like an item that you're watching is ending in 10 minutes, and it shows like an aim point, like comp M2, and it's like $159. And I'm like, man, like no, like no one's bid on that shit. It hasn't gone up. Like I'm all about that. Like I'm gonna go get that thing for like $200. So I go to fucking like I click on it and it loads eBay, and as soon as it loads, like it's $304. Like, and then I look at the bidding history, and it's just that it hasn't jumped up to that price in a couple minutes. It was like for days it's been that price now. Like, you know, but they purposely show you this low price of what it was like 5 days ago. You know, just so you like, oh man, I hate that.
At least you saw it.
Yeah, instead of just hurrying and clicking like, you know, bid now or like fucking
So you know what's
automatic
funny?
bid shit.
So speaking of an aim point and speaking of those fuckers that like, oh, I got my gun. I know this PG County cop, and this motherfucker had an aim point that actually had like, you know, like the 4 crosshair thing coming in with the dot in the middle.
Yep, like the Spire point.
Yeah, so like that type of computer look, he had that joint, and I didn't even know what a fucking aim point was. I only shot it once, and like he other than my cousin putting my gun putting a gun in my hand, he was my first introduction to actually shooting guns. And within me going to the range with him, within 2 weeks, I paid for my first gun. But yeah, that aim point was dope. Dopest aim point I've ever seen in my life. And it was a pro.
I heard that they're working on a model that's supposed to be the same size as the Pro. That's going to be a 1 to 3 power adjustable.
So have you seen the Trijicon scope? I think it's a 1 to 6.
Yep. Oh yeah.
1 to 4. Like the one where like the fucking reticle actually changes as you zoom in.
Yep. It's that first focal plane. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit is dope. Dope as fuck. The reticle actually changes. It's like the whole circle comes in.
When I was doing all my research about the ACO, the Aimpoint ACO, the Aimpoint carbine optic, which is like the cheaper version of the Pro, the guy, one of the writers, was like, "Oh yeah," and talking with the guys at Aimpoint, they told me that a 1 to 3 times adjustable like magnification, like basically pro model, is in the works. So we might have like a pro model come out that's like in the same size package and everything, but that has a 1 to 3 power range, which will be really fucking cool. You know, I think that'll be really tits.
Yeah, if they can combine the magnifier into the same size as a Pro and just put, and put the 1 to 3 dial inside the same thing.
Yep. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, oh man, that sounds like that'd be like the perfect fucking thing. How come they haven't done that sooner? Like, you know, like that sounds awesome as shit. Like I would totally be about that. Because 3 power is a lot for me, man. I can deal with 3 power all day long. Like a lot of my scopes I do have are just straight up 4 power scopes. So
you can do a lot. I mean, like as far as like you, I don't want to say you could reach out further, but you really narrow it down.
Oh, you can definitely make more accurate hits at range. Yeah. And maybe even be able to see where your rounds are landing, you know, to adjust. And oh yeah, you're just.
Yeah. And I'm not talking like 600 yards. I'm talking like 300, 200, 250. I want to see. I just thought about this. I want to see somebody take a Glock 17 who's an FFL, convert it to full auto, and put an RMR scope on it. I haven't seen that yet.
To a what?
I want to scope. Put an RMR dot on it.
On what?
On a converted 17 full auto.
Probably rattle that shit loose real fast.
I mean, it's supposed to be the shit, right? Let's see.
Yeah, but even the people that love their RMRs are like, you gotta. It loosens up and shit after 5,000 rounds or 2,000 rounds or some shit, and you gotta tighten it up.
Loosening up the actual device doesn't bother me. You should be checking that shit when you clean it. Like, oh, let me see if the shit. I mean, like you are shooting the gun. When you clean it, you should fucking.
I didn't even shoot with my RMR before I sold it. I took it out literally in the backyard and was like looking around through it, and I kept having this halo effect, and I couldn't stand it. I was just like, nope.
You're talking about the MRO.
Or yeah, the MRO. Yeah, sorry, the MRO that I got from Botac. So I turned around and sold that and made $25 on the price I paid for that MRO, and I got that POF trigger for free. So I totally made out on that. I was like, yeah, I wish I could have bought 10 of those.
What kind of trigger did you get?
A POF trigger.
Patriot
Ordnance. Yeah.
So you could drop in.
Yeah,
2-stage?
No, single stage with KNS pins. Like you bought they accepted 369. I got it for $369 from Botac, the MRO with the free trigger, and then I sold it for $400. So like I made like $25 and got a free trigger. So I wish I could have bought 10 of those things.
Hey Moon, so like you know how like I've never met you, right?
Yeah.
But deep in my mind, you're like Lenny McGill's nephew. You look like, because you're from Philly, so you got that tan, you know what I'm saying? You're like Lenny McGill's nephew. And this motherfucker put out a video on YouTube about the Glock mags. Like, did you see that shit?
Nah.
There's like 8 different versions of a Glock mag that I never even knew about.
I've seen all the different mags, all the different cuts in the top, and the ones that don't have a steel lining.
Yep. He showed all that. I really don't. I mean, I can spot a Glock factory mag a mile away, but you know what I'm saying? I never even knew about that.
My Vickers came with fucking U.S. mags because they don't say made in Austria. They got the little number on them instead.
No, but
Serial
I was
number
more
or
worried
whatever.
about the notches because honestly, like I always so whenever I buy a mag, I look for notches because I'm left-handed and the notches mean a lot to me. So I always look for the notches, but I never paid attention to like the middle cut, whether there was silver showing on both sides. You know what I'm saying? I probably could have got and not even known it.
Yep. Some of them, like the earlier ones, are round. The later ones are squared. That cut.
Yeah.
And I guess it depends on what caliber too.
Fuck.
Because did he explain the mags that don't fall free?
He did that at first, yeah.
Okay.
But he said those are like super early gens, and the ones that
Yeah.
don't fall free are non-metal lined. So
Yep.
you're talking like Gen 1, Gen 2 early.
Yeah, and they were designed like that so that because the Europeans were used to grabbing their mag out the bottom of the gun and retaining it somewhere
Yeah, it was like the whole
instead of just
competition.
dropping. Yeah.
I never knew that. That was dope. Good video, horrible title. But yeah, so because I've never met you, my deep impressions of you were that Lenny McGill's your uncle.
The Glock guy. Lenny McGill looks like a Simpsons character, and I've been watching The Simpsons like for the past 3 hours.
I want a shirt with Lenny McGill's face on it.
That'd be awesome.
I really think like Lenny McGill's like the TMZ guy's dad. They look a lot alike.
Yeah.
I'm a lawyer. See, I wish I could interview people like that and fucking asking questions like that. Like, I wish I could walk up to Lenny McGill, like, are you sure you're not that guy's dad? Like, he probably slapped the shit out of me.
The hell did everybody go?
I don't know. Did Matt finally go live? This is
No,
9:19.
Matt canceled. It says
Official cancel.
G-Webs is hosting an off-air chat for show hosts.
So that's probably where a lot of them went. I know four
He
people.
said, "Marco, join us."
Oh, really?
Yeah, he probably sent you a link.
The man got leave you.
Yeah, he wants you.
Damn.
Links are out. Yeah, off-air chat show host.
So I'll get a little twisted right now, though. I don't know how cooperative, or I don't want to say cooperative, but how functional it'll be.
Do you want to hop over to Jimmy's chat, Moon?
No, but fuck, we need to keep the lobby open, though. The lobby
Yeah.
got
I'm gonna keep
pink
it open
Okay.
just in case nobody else can open another room.
All right, I'm gonna try to get G-Webs join quick. I'm gonna try to just like, rap to me, holler at me. I'm gonna try to come back to you.
All right, I'm gonna make
Actually,
myself some
I thought-
coffee.
Lenny McGill drinks coffee a lot. You know that?
I bet. All right, I'll be right back.
Hello. Raphael, what's up?
YOLO.
Amazed that Hangouts are working now.
That means Matt's got plenty of time to start his chat. Still got 35 minutes. Seem to be working for everybody but him.
Hey, is Nathan Moon? Do you know if is Nathan on Instagram?
Nah.
Okay. Is Nathan out of Texas?
Yeah.
Because I just had a sheepdog place in Texas follow me.
Maybe he made an Instagram. Or maybe he already had one.
But instead of like leather, it's Arsenal. So I don't know. It's Sheepdog Arsenal instead of Sheepdog Leather, but it's out of Frisco, Texas, the business. So I was just wondering, is that Nathan? Like they just started following me, so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I guess Sheepdog could kind of be a popular name for gun companies or guns, you know.
Yeah. Okay, Nathan does have an Instagram. He just has 0 posts and 2 followers. If you just type in sheepdog leather, and it goes Nathan followed by gun websites. Who else?
All right,
Me, gun websites, Hyperoni and Ammo, whatever that is.
Sheepdog. Oh yeah, I see him. I'll follow him too. I don't know why he's not posting stuff. He makes some really nice holsters, man. He could probably get some business through IG by not even pushing anything, just posting pics, you know?
Yep.
And then people would see that and be like, man, I want a holster just like that. And... Hey, Travis, what's going on, man?
Hey, what are you guys doing, man? What's up?
What's up? Just having just chilling.
Little chat? Yeah. Cool, cool.
Just bullshit.
What is this person pouring on? I'm watching a video on Instagram, and someone's pouring like hydrochloric acid on a roll of toilet paper.
Let me guess, it's got like 800,000 views, right?
Probably. Yeah. It's got like 4 million.
Mm-hmm. So the dumber we are, the more views we get on YouTube. I see how I have to change my content now, huh?
Yeah.
Ah, God. I had a question for you guys. Have you guys ever run any Croatian-made steel mags in an AK-47 before?
No, I'm not personally, but
okay.
They were on sale.
Yeah, I bought 2 of them from Black Friday special at Palmetto State. I'm having a hell of a time trying to get one to seat my AMD 63. I might have to file the tab off the back of it. I was surprised. I thought it would just fit. You know, I was thinking, Eastern Bloc, European Bloc, mag. It just does not like my AMD at all.
It may be the cut in your mag well. That's
what I was gonna say. Like, what other mag?
I can run. I got the Korean mag. It actually came with a South Korean magazine, a steel mag, because I got the James River Armory edition, so it came with a different mag. And it goes right in. I mean, in the video I made, it doesn't because I'm doing it behind the camera, but it does. PMags pop right in, and they're snug, but there's no issues with PMags at all.
Does that Croatian mag have one of those bolt hold open files?
I see, and I don't even, I didn't even pay attention when I bought it. If it did, would I have to charge the receiver open to get it to see properly or not? I guess I could try it with the round in the mag and try to charge it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to do that. No, I'll look it up real quick on PSA and see if they say that if it came with it or not. But I mean, I know, guns are finicky. Sometimes you get mags that they're just some guns just don't like certain magazines, and there isn't much you can do about it. But
yeah, I had an AK where I had to like sand down a little bit of the polymer on the back to fit it in the mag well on every one of my polymer mags. And I guess it was just how Century cut the thing open.
Yeah. Well, and see, I don't know if this has a cut magwell because apparently they came with a standard capacity magwell, so there wasn't any modifications that had to be made to it when the gun was brought to the U.S. It was not originally a single stack mag. The AMD 63s or 65s.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
because
it's not too finicky. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like, oh man, I was a little disappointed.
I want to ask you, Travis, since you're
Yeah.
on here, and I don't see you on here too often.
Yeah.
When are you gonna do your 400 subscriber video idea? When are you gonna do that video?
Oh, have you been checking my channel, dude? I posted I've been posting all the videos on gun channels and over on my YouTube channel. The drawing is going to happen next Monday at 10:30. I wanted to go 7 days, see how many questions I can have posted on it, and then at 10:30, I just posted an update, like a updated message in that video. I'm going to just put all the names in the hat. I'm going to have my wife draw a name out of the hat, and whoever gets it's going to get a little AR-15 care package.
Sweet.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I commented on that video and I gave you an idea that I want to see personally. I don't know if anyone else is interested, but I want to see that.
That's just crazy, man. I'm excited. It's gonna be fun, and I wanted to start answering the questions that night. I got like 5 or 6. I was like, God, I just want to jump on and start. I didn't want to reply back and do any spoiler alerts because I want to have something to talk about. I like Q&As. I think they're kind of fun because you kind of get to see stuff the fans want to know about, because it's just me talking in the videos, and it's cool to have other people say, hey, can you tell me about this? And I'm getting some great questions. I mean, stuff I really need to think about before I answer, and I'm sure I'll piss a few people off, but
well, what I enjoy is when hearing not only someone else's opinion on something, right, but their perspective about their opinion, like why they reached that opinion, where they're coming from, so to speak, because not everyone's the same, right?
Yeah.
So I like to hear it from a fresh point of view, opinions on stuff, other people's opinions on stuff, because then it makes me think outside my box.
Yep.
So.
Oh yeah. And then I'm not trained in firearms. I'm just a recreational shooter, so I don't have a lot of experience with a ton of different firearms. I mean, I've owned quite a few pistols, but when it comes to long guns, I mean, I've only owned 3 ARs in my life. I've only owned 3 AKs, and that's it. I mean, it's not like I've dealt with some guys, shoot tons and tons of different weapons, and I don't. So it's kind of neat to get I guess I'd be more of like your typical consumer opinion, just what a lot of guys might run into if they buy the gun, what they're going to experience. So that's kind of what I bring in the videos. You know what? Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think I might be following you on Instagram.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I don't ever see any of your pics come across my feed. Like, do you not just use Instagram very often? Or?
No, I've done. I just started using it about a month ago, and Twitter. I finally got accounts for the channels. Let me see what I'm up to. I just sent a picture out today. I did my 30-some days in on my No Shave November. So I'm kind of at a turning point in my life if I'm debating whether or not if I should take it off or not, I get a lot of compliments on the beard, and then, but certain members of my family are just like, you need to lose that. It looks scruffy, it looks scraggly.
I don't know how IG's new algorithm is working, but it definitely makes it so you miss a lot of the people that you're following.
Okay.
But I noticed that when I commented on one of the new people that I started following, I started seeing their posts a lot more than other people. So maybe that has something to do with it. Like drop a comment on somebody's.
Okay, I think I'm on your Instagram, Travis. It's Travis P11, right?
Yeah, it's yep, Travis. Well, it's Travis P11 on YT. It's supposed to be for on YouTube.
Oh,
Travis P11 on YT.
For some reason, the Travis P11 I'm following is just Travis P11, and it's a picture of a guy holding a baby.
No, that's not. We have no kids. Yeah, no, and it's funny when you when you search my channel on YouTube, and I say this all the time. When you type in Travis P11 in the search box, it comes up as a spelling mistake on YouTube. It'll say, "Did you mean Travis P space 11?" So a lot of people can't find my channel, but it always pops up right below the results. So I don't know, man.
Okay, now I'm following you. All right.
Now,
that's cool. Now I'm following the right one. I was going to say, like, this other Travis guy, he never posts anything. Like, what the hell?
You know what? I'm pulling off my AK-47 video. I just was going to post one on those issues I was having. It does have the last round hold open on it. I'm looking at, I'm talking about that AK-47 mag. I went back and looked it up on PSA, not to change the subject, but it's like, it says steel construction bolt hold open. So maybe it has to have a round in it, or maybe I have to have the mag wouldn't stay open. I mean, the bolt wouldn't hold. I don't know. I have no idea. I'll just have to
It
mess
might
around
not
with it and
be
see what
that.
happens.
It might not be that, but
I'll hold off on the video. I'll put some rounds in it and then put it in and try different ways of seeing if it'll pop. But what it looks like is that tab goes up into the release button.
yeah.
And it just won't click. Like you can sit there and it goes up and up and up, but it won't click. So I'll leave the video off for now. I can always unpublish it later, but yeah. Anyway, I kind of look like an idiot on camera because I'm sitting there trying to get the mag to see and it's just not going in. But hey, do you guys know, is Matt going to be on tonight? Was the live stuff working again or not?
No, he said he was going to cancel from last I heard.
Oh, okay. Was he having trouble trying to get it to go live?
Yeah. So he just gave up.
Okay. I didn't know. All right. Gotcha. Oh, there we go, Moon. I see you're following on Instagram, and Dead Horse, I got you too. So gotcha. All right, awesome. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't do a whole lot of pictures with it, but anytime I go out to the range now, I'm just posting pictures and stuff. So.
Well, that's kind of like that's my Facebook. That's my social media.
Okay.
So that's what I look for to see what you guys are out doing in the real world that day, whether you're shooting or you got a new gun or what you're working on.
Yeah.
So that's what I look at is my Instagram. I don't even use Facebook. So
I'm not on it either. I quit after they booted out a bunch of the gun groups that I belong to. I said, screw that. I'm not going to even support it.
Exactly.
I'm okay. I'm a bit of a, what do you want to call it? A heretic or whatever. I'm kind of, because I do use Facebook Messenger, but that's just because I've got friends that live all over the place. And if they want to reach me, that's one way they chat with me. So I use that, but I won't promote myself I'm on gun channels. I'm on MeWe. I do pretty much anything other than Facebook. Let's see here.
Have you looked at YouTube to see if anybody has the same issue with the Croatian mags?
No, I haven't even checked into it. I bought them on Black Friday or Thursday and just forgot about it. And they just showed up today and I was all pumped up. I was like, all right, let's do a unboxing video and a cleanup video. No, I was going to mess with the Dremel. I guess if Matt cancels, maybe a little bit later on, I'll just take a Dremel to the tab and or I'll try a few rounds first in it just to see, or hold the bolt open and try to seat the mag and see if it goes in better. But yeah. I mean, what happens I've never fired an AK with the last round bolt hold open magazine. In the AK, when you pull the mag out, isn't it just going to close the bolt? It's not going to leave it locked open, right?
Nope.
Okay. So it would do that. I mean, that's a stupid question, but I'm like, all right, because usually you don't really get that on those magazines. I don't know. Not on PMags, at least.
Yeah, no. No, because the AK doesn't have any kind of bolt catch,
I mean, my Raz had that little tab cut into the safety level where you could lock the bolt open if you wanted to, but that was pretty much about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, crazy. So, let's see what's going on here. I'm going to be taking the PMR 30 to the range tomorrow. I'm going to do a little range video for that. I'm just going to do some accuracy testing with it and see if I can actually hit anything at longer distances with it.
I think Hawaii Volcano Squad bought 20 of those mags.
Oh, for the PMR 30? The Croatian mags. I'm sorry. All right, I got you. Yeah, I was like, dang, that's a lot of 22 mag. I can barely find that stuff. Yeah, I had to go far and wide to find some of that. Yeah.
Is that you tried both your mags? It happens with both of them.
Not on the Korean mag. No, the Korean mag doesn't have any issues at all. PMags have no issues. Oh, the other one. No, I haven't even cleaned it up yet. It's soaked in packing oil. I just did one, and I wanted to get on real quick here and just see if Matt was going to be on. And I saw you guys on. I thought, well, hell, I'll just join your lobby. So no, I'll try that one tonight and see if it works. I'll try them with ammo, without ammo. Just put a couple rounds in them and see what happens. Hell, let's go grab some ammo right now. I'm just sitting around anyway. Let's take the laptop with me into the back room here.
This forum I'm looking at right now just shows a guy that dremeled some of the
back
material,
of it.
some of the material above the lug, the spine above the lug. And
Oh,
that's
okay,
what's
okay.
causing yours not to fit, right? That's
There's
where
a
it's
little
like-
bit of, yeah, it's kind of a little ramp up on top of there.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm in the gun room right now. Let's see what we can do here. All right. Put up an ammo box. If you hear any shots go off, go ahead and call an ambulance, okay? All right. Let's see. Have you guys fired
Yeah,
an
we should have, like,
AMG-63 yet? Yeah.
It'd be
like a life.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just looking at that ramp on the back, it's a little more steep. There's more of an extreme angle on the cut on that ramp right above the lug on the Croatian-made mag.
Yeah.
So maybe that, like you said, maybe that's what's causing it. Honestly, I didn't do any research because I thought, man, okay, you know, ex-commie block, whatever, it should work with no issues. And all right, got to put 2 rounds in the magazine. Let's just see what happens here. Yeah, no, it won't.
Yeah, so it's not the follower.
You could, yeah, I can see the ramp. It's like getting jammed in the back where that ramp is. I'm going to smooth that down first before I even cut into that tab. Let me grab the Korean-made mag here. Yeah, Korean-made mag goes right in. There's no problem. I haven't had any problem. I've used that one at the range before too. It's had no problems. So well, at least I know that solves my problem.
Yeah, and it seems like you just grind that down a little more to where like your Korean is.
Yep,
And then it'll go right in.
Yeah, that's it. Because I mean, I can even get the mag to completely see, but it absolutely will not click where the your mag release handle is. So your button is on the back.
Yeah.
Ah, fun stuff. Okay. Well, hey, it's good to know. I mean, you might want to let who'd you say it was? Hawaiian Volcano Squad. Let him know he might have some issues too.
Yeah.
It was a good deal, but I mean, again, I didn't want to buy a bunch of them just in case I had any problems with them. So if I have to do any kind of fabrication. One of your shop videos, I can start grinding metal on camera here and we can watch and see what happens. Woohoo!
That's what I like to do. Do that stuff uncut and like, you know, live on camera. Then when I fuck up, it can be like, look, this can happen to you.
You know what? I'm gonna go and republish my video because somebody else might be buying it, wondering why it doesn't work. And I thought maybe the bolt hold open thing could be causing the issue, but that's not it.
And it could be just that one mag and your AK, the compatibility. So it's not going to be the same with everybody else. I mean, I've had to modify just a few AK mags, and I've had 3 AKs.
Okay.
So it happens, but it's better to mod the mag than fuck with the AK's mag. Well,
Oh God, yeah. I'm not gonna mess with definitely. Well, I'll get the other one out of the oil here. I'm just sitting around anyway. I'll grab some paper towels and get her up and see what happens. I mean, there's a chance that if they just machine them out, that somebody just didn't cut the right angle when they made it, milled it or whatever.
yeah, I mean, they might have an armorer in Croatia's army somewhere filing down mags.
Yeah, probably some guy they don't like. Yeah, that's the conscientious objector guy has to sit there and grind down magazines all day long on an assembly line. You know.
Yep.
Hacksaw Ridge Part 2 director's cut. Yeah. Oh, these are so nasty. All right, just soaked in oil. Squeeze this stuff into the engine block of my Jeep. I'd probably reuse it. Yeah, this one looks about the same.
Pyramidal Pulse 100.
This one?
Yeah.
882. Really like that. Oh, word. Emergency charger. Emergency.
Hey, got a question. Any of you guys own any car pistols? I don't know if you saw, but I bought a CT9 winter carry. You guys had any experience with those at all?
You like it?
I've had a PN9.
Okay. Was it all right for you?
My girl had a
You want to see?
CM9
No.
or CW9.
Is there any way I might be able to
Okay.
get a dollar bill for $4?
Yep.
But no, I don't like them.
Thanks, don't worry about
The trigger on my
Okay.
girl's.
Yeah.
Two.
This guy. Dead horse.
Dead horse, give me a Slurpee.
Maybe.
Give me Slim Jim. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my girl.
Yeah.
I pulled hers out of her purse to clean it, right? And then
Yeah.
I emptied it out, cleared it, and pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
And nothing happened. So I kept my finger back on the trigger, and about 5 seconds later, the striker let go.
Was it
And I was
gritty
like,
at all?
fuck,
Was
it's like a
was there
delay.
lint in it or anything at all? Like that caused a delay in that or not? No?
Nope. And I thought that was my first thought. Like maybe there was factory grease.
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
sludge in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So if I worked the action a couple times, it wouldn't do it. Like it would go away.
Yeah.
But if I let the gun sit, it would happen again. So I was like, it's got to be like some kind of junk up in the firing channel or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Firing channel. But
Took it apart and
so
cleaned it. And
I stuck it in the freezer
yeah.
just to replicate it for a video.
Yeah.
And it did the same thing, but I got it on camera that time. It was like a 5 second delay. It's like the
Oh,
most dangerous
damn.
thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Fucking
Well, I'm gonna
So I
run
sent it
200
back.
rounds through this and see what happens. And if it has any problems, it's going back. But
yeah, I don't think it's a widespread problem with them,
okay. Okay.
but it definitely is like it's probably their number one problem.
Well, I've seen other guys complain about the slides not going back into battery. Like they get the recoil springs in them either dick
Yeah, the
out or
feed-
just start to
It's the feed ramp because they make the gun so thin. They have to put, if you notice, the feed ramp's like off to the side. What
Yeah,
caliber
yeah,
is
yeah.
yours?
I got the CT9. Yeah.
Yeah, so the feed ramp's up out of the way of the slide lock. That's why they tell you whenever you whenever you chamber around in that, always use the slide lock. Don't
Yeah.
slingshot it.
Yeah.
So they have it designed some weird way, but that's another thing I don't like about it.
In
But
fact, you have to do that. Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like everybody was polishing their feed ramps, you know. So I don't know if that's something.
This one does have
Yeah,
a polished
before-
feed ramp already. I mean, you might be able to take a little something to it, but it looks like it's got a pretty good buff on, a good fluff and buff already. But still, yeah, no, we'll try it. We'll see what happens. I'm kind of curious to see how it runs. Mainly just like because
Yeah.
of the thinness and the fact I can get both hands on it and I can actually shoot it with a gloved hand.
And the triggers are real nice. They're like
Decent, but
really
yeah.
smooth,
yeah.
really clean break.
Oh, the triggers on them are just, what was it, 5.5 pounds or 6 pounds or something like that. They're fairly light.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. All right, I got the other mag cleaned off here. We're gonna see what happens. See if I have the same problem. All right. Yeah, this one does the same thing. It basically seats completely, but it will not click. It won't click. Maybe I do need to cut down on the lug just a little bit. I can try the ramp first on the magazine itself, and then on that lug on the back, maybe I'll take a few millimeters off of it just to see if I can get it to, because it'll seat and go right up in there, but then it won't click.
So is the lug sticking out too long, like holding the mag release back?
Here, hang on a second. Let me just go and turn my camera on. It's kind of dark in here. I don't know if you guys can see, but I don't know. It's awfully dark, but like it's the magazine's in completely.
In the front.
In the front, it's seated. In the back, it slides right in. And this, I mean, this part right here, it's completely in there.
But does it feel like the mag's holding the mag catch back? Or
like I'm looking at it, I can see the lug is not clearing the little space that it clicks into on the paddle, the release paddle up there. It's not getting up into the paddle, so it's got to be the angle on that ramp.
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably the problem. It's not very good lighting, but all right. In the back room right now. Yeah, I'll work on that. What's that?
Sometimes I was just gonna say sometimes when I'm having issues on parts fitting together, when I'm trying to find the contact points of where that part's hitting or whatnot, and I can't see it because it's inside the gun, I've used everything from baby powder to crayon to all sorts of different things on a gun part, and then slid it in there, and then looked at like where the marks were, you know, where it's making contact at, to help find out, you know, what's going on.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna chalk it up to those ramps because that is the only point right there that's not where it's supposed to be essentially. So yeah, it's an interesting little point there. And you know, a lot of guys bought those mags because of the holiday special, so there might be a lot of disappointed AK owners out there, or just frustrated or don't realize they got to do some modifications to it. You know.
Well, it might be just for that AK too, or
yeah, that's true.
Like that same mag might work great in a Wasser, or you know.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Oh, let's put the Korean mag back in and see if it goes in.
Because from what I hear, it's like you know, and I don't own an AK. I don't know shit about them, but from what I've kind of gathered, AKs aren't mil spec. You know, I mean, they're every country, and like there's all sorts of different slight changes and
variances in them and stuff. Yeah.
And like I've even heard that from like identical guns from the same company. Like you can get two Wasser 10s, and they're like just a lot different from each other. You know, like so.
Well, you know, it's funny. My RAS 47 had a G2 trigger, and the AMD's got a G2 trigger, and this one is just smooth, man. I mean, it just goes. You go about halfway through the pull, and it fires. I mean, there isn't even barely any kind of a staging you can do on it at all. But on the RAS, it was more defined. Like you had a few millimeters of give, and then it would stop, and then it would break. But on this gun, I mean, I got to be ready to fire because it's a very light trigger. I mean, honestly, I'm going to say it's like 5 pounds. I mean, it's very, very smooth, but it's a lot lighter than what you expect. Back when I took it out to do some accuracy testing on it, like first shot, I was just kind of getting settled in. I'm like, okay, finger on the trigger. I'm going to boom. It went off. I was like, Jesus. It's like, is that normal? But, you know, after you put a few rounds through, you start to get a feel for where it breaks, and you just know. Yeah, I think I'll go and post that video that I was having with the seating.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting there trying to click it in, and it just doesn't go. Oh, it looks like it is. Okay, I guess I unpublished it from the feed. I'll just have to put it back up.
It may be. Is that lug thicker than the other one, than the one on the Korean?
It looks like it might be a little bit longer, like maybe just a hair longer. But the ramp is a bit more extreme. The cut in that ramp underneath the lug, you can definitely see that angle. Whereas on the Korean mag, it just kind of tapers back from the bottom of the lug. This one goes straight down and then back.
Yeah, that's how it is on my Circle 10 that I'm looking at right now.
Okay. Yeah, I do have the video posted. I thought that I took it off my feed, but it should show up under my videos. It's always kind of a pain in the butt to get that to show back up again. I don't even know if I can. I'll just leave it. It should show up under videos. Let's go to Video Manager. Let's see. Hmm. Oh, okay. I did see Matt's post. No chat tonight. Google having issues. Sorry, guys. So is he going to make a go F yourself video for Google or not? I think we talked about that last night in just one of the lobbies. Yeah. Is Jimmy still doing the chat? Let me see. Damn it.
I figured they would just all rebroadcast like they were doing before, like Night Strike did last night, and
yeah,
somebody did it one time. Oh, it was Matt that did it one time before, or I think Hosh set it up for him one time before when he accidentally hit the button by accident to close it, and so they had to set it back up real quick that night.
Gotcha.
I just saw your video about Google sites. Is this like a Google GeoCities kind of thing?
Oh, are you watching my other channel that I have on how to make a Google site?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have two channels. One of them's got the computer videos, and the other one's just got all gun videos on it.
Yeah, I found your computer one.
Yeah, the computer one. What that is Google Sites has been around for quite a while. They bought another company, and it lets you can make your own website right there. I mean, you can get into the HTML and you can modify it as much as you want, but it's just designed to let people create their own free websites. I know that I've got one that's got a ton of views on it because I have the original Google Sites video up that I did, and then they just re-released it now. And I did how to create a Google site 2016, 2017. It looks a lot like what's it called? Weebly? Is it Weebly? That's like a website creator. I think it's Weebly. Let me see here. It's very modern looking, but it's very simple interface. They limit what you can do on it because they want to make it as simple as efficient as possible. And so they've completely recreated the templates and all the options and so on. And I did just a quick, and the funny part is I tried getting access to it, trying to get the free beta because other people were getting copies of the beta, but I couldn't get one. I just never got one. And so one night I was just checking it and it popped up and it said, use the new Google Sites. And I was like, oh crap, I want to make an instructional video on that. And so I went ahead and just threw one up quick in about 10 minutes and I showed the basic features of it. There's a couple other ones that are already up right now, but I know funny part is that's what those videos are what was generating most of my gun revenue. I thought that was kind of funny. Because on that one original Google site video, I was getting about 1,500 hits a day on it. But yeah, it's neat. I mean, and you can go in there and you can customize the actual address of the Google site so it no longer has Google in the title of it. You can make it your own if you have a business. You can put stuff in it. The new one features analytics. So if you have advertisements on your pages, it'll give you all the stats on it. It's integrated with Google Analytics.
Does it have a file manager?
Yeah. You mean like when you upload stuff to it or whatever? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Can I make other HTML pages and uploading?
You should be able to, because you can actually go in and you can view it as HTML and then you can modify it however you want to.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can get in. Usually, if you just go into like inspect or whatever, it'll show it to you. But you can view the page in HTML. Now, I don't know how to do it on the new one because on the old one, you would just click on a little box and it would say show HTML and it would show you the code for that particular page, and then you could go in and modify it however you want to. Like I said, the drag and drop stuff is limited because they want to make it easy for people to get their website up and running. But yeah, you can play around with it however you want.
Cool. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. The funny part is I made that original how to create a Google site video for the teachers in my high school because we were trying to get them the teachers I teach with in my high school, trying to get them up and running so they can create their own websites and quit using so much paper and do a little more digital. And that one just took off. I mean, that video really, the original one was like 15 minutes long, I think. And then I saw the new one. I thought, man, I want to try that. But I don't know. I teach my students how to create a website too. I think it's something they should be able to do because a lot of them have families that have businesses and they have no presence online. And so it's just kind of cool.
Yeah. I used to have a good website. I had over 100,000 views at one time.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What was it hosted under? What was the
GeoCities?
Oh yeah, I remember GeoCities back in the day. Yeah, that was like one of the originals. That was up there. Did you use like Microsoft Front Page to build it then, or because the GeoCities was just more of a hosting site, right?
Yeah,
they had a builder that they added a little later on.
Okay,
but
okay.
It wasn't that great. It was
Yeah.
It was kind of like the ones that Angel Fire and
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah.
What was the other one? Tripod. It was kind of like the stuff they had where it was like a cheapened down version of Coffee Cup.
Oh yeah.
I used Max HTML Beauty. It was free. And HTML Kit.
Okay.
Whatever freeware I could get a hand on. I used.
Yeah.
Good times.
Well, try making a Google site and then get into it and see what you think. I mean, you might be able to, customize the CSS and your backgrounds and all that fun stuff and, add all of your options and stuff to it. I mean, I haven't really done much with it because all my Google sites are on the old version. And what sucks is you're going to have to, they're going to have some sort of conversion process that'll bring over your current Google sites to the new one. But at some point down the road, within about a year or so, the old Google sites are going to disappear. So, which is probably not a bad thing because some of those sites are so old and a lot of people have never done anything with them. Because Google basically bought another company when they created sites and just made it sites, and then they never did anything to it. They never updated it. They threw some new widgets in it that would let you embed YouTube videos and things like that. But sorry, I didn't mean to make this a tech talk. But hey, if you want to get a gun site up and running, if you got a gun business or you're, you do some gunsmithing at home, you can have a website for free, hosted for free. I mean, you can get it going. You can also set it up so people can pay through the website and you get the money for it. Like if you want to set up a PayPal account on it or whatever, it'll let you do all that. So it is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Can you post a link in the side chat for that, Travis?
Yeah. Do you just want to for my video on it, or what would you like to see, or just where sites are in general, or?
Just do your video on it because that should tell me everything. I haven't watched that video from you, so.
Yeah, the new one is only 10 minutes long, and it's just kind of interesting to see what you can actually do with it. And I didn't even practice with it. I just said, all right, I did a screen sharing or a screencast-o-matic video and just filmed it and put it up. And I thought, I'm not going to probably catch everything, but at least I can get something up there so people can start using it. I mainly use it because I got a programming class that I teach, and I was going to have my students create a website using that because they did one with the original Google Sites. And I thought, man, let's get this done before the end of the semester. All right. I'll go ahead and put the link up for you guys if you want to check it out down the road. Like I said, I'd recommend you go with the new one just because the old ones are going to be shut down in about a year, so you don't want to waste your time building an old website. I mean, I'm going to have to port over my own classroom website that I have too because it's, that eventually that'll get taken out. What is cool about the new sites is you can collaborate in real time with people. So if you share the site with somebody else, they can work on it at the same time as you. Which doesn't sound like a big deal, but the old sites wouldn't let you do that. And I think even like on Dreamweaver, I think you have to have a certain package level in order to be able to do that, where people can build the site at the same time as you. I don't know if you guys ever use Google Docs or anything like that. You can work at the same time on it.
Oh, awesome. It makes your web page kind of like a wiki, open source thing. That's awesome.
And then you can start to customize it with a few different backgrounds, and it's got a lot of little widgets you can import in it. You can put a calendar and a date app in it. You can put the news in it, links. I mean, there's a lot of options for it. So yeah, get a chance to check it out.
I'm looking at it right now.
Cool. I mean, there is one that's up that's got a lot more to it than mine. It's that education sites one or whatever. There's another one that's up there. It's the new Google Sites 2016 tutorial called Technology for Teachers and Students. That guy's been up for 3 months, but I don't know how much he really shows off, but it seems like he really gets into stuff in a little more depth. But I don't know. There's always a better YouTube video out there.
I added that to my watch later list, and I also followed you on a different Google account. So now I think I got you in all 3 of my YouTube accounts.
There you go. Cool. Yeah, that one, I keep that channel for school, and then my gun channel, I don't usually advertise it up at school. I mean, I teach in a school where I don't have to worry about, there's no fear of firearms discussion in the classroom and things like that. Most of my students go deer hunting. A lot of my kids do recreational shooting. It's not a big deal. In fact, I told my principal, I said, I just want you to know I've got a gun channel on YouTube in case there's any concerned parents. And he goes, that's fine. He goes, I appreciate the heads up. Because it is interesting being in a public school. You know, a lot of times schools get criticized for guns and firearms, but when you're in a rural area, it's a whole different kind of mindset. It's not a big deal, you know?
Yep, and I'm right there with you. Like when I talk to some of these guys from big cities and stuff, and that are currently in big cities, and they're trying to tell me how it is out there, and I'm trying to tell them how it is out here. It sounds like you're talking about 2 different countries.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know?
I mean, my first year I moved out to I'm in Lexington, Nebraska. First year I was out there, I went goose hunting with my principal. He's like, hey, you got your stamp, you got your duck stamp, you got your shotgun. I was like, yeah. He's like, you want to go shoot some geese? I'm like, sure. You know, so.
Yeah, like here, it's not uncommon to, like, let's say go to Walmart.
Yeah.
And there'll be a guy with an AR-15 over his shoulder, and a guy with, and like his buddy will have a Glock on his hip.
Oh,
yeah,
like, yeah, you can.
And they're open carrying at Walmart.
Yeah.
And then like other cities seems to make a big deal out of it, and like no one says shit here. Like, you know, like the police don't stop you for having a rifle walking down the street. They just like wave at you if they go by. Like,
oh yeah.
So
usually people walk to me, hey, what are you packing? What is that? What do you got there? What do you like shooting it? You know, you start getting into a gun discussion, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's how it is out here. Like,
Dead Horse, are you in Colorado or Utah, or where are you? Wyoming
Utah.
or what? Utah. Okay.
Utah.
Okay. Man, that's where some of the best gun videos come from. Yeah. Lay Boy Scouts out there.
Nothing fancy.
Yeah, nothing fancy. Love-hate
I know, a lot
relationship
of
with that
guys
guy.
don't like
It's,
them, but
it's like
he
I'll
does
watch the
get them.
video if it's a gun that I bought that he's reviewing just to see the footage of it and see what happens with it. But it's like, man, all right.
I know he's long-winded, but he does do a very in-depth review.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I mean, I can't argue with that. I did watch his video on the AMD 63 just because I'm like, okay, I just ordered this thing. I know nothing about it. Let's see what he has to say about it.
Yeah, as much as I think he's kind of a douche, still he's the reason why I bought a PPQ.
Yeah.
Fucking
I mean, you're going to see that gun. I mean, hell, he even did the high point and gave it high praises, you know. You know, he ran it through the gauntlet and it was more or less flawless as C9 or whatever the hell it was, high point, whatever their 9mm is.
Yeah, he's also done the 45. Oh, I don't think he did a review on it, but he's used the 45 high point in his running guns.
Oh, okay,
So-
okay. Hey, I had one. It was fine, you know.
Carbine. Yeah. And he's done the carbine too. So
Yeah, the carbine is. Those are, you know, those. I don't hear a lot of complaints about those, other than just watching out if you use that. Apparently, the Pro Mag 30 will mess up the feed ramps on it or something. Here, I'll share the link with you guys on the AMD that I bought because it looks a little bit different than the regular 63. Classic's been sold out. I bought mine a week before the election, and they're $650. I know they're selling the regular 63s for $500 now, but the 63s were $550 a week before the election. And I just got this one because it already has the quad rail on it. I posted the link right next to my name. It's got a different grip on it. It's got the Phoenix Technology grip instead of the standard AMD grip. And then I took the muzzle brake off of it and I put a Tapco slant brake on it. And it fires just fine. It's nice.
Okay.
Yeah, that muzzle brake weighs 5 ounces. I took it off and put it on a scale. That thing weighs 5 ounces by itself, and then the Tapco weighs 1 ounce. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know if that would be a good thing or bad thing because maybe the weight would balance out the gun, you know.
Well, you'd be able to track it faster.
Yeah, yeah.
Now,
I don't know.
Now,
Yeah,
See, the purpose for that big long break was
Yeah.
because the original was a 12-inch barrel.
yeah, yeah. Yep, the shorter style that they would use as like a mechanized unit, quick draw weapon, I guess. Yeah, in small areas. Yep. It's an interesting variant.
Yeah, I like I almost bought one that looked original, the more original look with
Yeah.
the grip on the front, the
Yep.
pistol grip on the front. I like that version.
This one does not get hot at all. I didn't do any extreme mag dumps in it, but I put 60 rounds through it quickly, I guess you could say, and it got a little warm on the bottom of the quad rail, but it's not bad. And then I've got an Magpul foregrip on it that I have on the front that I don't use it when I bench it and shoot it, but I keep it on there any other time. But I really don't even think I need it, but it's just on there. Then I got a dot sight on the top rail that clears the front sight. Now, I know this is weird, though. When I watched the Military Arms Channel video on it, a lot of guys were complaining about the barrels. They were saying, oh, the barrels are soft metal. They're going to wear out in 5,000 rounds. So I'd like to see some freaking long-term testing on that thing to see how the barrel holds up. That was the only, I mean, I bought it, I own it, but I don't know if people say it's a thinner gauge steel than the standard AK barrel or what, but I can't imagine that it is because the gas tube and everything's original to what came on the gun in the first place.
It just might be a milder steel. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know what barrels they're using.
Yeah,
Most
yeah.
AKs, most of the parts kits, I guess. I don't know where they get their barrels from other than Green Mountain because I don't know any other AK
God, let me
barrel
see here.
makers.
There is a company they mentioned, like it's like a 3-digit acronym that. Let's see. If it's Green Mountain, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it at all.
Yeah.
And I highly doubt I'm going to put. Honestly, I don't see myself firing 5,000 rounds through it. I mean, I might do a couple hundred rounds a year. I mean, I can't afford to fire that much, Looking up the barrel here. Let's see.
It should say what type of steel it is in the description. Look.
Yeah, I'm on Classic right now. Yeah, they got them on sale for $4.99 again. I mean, it's a heck of a deal. I mean, Jesus.
Do they have the side folder?
The 65. Let's see, is that on there too? Do a search. They're also $4.99.
Nice.
Yep. And they have 2 different sets of reviews. So there's guys that have fired, both variants of it. Sometimes they'll take one set of reviews and carry it over for another variant if it's similar enough, I guess.
Did you guys
US
see
made
that?
barrels, but yeah.
So they're $4.99 right now.
Yep. And then
That's
it's about
pretty good.
$25 for shipping. Yeah.
Another good deal right now is like I was saying the other day about prices dropping. Like this is more proof of it. You can get a brand new Anderson AR-15 for $427 shipped right now.
Yo, don't buy that, man. Don't buy that.
So
Really? I mean, Anderson does a lot of the lowers for, quite. Is it the upper that people don't like or what?
Is it lower? No, I don't know. I'm just talking out my ass.
Okay.
By Daniel.
That's just Girk talking shit.
By LWRC, man. POF.
Yeah, it doesn't really tell you what fucking barrel is. Does it?
It's a 4140 Chrome Ollie down on the specifications. I don't know. That's just kind of
So that might be their problem. That might be their problem because it's not 4150. Like
so that's a softer
like
steel then?
standard AR
All right.
barrel. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Could be more accurate though. Who knows?
What are we talking about here? what about 3 gun? 3 gun? I want to start slow, man. That's a lot to jump into. Hey, does anybody here shoot competition?
No. You mean like 3 gun or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I shoot
ISSC
competition Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And competition Battlefield, and yeah.
That sounds pretty fucking fun, man.
I'm doing that right now. You can call it 3 gun,
No, I can't jump.
2 gun, and a rocket launcher.
Do you have? I was shotgun. Yeah, I had pistol rifle shotgun. It's a pump shotgun though. I don't want a 3 gun. Still a pump shotgun. I would rather do pistol right off the bat. Get set up. I don't know.
Did you shine a flashlight up in there, Travis, when you try to stick that mag in to see?
No,
What
I
is
could
that
see
in
right
your
into it.
video?
I could see that the lug was not going up into that paddle, like it up into the very top part of the paddle where the paddle goes into a receiver. That lug was not like it looked like it was clearing it, but it was not locking underneath of it.
Yeah, that's why you don't buy Anderson.
No. I'm talking about the Croatian mags on my AMD 63.
I'm joking, man.
Oh no, okay. I didn't know what we were talking about. So, now you guys can say what you want. I got a Bear Creek Arsenal AR, and that thing is fine. I mean, I did put the Bravo Company bull carrier group upgrade in it for the extractor. I put 500 rounds through that thing in the last 2 months, and it is solid. I've been firing steel through it. I did about 100 rounds of brass and around 400 rounds of steel, and it's for $500 AR. I mean, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the coatings are holding up well on it. There's no weird wear marks on it.
If
So
it
I mean,
can- if it can chew up steel, then it's a winner in my book.
yeah, I have not had any failure to feeds, no issues. And I've run steel mags, and I did a video. I did 7 different magazines through and had no problems at all with any of them. 7 poly mags.
Like you got, but I mean, the thing about like, all right, we're talking about AR, like, comparison, right? All right, so look at it like a lot of these fucking companies are getting their lowers from the same place. They're all getting their uppers from the same place. So one is 500, one is 800, but the fucking lower and the upper are made by the same company, whoever the fuck.
Yeah, but that company has different grades of quality, which they sell to different companies depending on the quality for a certain price.
And not only that, but some companies.
Okay, I agree. Hold on.
Not only that, but look at BCM. BCM requests parts from those companies because they don't hardly make anything themselves. Everything's outsourced, but they have specific specifications that those parts must meet.
Right.
So they hold everything they buy to a very high quality level.
I got you.
So no shit basically gets by.
I'm not even speaking on companies of like that caliber, because like BCM is like, you know, go to one of the best right now. You know what I mean? They're the guys, right? I mean, like all these other, you know, lower level companies. I mean, you know, and then just because like, okay, you got grade A lower and grade B lower. It's a fucking lower. It's not double better. You know what I mean? So, you know, just because a rifle's 500, 600, 700, you know, to me, it really holds no fucking weight. You know what I mean? Because they make all that shit super fucking cheap. It's not, you know, their manufacturing costs aren't that expensive when it comes down to, you know what I mean? It comes down to it, they're profiting crazy. They're building a fucking rifle for $150, selling it for $600.
And that's why they have to sit there and talk a lot of smack on rifles that cost us, say, a couple hundred less, and then propagate that stuff and propaganda that stuff around on the internet, on forums and stuff like that. And they work very hard at bad-mouthing those rifles that cost less because they really want you to believe that extra couple $100 might actually get you a better quality product, because it doesn't always work that way.
Exactly, yes. It doesn't always work like that. I mean, there are super reputable fucking companies that you can go to and grab a rifle, and 99% of the time that bitch is rock solid. But there's also companies, you know, my AR's Palmetto. Oh, my AR's Palmetto. You know what I mean? It works fucking great. Bought the gun for $700 fucking dollars. I had a bolt in my gun. It's fine. It fucking works. You know what I mean?
Aero Precision. Shit's solid. Cheap.
You know, I've built over 30 Anderson lowers, and I haven't had a single bad one yet. I had one that I bought as a blem, and it did have a slight anodization problem, but I bought that as a blem, you know. So I haven't had any problems with Anderson lowers. I haven't had any problems with Palmetto State Armory. And people like to talk shit about that stuff until someone like AK Operators Union comes and puts it through the test, and it's the first AR to ever make it past the 5,000 round.
Right. The Marine Corps shit. I mean, it's fucking. Yeah, right. If the shit in fucking military works, anybody can work. They're paying. I think when I looked on
like
what is it called? I think it's called like FedLaw or something like that.
People think that the stuff that the military uses is some super ultra high graded shit.
It's the cheapest
And
bro. It isn't.
yeah, it's the cheapest to a certain specification. It's the cheapest they can get to a certain specification, right? And like if you look at the same M4s right now that are being used in Iraq and Afghanistan, their bolts are more than likely made by Toolcraft. Well, who else buys and uses Toolcraft bolts? Palmetto State Armory. All their premium bolts are Toolcraft bolts, the same bolts that are in Afghanistan and Iraq, but people still want to talk shit on Palmetto State Armory. So,
all right. Well, cause, I mean, like I said, people don't know, but I mean, I think the fucking thing's called FedLaw, whatever the fucking little database is, where in the military you can look up to order parts, see how much it costs. One year I looked. It was years ago. I think it was like $192 they were paying per fucking.
Nobody wants a regular infantry rifle. They want the special forces.
You gotta think. If that company can fucking sell them that gun for 190, you know, if fucking FN can sell them for that, what are they making off this money? You know what I mean? Like, how much are they making? You know what I mean?
And they've been in service for
cost isn't a big fucking thing to me. You know what I mean? The fucking gun, you buy the gun that's gonna fucking work, or the fucking isn't. If it works, good. If it doesn't, figure out why I'll buy a fucking another one. Like, you know, I'm not a fucking. I don't bash any gun unless it's like a fucking high point. You know what I mean? But yeah, but I mean, there are some fucking super cool ass, crazy expensive guns. There are some guns that are way too expensive for what the fuck they are. You know what I mean?
You're paying for a lot more than the materials itself. You're paying for the research and development. You're paying for the design. You're paying for a lot of different things when you're buying different lowers from higher end companies.
Yeah, you're right. And 10 years later, they still got you paying for that same shit. You still paying for the design that's 10 years old. You know what I mean?
But you're also paying for the peace of mind that you have the quality reassurance that other companies can't provide or won't provide.
You're right.
Not always. Like, I can name a couple companies right now that will bend over fucking backwards for the shit they sell, and they're not no Noveski or anything like that for the, you know, for what they sell and the cost of their barrels. Like Spinta Precision, I swear, has the best customer service in the business, man. These guys will.
That's a separate part of it, though. I think that good customer service is.
I mean, if you call them,
one of the best qualities in the company.
Yeah, when you call them, the owner answers the phone, and if it's not the owner, it's the owner's son. And if you want to actually talk to the owner, like, you'll talk to the owner. Like, I mean, it's not a. You know, and you can the owner will spend an hour on the phone with you answering any question you have. And, you know, and then if you ever did have an issue, like, I mean, they're taking care of that shit right now. They're like, all right, like, we're overnighting you a new thing. Like, here's an RMA, like, to send the old thing back, you know, and
Yeah,
like,
well, that's
doing some extra shit to take care of you.
But back on, like, anytime I tell anybody, like, especially AR, I always tell people, if you can, you know, buy something more reputable, buy something higher quality. Like even if somebody was going to buy a Palmetto, I'm going to tell them, your Palmetto is great, buy it. But if you can, buy fucking BCM. You know what I mean? Buy Daniel. You know what I mean? Buy fucking Noveski or something like that. No, Noveski's not popular as it used to be, but they're still great fucking guns. Like, if it's possible, get something a little better. You know, if you
Noveski is definitely not the same Noveski. I'll tell you that right now. It's definitely not the same place.
Noveski popped off when Keymod when they first started doing the key mod, because they were like the first ones to bring out the fucking key mod rail. That's when they fucking blew up.
That's when customer service starts to go downhill at a lot of places. But like if you call Manicore Arms, 8 times out of 10, you're gonna get Sven on the phone, and that's the guy that created the company.
Yeah.
A lot of these smaller companies will bend over backwards for you because they're not on a massive scale like the other companies.
Right.
When they
And
blow up.
a lot of their business is by word of mouth
You
and
can't really
stuff.
you can't bash bigger companies for that, because you got to think, just like you said, this company where the owner answers the owner's son. I guarantee 9 times out of 10 that's a very small company. At fucking BCM, you think whatever the fucking guy's name, he's not answering the phone. You know what I mean? He's busy as fuck. It's a huge fucking company. At FN, you're not getting the fucking CEO. You know what I mean? It's an enormous company. They have people for those jobs. At smaller companies, they don't have a position to say you're the phone answerer. You know what I mean? Or whatever. So you can't really bash a company for that. Now you can bash a company for poor fucking customer service any day. But not dictating who's picking up the phone. You call me, I might not pick up the fucking phone. Shit. Oh, the police. My baby mama picked up the phone. Stop. Oh, man.
I just like the idea that if I call a part company, whether it's for a car or a gun, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to be talking to some secretary chick who's probably never even shot a gun in her life, who has no idea what I'm talking about, like what I'm trying to do, anything, like her trying to take care of me, man. Like I don't like, now if it was a gun chick or something like that, that's totally different. But I mean, I've had calls with major companies like Sig Sauer, Smith & Wesson. I've been talking to some chick who is just dumb as a sack of rocks, and you're like, yeah, I mean M&P 40C, and she's like, a what? Like, what's that? Like, we make that gun? Like,
Yeah.
are you sure it's one of our guns? Like,
you need to tell her to transfer you to someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know if you seen Yankee Marshall's video the other day. Got picked up. Hey, I need this. Yep, we get one right out. Like, that was fucking great for customer service. Smith & Wesson, I called them. I was trying to remove the safety from my shield before the fucking one with no safety came out. And I needed the little block off things that they put in the big one. They don't make them for the shield, So I asked, for the first time I called, I asked for them. They're like, we don't make them for the shield. And they hung up on me. And then I called them back and asked for the ones for the regular side of it, and they sent them right out. Yeah, I heard they had good customers. Yeah, I mean, the first guy was an asshole, but the second one was good. They sent them right out, and I called again because I didn't get them. I didn't know where the fuck when they were coming, and they sent me another pair. I ended up with 2.
They're hiring full-time security right now.
In
Massachusetts, bro.
They're moving up Massachusetts.
Where you can't even carry.
Fuck out of here, man.
You can't even have an AR.
Got fucking what's his name locked up out there, man? For the Patriots. What's his name? Pass quarterback.
Brady?
When this not a quarterback. He's like a corner, a wide receiver. Fucking light skinned dude. They killed the dude.
I don't watch football.
Dude, hey, what was that fucking football player that got locked up in Massachusetts? That was in New England. They got in jail for murder.
I have no fucking clue.
Damn,
Some guy.
Are y'all sick?
I don't watch football.
Do you watch fucking news? This is a huge story. He's a pat. He took the pats.
No, I don't watch the fake news. Have you been under a rock?
I mean, so this dude doesn't pick up to fuck some out, and is this conspiracy channels or something now?
I'm saying that who cares if a football player killed somebody? That ain't news.
Is this tin hat? Fucking aliens.
Yeah, the New World Order.
The New World Order channels, man. Yeah,
Illuminati.
Yeah, we should change name to Illuminati channel. We fucking dope. It's cool, man. We should be what's that fucking crazy ass Tom Cruise religion called?
Scientology.
Yeah, we could be Scientology channels. That'd be fucking great. Hey, what's up with the whole anybody's following California's new fucking gun laws, man?
Yeah.
Well, what do you guys say you were in California? No, that was the last child. Yeah, they got like you got to be licensed to buy ammo or some shit now, right? It's like Chicago, right? Or what is it, Illinois like that or something? It's fucking nuts, man. Yeah. But I'm should have racked. They better fucking drive to Arizona and get a fuck ton of ammo and drive back home.
It's illegal if you get caught doing that too, but if we catch you.
Exactly. Maybe 1 out of 10,000. You know what I mean? That's fucking good odds for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fuck. I get a whole Arizona ID and be buying guns and everything.
So what system are they using in California to run background checks on ammo?
They're using NICS and maybe California NICS. I don't know.
That would be bullshit.
I don't know.
Clogging up the NICS with fucking ammo checks.
Yeah, I know, right? Is this person cleared to buy ammo? Negative. Negative. Send the cavalry. He's trying to buy ammo. He's in there trying to buy assault bullets.
Yeah, exactly. The ones with the heat-seeking technology.
Yeah, exactly. The heat-seeking fucking assault bullets, man.
And some lady on the news the other day said that hunters use bullets big enough to cook the animal when they hit the animal.
Big enough to cook the animal?
She's like,
Fuck, I need some of
they
those.
use bullets so big that cook the animal when they hit it.
God damn. Need one of those. It was ready.
It saved me a lot of trouble,
Yeah,
man.
I know, right? You got to skin it on those.
At some point, someone's got to tell them that they don't know what the fuck they're
Yeah, they know what the fuck they're talking about, man. They know the fucking dumbass people that watch it. They know.
Everyone in California is like, oh my god, no way.
Yeah, they fucking know, man. Crazy ass fucking media.
Heat-seeking, meat-cooking bullets?
Dude, if I get my hands on some of them, y'all are in trouble. I will never be hungry ever again. Oh man, did Matt's chat start tonight?
No, I canceled it.
No. We'll be like him. There's all these new people, man. I don't even know how happy y'all do. Where's whatever happened to Cork, Mr. Cork?
He's working. It's too good. It's too good for us.
I thought his cats killed him and ate him.
That might be it. That might be it.
Is what?
He bought a Glock
Like,
19.
someone posted a story of like guy found dead and cats ate him, and they were saying that was like cork. So
He's like on that elite level
That's a lot
with
of.
me and
Hold on, he bought a
everybody
Glock.
else that has Glock 19s.
He bought a Glock 19. Get out of here.
Yeah.
He
All that shit he talked about grip angles.
He talked shit about Glocks for like 6 years and bought one. I remember when he first shot like his first one, and then he started talking about, yeah, I kind of like it. Shit, talked the gun so long and never shot one. Get out of here. How about whatever happened to fucking Caleb? Ballistic expansion.
He was out in the chat earlier.
Yeah, I gotta hit him up on Instagram. I gotta talk to him about some competition shooting. I know he's got pretty good at that shit.
Yeah, he's shooting. I don't know if it's a double stack, 2011. What's he got?
Yeah.
Some STI.
Oh yeah, he did get it. Yeah, I know he got like a 2011 now. Yeah.
Only a couple grand, bro.
Shit, you're talking like fucking $3-4 grand.
$3
bro.
grand.
Well, if you get yours made, you might can buy one second hand for cheap. If you get one fresh, you're spending like $35.
I was looking on their website. Yeah, it's like
fucking expensive as shit.
grand, bro.
I guess it's worth it if you have to kill everything.
If you do that, like if you that's what you do, especially yeah, it makes sense. Especially if you win money off it doing competitions.
Yeah, but I mean that's like top like 1%. Yeah. The fuck was that? Y'all tracking my fucking location or something?
What do you got, a tinfoil hat on or something?
Those conspiracy channels.
Yeah, everybody's in G-Web's off-air meeting for hosts. So I guess they're figuring out how to make hosts better, great again.
Oh, that's the chat they couldn't tell me about.
Yeah.
The host, like who do you mean hosts? Like as far as lobbies?
No, they do their own shows. Everybody's got a weekday.
Oh,
Like Hawaii Volcano Squad and Night Strike, Heavy B, Never Enough Ammo, all the other shows that I don't watch.
Oh,
I doubt they're there though.
But,
I think it's more like
I think what they need to do, you know how he like sometimes has like two videos, and one it might be the chat before, and then the one that's running now. If it's two chats or three chats on one night, put both windows up side by side, and they need to have their own chat box. You know what I mean? I don't know. This shit is possible. Fucking internet, anything's possible. But I don't know for his hosting service or what.
you can pop the chat out. You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can pop it out into a separate window.
Man, when I go on gun channels, all I do is sign in. I hit full site at the bottom of my phone and go straight to live chats. I don't go anywhere else on the site.
Yeah, that's where the little shortcut on my phone is, right to the lobby.
Yeah, it's right.
It used to go to the front page, but
yeah, I should do, but I have to sign in every time I go to it, so that shit sucks. But I know, like, when I get on my computer, it scrolls to the bottom of the screen, and it's the lobbies on like the home page at the bottom of the feed.
Yeah. Which that's a cool feature of the front page. I should switch my link to the front page. Because I miss all the stories. I miss all the posts. I don't know.
Where the fuck was you at the other day, Moon, when I was fucking had a chat in the morning and I need somebody to embed that shit, man?
I was probably at work or sleeping.
Right, fucking playing with your belly button or something, man.
Yeah.
Shit. Where the fuck is Flippy, man?
Being a pussy out in the chat.
Oh shit.
It's like, my body's a temple.
His body's a temple? Oh, yeah. Were you here? Were you wasn't on gun channels when we had Zombie Master Ed, was you?
Yeah, that was my chat when he got all fucking racist.
Oh, that was your chat.
Came back, I had to kick him.
It was right after I left. Yo, this weird fucking dude, right, named Zombie Master Ed. He used to like make videos about like some dude like stalking him, like fake ass videos, like the dude pointing a laser through his window, like with a gun, and dudes harassing him and shit. Yo, it was fucking crazy. He was crazy as shit. So I had left the chat and he was like something about doesn't all black people shop at Walmart or something racist as shit. He said. Oh man.
Yeah, that Walmart one might have been someone else's, but he had one where like he was being racist, and then his friend kept popping in with fucking racist, like
I think
weird music or some shit.
Yeah, it's fucking.
I don't know. I had to kick him and block him.
But it was like, did he make like a video like dissing all of us and shit?
I don't know. I never watched his shit. I watched some of his shit, like his old laser videos where the fucking guy's stalking him.
Yeah.
But that's it.
And that fucked up ass Mosin Nagant with that big ass plate on it. Yeah, they had like a custom Mosin Nagant somebody did for him. They fucked him over, yo. They fucked that Mosin Nagant up. Dude, it was horrible. It's fucking horrible. Yo. They put like a fucking inch thick, like 4x4 steel fucking plate on like the barrel to cover up a hole that was in the front. Yo, it was fucking horrible, son. It's like you could mount a fucking spare tire to that motherfucker, bro. There's been some glorious fucking chats, man. Being drunk. I don't know. Marco's like the king of fucking being drunk in chats.
Yeah.
Then we gotta sit here and listen to fucking Moon.
He probably passed out because he was supposed to text me.
Yeah. I need to text this program. You need to hit him up. Oh, man. Let's see what my Tinder, how my Tinder is doing. I think this white girl ice skating.
Did you see all the Eagle Rare on his Instagram?
Did a what?
He bought like 20 bottles of Eagle Rare,
The fuck is that?
the bourbon.
I drink that shit. I drink
Elijah Craig.
I drink Hennessy, bro. Hennessy and Jameson, bro.
Larceny. I only drink bourbon. I haven't drank in a while.
Only drink black people fucking liquors. But let me hop out. I'll be back.
Now it's dead.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. What's up, Dusty?
I think I'm here.
Yep.
How are you tonight?
Good. How are you, man?
Oh, tired and crappy Michigan weather. But it's not snowing yet, but it's supposed to tonight.
Are you like stapling something?
Oh, is that what it sounds like? I'm doing this trigger job.
Oh, okay.
This is I'm just testing it out. I went from a 7.5 pound pull to 5 1/4. So with stock hammer and trigger spring without doing light springs. So it has, and this hammer spring is actually more like a heavy, like an extra power hammer spring. It's a lot heavier than a regular mil spec spring too. So to have an extra power hammer spring and a 5 1/4 pound pull is actually really good, I think. If I put in a regular stock hammer spring, it would probably be more like 4 3/4 pound pull. And if I put in a light hammer spring, it would probably be a light hammer and trigger pound spring. I could definitely get it down to under 4 pounds. But there's literally like no take up on this trigger at all. Like watch the trigger, like it doesn't even move. It just breaks. Like it just
nice.
There's no creep. I took all the creep out of it. Like it doesn't move at all. It goes from there to breaks. There's no creep, no grit, no nothing. It's straight, just breaks like glass. It's just 1 minute, it's there, and then bam. So the reset I got the reset pretty positive. It's not bad. So there's nothing I can do about the reset as far as the length of the reset, really. So, and then I did so when you compare that to like a CMC or something, it's actually really close. Like this doesn't, like my CMC has like a millimeter of take up, and try and watch that trigger. It's just, it just breaks. It actually might have less take up than like that CMC drop-in.
Hello, everybody.
Howdy.
Howdy.
It's better than an act trigger.
So I finished the jug.
What's the jug?
Well, earlier today, I was out and about and being productive and shit, and I found that they made a jug of mojitos. And I'm like, that sounds wonderful, so I'll pick up a jug of mojito. But now my jug is empty, and I'm longing for more mojito.
Hey, Flippy, is your wife really named Ramon?
No, it's Patrick Stewart.
Just wondering, because most of the guys I know who like are like, oh, I'm gonna buy like mojitos, or like they also have a boyfriend at home, like named Ramon. Like,
well, he's drinking a jug of mojitos, not a mojito, so that's slightly less feminine.
Correction, I drank a jug of mojito.
So you're pretty gay now.
So who figured out how to get a chat live?
Moon did. He found the secret. He's the great hero. Yeah, all I have left is like a third of Jack Dagnalls, and that's kind of like not very great.
Diagonals. Yeah, you should dump that in the toilet.
I mean, that's where it's going anyways, so I might as well drink it before it goes there.
I guess.
You need to show them the art of mixing drinking with talking.
Just don't mix it with Coke.
So Moon, did you download the encoding software?
No. You're doing it straight up Word off of the Google Hangouts. Or,
work the old-fashioned way?
YouTube Live. Yeah, YouTube Live.
Hey, cool.
Well, that's like yesterday. You know, it seems like everything broke right after our show because
so
you know,
Sean
they had
broke.
to, I guess so, because they had to tape. They had to tape Night Strikes together with duct tape to get it to work. And then
same with the Daily Show.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it was still good. I could hear it and everything. Just had like this white noise going on.
That was G-Web's trying to figure out using some encoding software to get it to work at all. Because like in the chat, it said off air, but yet we were being broadcast. It was really weird.
Yeah, it's because you're just basically you're feeding a screen on your computer back into the encoder. So you got the off-air chat going, and then you're just refeeding that screen from the off-air chat. So
but so apparently, so is it working for everybody, or just Moon got lucky?
I guess Moon just got lucky because Matt never got it to work earlier, right?
Well, that was, I know it's
He
trying.
said he couldn't. Yeah, Matt said he couldn't get it to work, but Pink said he could get it to work. So maybe Pink will still make.
I know Matt was trying to use the same encoding software that G was.
I don't know. I've heard that
Yeah,
software is kind of finicky though, so it may have something to do with system configuration.
Yeah,
I
it's
know,
okay.
Matt had a different version than what G-Webs was using, so that caused some confusion.
It's okay. I have a bunch of Guinness in the fridge.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of what?
Guinness?
Like Janissaries?
Nah, it's that like shitty Iralian eyes is the fucking drunk people's stuff.
Not
I
like
think he's trying to say Guinness.
Oh, swamp water.
Worcestershire sauce with a kick.
Yeah, dude. No, can't do Guinness.
I like it, but I can't drink a lot of it because it's got that pungent taste to it.
It's
After a while, it
water.
gets to me.
Yeah, I have bread in a bottle downstairs, so it's all good.
You ever had actual Guinness from overseas and they ship it over here?
Yeah.
From what? The teat of a fucking Iralian is lady?
Yeah, one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot frothier and thicker.
Yeah, that stuff I can actually tolerate. Stuff over here just tastes like swamp water. It's good.
I mean, like Guinness Stout.
Well, it's actually a little. I think it's a little thicker than that, really. Because it's not pasteurized or something, or maybe it's just not filtered as much, or something. It's supposed to be a little more raw. It's like the difference between real soy sauce and that French's shit you buy at the grocery store.
Can't even go on their website unless you're 21.
Wait, French's makes. I'm not even going to attempt it.
Yeah, my people make everything. What about it?
What part of your people makes French's?
The French
Guinness
part?
Blonde
Oh, okay.
American Lager doesn't sound too great.
I've actually had that stuff, if it's what I'm thinking. Is it blonde or no? No, I'm thinking of Guinness blonde.
Yeah, blonde. It's the same thing.
It's not bad. I don't know. It's not bad, but it's not like, oh, they reinvented the wheel.
Guinness Extra Stout was what I always got.
Yeah, that's the stuff that you can use for soy sauce. It's pretty good, but I can't drink all that much of it because it's so rich.
It's not a green bottle. Jabber, jabber. Guinness Smooth, Guinness Black Lager.
Hold on. I don't know where Batman is.
Where's Scarecrow?
Dublin Porter. Foreign Extra. Is that what you guys like?
I don't know. I just was at some like fancy. It was not Oktoberfest, but it was like beer tasting. Like, come to the beer tasting, yeah. And it was like, we have Guinness from overseas. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the sort of thing where I had it was like this thing where they had all these beers that you couldn't normally get, and so there was a lot of them. It was just like the regulations, like from state to state, that makes like percentages be different and stuff like that. All that was like out the window with this shit because it was like limited quantities and it was.
What's the matter?
Everything tasted different than it does when you go and buy it from the store. So has anybody tasted let me try to remember what this is called. Mort Le Monde, I think it's called.
Sure haven't.
I probably pronounced that wrong.
You're doing better than Flippy, so don't worry.
It's the beer that that Dave Mustaine makes, the Megadeth beer.
Tout Le Monde. No, not yet.
Now, I've been looking for that all over the place. It's like 150 miles, like the closest place to get it from here, and I never go there. So
I know when I went to buy the Trooper beer when it like first came out.
Oh, I
there's
want some of that
place in
too.
the whole state. One place in the whole state had it, and I was like, well, I guess I'm driving an hour and a half.
I mean, most of these things probably aren't that good, but I want to taste them anyway.
Well, hold on. I got a can of the Trooper. Give me 1 second. I'll crack it open so you can smell it over the internet. No, this stuff is 4.7 ABV, and it's 1 pint, so it's 0.9 ounces. Or was it 0.9 ounces? It's like almost a full ounce. It's pretty good. It's like a, I don't know, it's a amber honey almost. It's really unique. I think it's okay. You can find it. It's just not. I don't know. It's not like Budweiser where it's fucking everywhere, obviously.
Well, I don't like Budweiser anyway. I mean, I usually drink Yingling if I'm going to drink just a mass-produced beer.
So
I
was
try
it
to
an
find-
IPA?
What, the Iron Maiden beer?
Oh, the one that you was just talking about, is that an IPA? Does it have center?
No, Yingling, as far as I know, isn't. This Iron Maiden beer is not IPA at all.
It's an American beer.
I don't know. The Trooper beer is probably British.
Yeah, right on the can here. We're just say handcrafted by Robinson's Brewery, Cheshire, England. Oh, watch out now. It says charged with flavor.
Fast Eddie pissed in the vat himself.
Even though Fast Eddie's from Motorhead, yes.
Do what?
Fast Eddie is from Motorhead.
No, Fast Eddie is Eddie
No,
from
you're
Iron
thinking of
Maiden.
Eddie. Yeah, Fast Eddie was the drummer for Motorhead. Then there's Eddie of Iron Maiden.
But
I thought you meant.
the mascot for Iron Maiden, they used to call him Fast Eddie.
No,
I thought you meant Ed and Eddie, the cartoon.
That's a great cartoon, but no. Iron Maiden's mascot's always just been called Eddie.
You used to call him Fast Eddie. Back in the 80s, everybody called him Fast Eddie.
You can't see Sidejack, can you, Sean?
Yeah. Why?
Did you check out that one I put the Hammerheart Brewery on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys rule. Actually, for Thanksgiving, my sister's boyfriend brought over, what is that? Not a carafe or a jug. What the hell is it called now? A growler. He brought over like a growler of the Hail to the Dark Gourd. Jesus Christ, is that stuff smoky?
Who? What? I just want to cook some sausages.
Oh, you didn't die?
Oh.
Eating and talking seems to be something you're trying to get down as well, man. Might want to work on that.
So is everything they do just a small, limited run stuff like where they just brew a little bit of it each year or something?
Kinda. What is it? They have stuff that's year round. Yeah, like right at the top. Year round beers that says yet not available all the time. Like, what is it? Juniper ale. That stuff is literally like always there. Even though it's not on that menu right there. Yeah, they have a ton of stuff. Alcohol, like good beer. They have a lot of stuff that's year round, but it's sort of not, I guess. Like they'll just be like, we pulled this because we didn't want to use these hops. They seem like they were funny, so we're not serving like Black Cascade right now or whatever. But
I've seen some places it's like they only brew one thing at a time, but it's like in between they brew whatever their year-round beer is. So it's still limited because when it's middle of summer, they have like a midsummer thing that they do. And so they don't brew their main beer, they just brew that. And then they, the next season they switch to something else. And so they have like several beers they brew throughout the year, but then they have one they go back to in between those.
yeah, I remember what I was going to say now. Bud Light is just water. I swear to God.
It kind of is. I mean, especially after you drink a real beer.
Same with Coors Light or any light beer, I guess. To me, it's just water anymore.
So you're telling me you don't do shots of Bud Light?
I'm pretty glad my mic was muted for that. No, I don't do shots of water. I'm sorry, boss.
It's okay, son. You will. When you come hang out for like the whole whatever thing, we will.
Just give me a fucking picture of it, and I'll be like, that was something. Oh yeah, in that state, can you fill up growlers at a bar?
How the fuck growlers?
I'm not sure about here because never tried, but I know that in Florida you can. We used to go down there and do it all the time because it's. I mean, I can spit in Florida from here almost. But we used to go down there because it was so much cheaper, and you could fill up gallon milk jugs and buy them from most bars down there.
That does not sound sketchy at all. I love it.
Well, it wasn't actually a milk jug. It was like a jug that the bar provided, but it was basically a milk jug. You know,
Like it wasn't a milk jug because it never held milk, but it was exactly like a milk jug.
Yeah, exactly.
It was
it's
almost
just a plastic jug. But yeah, it was just a jug.
I think every time the name Noveski or Larry Vickers is mentioned, Flippy should have to take a drink.
How about that Larry Vickers Glock?
I mean, what if I mention it? Like the Larry Vickers Noveski.
Hold on, you owe us 2 drinks already. Start drinking.
4. He has 4 now.
Oh God, you're right. None of that mojito crap either.
It's gone, dude.
Well, you preempted me. You drink Jack Diagonals from now on.
Okay. Okay.
Still trying to get that drinking and talking thing down, I see.
Oh, naked photos of Ariana Grande came out.
Yeah, right here. He's the biggest growler they have. Well, that's got to be the biggest. 64 ounces. $20 for 64 ounces of like premium brewed craft beer. That's incredibly cheap.
Yeah, if it's good.
Their shit is always, I don't know what it is, dude. They've always been on point with their beer.
Who?
People up here.
I mean, some people like some of those craft brewers like put crazy shit in their beer, and you know, hipsters just eat it up, but it tastes like shit.
Yeah, no.
The same company will put something out that's good, but you know, they also, a lot of them put out some crap too. It's like, let's just put this shit in here and see if they'll buy it.
Yeah, no, I know these dudes personally, and like, number one, they're metalheads, and I was like, oh, I gotta support my metal brethren, so I go down to the bar, and I was like, dude, hook me up. Like, what's good? They have like, I don't know, I've never seen another place do this. They have like 5 or 6 ounce shot glass deals that they'll fill up for $2 for any of the beer. Or no, was it 10 ounces? It's like 10 ounce shot glass or something. For $2, you can try all their beer like for $2 fucking 10 ounces. Everything was good every time I've been there. I was pretty impressed. But yeah, there's definitely some hipsters that just like, they're out of place there.
Yeah, that'll be the problem when you come down. Like, what is it next year for NRA show?
Why is there a bunch of hipsters?
Nah, they'll be like, "Yo, I don't know how. I won't understand how to eat bland food no more after I have all this delicious hot sauce on everything."
Yeah, no, fuck hot sauce. Like barbecue sauce, I'm down. Hot sauce, not so much.
Depends on what kind of hot sauce it is.
Not for me, it doesn't.
Well, some hot sauces have a good flavor to them. Some of them are just fucking hot for the sake of being hot.
Only thing I like, and it's not even a hot sauce, is Chipotle. Like, I don't know. That's no matter how like quote spicy unquote that stuff is, I've never found it like absurd.
Well, it's
What?
basically just smoked
Chipotle? Like
it's
the
just smoked
restaurant?
jalapeno peppers.
Yeah, Flippy.
And like
Nah, dude.
what is that sauce? Adobo sauce?
I'm like rubbing some shit in right now. Nah, dude. Chipotle is that habanero pepper that's like.
No, it's not a habanero pepper. It's like a
Let's find out.
jalapeno. Not that damn hot, man.
I like whipped liquid habanero pepper on everything I eat, though. Habanero isn't even hot. But it has like a rich, wonderful flavor that goes along with everything.
It's a smoke dried jalapeno, usually in adobo sauce.
Well, the things I just looked up said it was a Chipotle pepper. Use both.
I got that. I got that straight from the word of the internet, Wikipedia.
No, actually, I was looking for Wikipedia, and I was like, oh, there's no Wikipedia on this. Let's go to the Food Network.
Hey, dude. Mm-hmm.
Either way, Chipotle is good stuff. Like, I've had that on a ton of stuff wherever it's offered. It's always been, like, just right. It's never been really that spicy, I guess.
Fucking, Chipotle, the flavor of the South and all that shit.
No, not that.
Fuck Chipotle. The restaurant. I don't see what people see in that.
What? Hold on.
The franchise.
The burrito making place?
If you can call them that.
Yeah, dude.
I
That
mean,
place
to me,
is
they're
fucking wonderful. I love it.
They're like a slightly less salty Taco Bell.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'd say they're about 1,000 times better.
Yeah, they're fucking fantastic, bro. I don't know why you be hating.
It's just because
fast
Flippy likes
food.
it.
I mean, any way you slice it, it's still fast food.
Yeah, this place is claiming that this is Megan Fox. I don't think this is Megan Fox.
I don't know, Sean. I have it on good authority. You might be anti-Semitic now.
Anti-Semitic. Why is that? Is the guy who runs Chipotle Jewish or something?
Dude,
That was a fucking dude we were playing.
he's a size tech. Samed tech? Shad tech? What the fuck are those worms that live on the ground and eat Burt Reynolds?
Tremors?
Mm-hmm.
Graboids.
Yeah, there you
Wait,
go.
that's not Burt Reynolds though.
No, it sure wasn't.
That's
It was
Burt
Burt Gummer.
Tomato,
Burt
potato.
Gummer's the man.
You can't kill Burt Gummer.
Yeah, he's like the greatest. By the way, tomato, potato, that shit's
Matter
all
of
the
fact,
same.
he did get eaten by one time.
And then they chainsawed him out of that bitch.
Because he's Burt fucking Gummer. Dude, I honestly think watching that movie when I was 6 years old, just like, I need guns. Like, that was it.
Dude, I remember my mom was in the hospital at the time I was watching that movie, and she's like, "This movie is the fucking greatest." I'm like, "Yeah, mom, it's fucking right."
He blew that sumbitch up.
Hell, it is Roe, whatever the fuck. What's her name? Who's the fucking bitch named married to Burt Grummer?
Oh God!
In the first movie, Reba McEntire.
Yeah, dude, she's like, "Yep, there's Reba McEntire hanging out."
All the South was just like, Reba McEntire is my daughter.
Dude, that movie is like the greatest. Forever in love with that movie.
Yeah, I liked all of them actually. I haven't seen the fifth one, but I heard it sucked.
Yeah, I'm kind of lying here. I have not seen the newest one that have come out of that shit.
All of them up to the Wild West one, and including the Wild West one, are good.
The Wild West one's pretty good, dude. They fucking kill a graboid with a punt gun.
Yes.
I killed the shit out of that.
The new one is kind of bad though.
That hurts.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I heard.
Dude, that actually hurts my insides.
I bought it as soon as it was released, and
like a true American,
it was like, it doesn't matter if it's good or not. I have to have it. I even have the series that only lasted like 14 episodes or some shit.
That was an awesome show.
I actually love that
And,
series. I'm not even gonna lie, you're right here.
The only bad thing about it is that it was done like Firefly. It was aired out of order, so the episode numbers are wrong. You have to look it up. If you look it up, there's somebody went and compiled them in the correct order. So if you watch them in that order, the continuity of the series makes more sense. Makes more sense as to why Burt disappeared for like 3 episodes in the middle of the episodes, because it was actually near the end where those episodes were supposed to be.
Yeah, I never went all as far into that shit and whatnot, but I fucking love that show.
The hell was that?
Hell was what?
Was that the real Flippy?
Nope. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Can I speak to the real Flippy? Let him be. Let him loose. Speak to me about Harambe.
Dicks out and all that jazz. Dude, I fucking love that show though. I watched that what was that? That shit aired like every Saturday on Sci-Fi Channel.
Yep.
I think it was on Sci-Fi, yeah.
I know it was on Sci-Fi. I just can't remember what time of the week that shit was, but I watched the shit out of that.
Why can't Gavin be here? He'll never believe me. Nope. I heard the real Flippy in there. Can't keep him tied up for long. Too many mojitos and he must be freed.
I do not know what you are talking about, son.
I do not have a slight clue as to what you might mean. Next thing you'll be like, Texas the best!
Damn. I heard some Les Claypool coming out in that.
Maybe.
I have no idea what you mean, sir.
Don't play that fake businessman shit with me. I'm just waiting for you to throw up on your microphone live.
Nah, dude, I don't get alcohol sickness.
I don't get.
Like, if I were to, I'm trying really hard now. If I were to drink an entirety of another jug, I would just basically tomorrow have to wake up and drink a gallon of water, and I'd be all fine and whatnot.
Oh, I'm pissed now. I just opened a can of Dr. Pepper and it's flat as fuck.
Dr. Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell they did to that stuff, but it does not taste good at all anymore.
It doesn't taste like it used to. It's too damn sweet, and they've added more flavors to it or some shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the same. It's not the same spices or
Yeah, no,
or whatever.
exactly. It's much. It's sweeter. It's fucking like 7 times sweeter.
Well, I know what they did there, because a couple of years ago they released a version made with sugar instead of corn syrup, and it was actually tasted like I remember Dr. Pepper tasting, sort of, not completely, but sort of. It wasn't quite as sweet, and it was a little milder flavor, but it still wasn't quite the same. But yeah, this shit with corn syrup in it that they've been making for the last, I don't know, 20 something years, that shit, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Fucking Big Red's where that shit's at.
You don't talk like that. This is the real Flippy. I fucking knew it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That last thing you typed in the side chat wasn't even typed right. I can give you slack because you never type appropriately.
No, that makes sense because I think Flippy is a Pokemon player, so that makes sense.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that got that.
I am a Pokemon player. Well, at least I did when that shit came out, and it was fantastic. I'm the icon.
Back in the day when I was young.
Dude, it's okay. He was just a skater boy. And she was like, see you later, boy.
Please no. Every time I fucking hear that shit, all I think of is Generation Kill, man. That's it.
All I can think of anymore when somebody references her is when there was this bit where somebody was interviewing James Hetfield and asking him about people that were wearing Metallica shirts that weren't from a generation that would have worn those particular shirts, and he had a picture of Avril Lavigne in a Metallica shirt from like Puppets or something, and he was like, "Isn't she the lead singer of Nickelback?"
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty funny.
James Hetfield,
Yeah.
fucking great.
Fuck you, James Comey, whoever the fuck the leader of Metallica is.
Fuck you.
Or Nickelback or whatever that shit is.
Let him free. Just do it.
I don't know what you're talking
Quit
about.
resisting.
Somebody just dropped the ball carrier on the floor.
I'm okay.
Help! I'm falling and I can't get up.
I'm just waiting for your wife to come to him. What the fuck? Are you drunk again?
Nah, dude, she's like super asleep.
Well, she was super asleep.
I don't think you understand how big my
Flippy,
house is.
you need blinks for your gun. You need blinks for one of your gun.
I'm on
That's
the
all I can
other.
say.
I'm in the other wing of my house right now, and she's sleeping, and she
All
won't
right,
hear me.
all right, Mr. Dynasty Falcon Crest Dallas boy. Like, yeah, you need blanks for one of your pistols, and then when you get drunk like this, we can talk you into putting those blanks in a pistol, and then running into your wife's bedroom and like shoot your gun and like up in the air.
They
and, like,
said it was a good idea.
Yell at her, tell her the commies are coming. Like,
I just
tell her this is for real,
baby.
baby.
You're like, you just magged up. You're like, they said it would be funny. I'm sorry.
Well, like, hold on.
Go ahead, just put a hole in your ceiling. Be a man.
A real man would do that. A real man would be like, "Oh, I don't give a fuck. I'll just call the Mexicans tomorrow to come fix it." Right? Like,
Nah, dude, it's Trump's America now. There ain't no Mexicans no more.
okay, well then you'll call like a Syrian or something. So like, yeah.
Hello, dude. I'm here to fix your roof.
Yeah, I need Alakazam over here tomorrow to fix my roof problem.
You'll have a basket of hay. Be like, I'm here to thatch your roof.
I need you to stuff your roof holes into my roof.
Yeah,
Quick,
dude, he'll have a
shove all
big-
your
he'll have a
turbans
big
in the
bundle.
hole. It's raining.
Yeah, you'll have a big bundle of hay under one arm, a bucket of mud in the other. He's like, I'm here to thatch your roof. Yep, let's do this.
I am the most certified repairman in my village of 10.
That's
Half
good.
of them were women and children.
That's good enough for me, son. Come on upstairs and fix my roof.
Is that a fucking another bobcat out there, though? Oh, dead horse.
Yo.
What experience do you have with the Troy folding sites?
I have 3 pairs of them. I have the micros and then the regulars.
What's the deal with the micros?
They're just shorter. They're made for like PDW weapons, like the Scorpion, or maybe like even an AK if it had like a rail on the front. If for some
Like
reason it
point
have
of,
a-
point of impact type deal.
Yeah, well, they're just shorter. They don't stick up AR heights, right? So like on a weapon that has like a dropped stock on it, where unlike an AR where it's straight back, so you don't need those tall sights on a weapon that has a dropped stock, right? So those micros are really good for platforms like that, like MPXs, Scorpions that just don't have that straight back, buffer tube or stock, or that inline system. So that's where the micro shine. Or I guess it's a short head, right? From like your cheekbone, like to your eyes, I guess. Like if it was super short, it would work good on an AR too. Like maybe even for a kid.
What up, B-Gurk? God damn it, Flippy, that last thing you wrote.
Right? Again, fighting the country or these.
I'm pretty sure you're a fucking bipolar person. You just can't say it. I'm a little bit country. I'm a little bit rock and roll. you're just looking in the mirror like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I can see like Flippy going into his like huge walk-in closet that's probably like the size of my kitchen, right? And like putting on his cowboy boots and practicing his line dancing in front of like the mirror. I can see that.
I gave that up a long time ago.
Line dance? Only mine knows line dances anymore, he says.
Cocaine is the cowboy drug.
Yep, cocaine cowboy, right?
How else are they supposed to hurt all those cattle? Come on. Him living in Texas, he's like, I gotta live up to that lifestyle. How can I do
Now,
it?
see, like even though I think it was classified as like a romantic drama, I still think Flippy considers like Brokeback Mountain an action movie.
The documentary. The documentary about my people suffering.
He's like, yeah, you call it like, you know, a Brokeback Mountain a documentary. Here in Texas, it's just everyday life. Like,
That's just real, man.
how do you think they get so good with those ropes? Like,
He's getting way time up, boys. Yeah, this is still gun channels.
oh God, I hope this gun's fixed. Ah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be buying a set of those Troy standard height sights.
Is it for an AR?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, then definitely get the standard heights. Like they say, unless you have like a really short face, like maybe this like the size of a head of like a 10-year-old or something, like then definitely get the standard.
No, I have a
sights.
tall face, so that would suck even more.
Yeah, you definitely want the regular sights.
Damn you,
Yeah, I
average
don't-
height people. Everything is built around you guys. Damn you all.
Like I don't know what kind of front you like. They have it in the AR, the Trident, and then the HK front post. I
I'm not
prefer
down with the
Trident.
HK.
Yeah, I prefer the Trident myself. But I know a lot of people swear by the HK front sight post, and I have one of each. And I'm telling you, like, I don't know, I like the Trident way better.
I've tried the HK. It gets lost in translation in my sights sometimes. Like I'm like, I don't know. It seems simpler. Like you need one big circle. Like it just confuses me. Like I need the circle and the Trident.
Well, I've heard some guys say that they're more accurate and stuff, and I'm like, well, maybe that's just
No.
you. I haven't found that sight configuration to be more accurate. But the diamond rear aperture of the Troy, right, with the Trident front, works really, really well together. And then what I've noticed is that, okay, like on your large rear aperture, you'll have the diamond rear, and then you have these four like sight lines that come out from the diamond on all four angles of the diamond. And then when you flip to, and that's your 0 to 200 meter aperture. And when you flip up to your 3 to 600 meter aperture, well, you have the smaller diamond sight, right? And that should be on at like 300 yards. And above that aperture, there's a little notch. It's like flat. It's not complete. Like the actual aperture is not diamond shaped. Well, the aperture is, but the metal around the aperture isn't diamond shaped like the big objective is. It's actually flat across the top, and then there's a little notch in it, right in the very top. If you use that little notch on your front sight post, like you would like a traditional rifle sight almost, where you just line up that notch, that rear sight notch, and then your front post, that'll be on right at 600 yards. So, or 600 meters. So you don't have to you don't have to readjust basically or hold high, like use Kentucky windage or, you know. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining. I'm probably not explaining.
No, I got you. You're explaining it exactly.
Yeah, like, but if you just like look at that small aperture, it'll become apparent. Oh, if I just use the little notch above the small diamond, that'll be right on at 600. The small diamond will be on at 300, and then your large aperture will, you know, that should be on at like 50 and 2. So,
yeah, I don't know. There's something really weird about that diopter rear sight, the diamond.
Wait,
I like
what are
it.
you talking
I
about?
like it with the Trident, dude. It works really, really well together, man.
I'm looking at the site picture right now. It's, I don't know. Like, I could try to get used to it, but like, what the fuck? Oh, hey, mister, I'm a little bit country and I'm a little bit rock and roll.
I have no idea what you're talking about. On the on a different note, I just texted my hairdresser and I'm like, yo, I need to get my ears lowered and all that shit and whatnot.
What?
Did you say your hairdresser?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just texted my hairdresser and was like, yo, I need a haircut.
But you said you needed your ears lowered. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, see, that's
You've never heard of that?
That's what we say.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah, the hell, I've
haircut.
never heard that. Ever. I was like, why are you getting your ears lowered? What's wrong with you? You anatomically set up to fail?
You're not going to trap me into saying something racist. I'll tell you that right
Yes,
now.
I am. Fucking mojito drinking son of a bitch. Say it.
Nah, dude, I'm drinking.
What about your child? Don't forget Harambe. Earlier, you were alluding to someone.
You almost fucking killed me.
What about your child?
I fucking laughed so hard at that.
I hope you laughed so hard you just threw up on your fucking fancy ass floor.
I mean, whatever.
No, my mojito!
Whatever. The help?
Maid?
Yeah, that's it. The help will clean it up in the morning.
Don't tell your wife I called her a maid.
Hmm? No, I was talking about Consuela.
We need more lemon pledge. Does she ever like, we need more lemon pledge?
She's like, no. I'm like, yo, Consuela, can you get that spot up where the dog chewed the wall of the hole? She's like, no.
She chewed the wall into a hole, huh?
Did it.
Is your dog like quantum physics certified or something?
Yeah, she's Nealon Blumkin, the inventor of the Tesla, and the inventor of the magic hole that makes like space-time continuum travel available to citizens of California.
I don't think synapses are firing correctly.
I call it the Hawking hole.
Nah, dude. I own the dog. I call it the Flippy hole. If Noveski can have a hole, then I can have my own hole. And I'm already in the middle of taking a drink.
Go on about your hole.
All right. It's a one-way.
Is it a portal to another dimension? Someone call it another realm.
It's the Great Brown Eye of Sargeras.
These faggots don't even praise the sun.
Yeah, Sean plays WoW, so he got that joke.
What about your child?
God damn it. You know what? You're going to have to clarify that joke.
Sure, I'm not. Sure, I'm not Flippy. That's your job.
No.
More Jack Diagonals. Bring this man more alcohol.
Yeah, I think I've had enough.
No, shut up. Be a man.
I'm looking at the chat right now. It's all a bunch of squiggles, so I'm kind of thinking it might be enough.
Be a man.
God damn it, you're right.
Drink until you pass out. Be a man.
I'll hold on. I can do this.
How? Did you know Flippy speaks fluent Indian?
Yeah, it's super. No, I'm not falling into this racist trap.
Just be yourself, okay?
Yeah, that's what everyone says. Like, that's what the school said. They're like, yo, just be yourself. Be you. And they're like, yo, no, you need to stop being you. It's offending the minorities.
Wait, we didn't mean it.
Flippy, you should close your eyes and see if you start spinning.
I mean, I won't. I won't be spinning.
Start counting backwards. 0.
I want Flippy to puke on air.
I mean, that's not going to happen. I don't get... Wow.
Uh-oh, it's happening.
No. I apparently typed in something really weird and hit enter.
No, I didn't. Don't worry.
There's some weird shit. But no, I don't get sick. Like, tomorrow I'll wake up mad thirsty as a motherfucker, and I'll drink a gallon of water and all that shit, and I'll get right back to being good and whatnot.
Still young.
Tomorrow you'll wake up with herpes, man.
Nah, dude, that can only happen to you once.
Oh, shit.
He's gonna get the clap.
Don't do it to yourself, man.
All I know is hello from the other side.
Oh, shit.
I must have called you 1,000 times.
Please don't.
Tell you I'm sorry.
To tell you that I'm sorry for breaking your heart.
dick. Oh, oops. Wrong song. What's going on, man?
Not much at all.
I heard motherfuckers met you in real life and they were terrified.
I'm sorry, I don't understand a goddamn word you just said, son, but metroed in real life and terrified.
Yeah. I heard they met you in real life and they were terrified, man.
Oh, is that like... Oh, nah, dude, they're all chill. It was all fun and whatnot. All that shit went on right, fine, right, and whatnot.
They told me they talked about you behind your back, man.
He turned into Boomhauer.
Exactly.
He fucking is Boomhauer. He just ties it good.
Oh, shit.
Let it be free, Flippy. Let your inner spirit live.
I might go to the fucking range. Oh, I'll be back. I gotta try to set up this range day real quick.
Good luck.
All right.
Yeah, mucho es grande, luego all that shit and whatnot.
God damn it. Dang on mojito, man. Going on your child, man.
Nah, friend. I met Foos and Dano, and they were all friendly as fuck and whatnot. It was all good.
I will say I have never had a hangover either. However, I've never been drunk, so. Oh, Moon, you have the Troy folding sites, do you not?
No.
Have you ever looked through them?
I got diamond heads.
You like the sight picture, or do you think the circular rear is better?
I like them both. I got a Matek rear and an A2 front sight, and then I got diamond head rear and an A2 front sight, and then I got a diamond head rear, diamond head front, and I don't have a problem with any of them.
They're for 0 to 300.
I guess the diamond heads are faster to acquire, but not by much. I can still get that Montec pretty fast.
Pretty constrained sight picture compared to the Montec.
No, the diamond heads.
Yeah, like I don't know. I guess it's just weird to me to see a square sight picture instead of a circular one.
I mean,
He's on the floor. He's on the floor.
It's circular enough. Nah, dude, I'm winning.
The room is circular.
It's
the only sights I suck with are them fucking MP5 sights with the weird screw thing rear sight on the back. The
Yeah,
big knob.
German.
Yeah, I can't stand that.
I tried them once, and I was just like, I get it, but I don't get it.
Yeah.
Why would you angle this?
I figured out how to use it, but I just never got good at it. Like just cut it off and put a regular flip up. Put one of them HK rear flip ups. Although I think HK is more known for their front sight, right?
I think they're pretty known for both their sights.
That's true. But the
Like,
rear
weren't
sight
they
is
the
a
ones?
piece of
Weren't
shit.
they the ones who invented the square sight and all that shit and whatnot?
No.
No.
Okay. Either way,
Why aren't you drinking?
Good point. Hold on.
That's right.
Dude, the farther I reach, the farther away it goes away.
Like it was 5 feet 10 seconds ago.
It just keeps like stretching farther.
Come back, Jack Diagonals.
I love you. God damn it.
I'm waiting for that, like, and just no more noise.
What, the thunk and then it's over?
Yeah, it'll just be this loud, like, and it'll be no more noise from you for the rest of the night. And you'll wake up in this chat alone, like, where am I?
Nah, dude, this chat's great and all. Moon's a great host and whatnot, but this isn't Skyrim. I'm not going to pass out while drinking and playing Skyrim again.
Don't bullshit me.
But what was I saying?
Nothing at all. You're drinking.
Okay. Yeah, diamond heads are great. I'm just not a big fan of them, so that's why I'm tossing away mine with that upper.
Well, don't buy the polymer ones. What can I tell you?
I mean, they're good enough to wear Noveski, and I will take a drink. Slap their logo on them and said, all right, we're good enough with these.
Out of curiosity, do you guys prefer the AK or the AR sight picture?
The
Actually, I do like the AK a little better.
To be fair, I haven't played with it enough to know what's good and what's not yet.
Did
I
you
gotta
really
say,
want AK versus AR?
yeah, the side picture.
Oh, dude, an aperture, like a peep sight, like any day over like a blade sight. Like,
Yeah.
that it's so much more accurate with a peep sight. I don't give a fuck what gun it's on. It's going to be more accurate with the peep sight.
I don't know. I've always liked the AK sight. I don't know why. I love my AR sight though, for goddamn sure. It's also like twice the sight radius, so that helps.
Well, you can put a peep on your AK. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Well, maybe do like target acquisition, like rapid target acquisition, and I'm sure there are some other factors like that where the AK sight style and like traditional style rifle sights excel, right?
That is for sure.
But for accuracy, nothing is going to beat a peep sight.
Or a red dot.
Yeah, dude, I just use a red dot.
Well, red dot kind of reverses the whole theory behind the red dot, really, or I mean the peep sight, because it kind of makes a real world acquisition of a peep sight. That's kind of
Just
what
centering a
it's
circle.
replicating. Yeah, that's basically what a peep sight is. That's what you're seeing.
Yeah.
So hello from the other side.
You did not call 1,000 times. Don't bullshit me.
I must have called 1,000 times.
There was only 3.
Noveski.
To say that I'm sorry for breaking your heart.
No, I said Noveski twice now. You must drink twice. You make me say it a third time. I swear to God, he'll show up at your place too.
Probably.
So what is the opinion on the M buses? The original old school M buses so far?
What, the Paylimer ones?
Yes, the polymer ones.
I never heard anything about them. God, this chair is so comfy.
Yes, it is. Sleep.
I think I found the ultimate polymer backup sites in Fab Defense. As much as Fab Defense makes a lot of weird shit.
Mm-hmm.
Are those the super tiny ones that are... I think I might know what you're talking about.
Nah, they're not super tiny. They're like about as big as the Magpuls. They're not spring assisted or whatever. They're not like auto flip, but they're solid as shit, and you don't need a front sight tool to adjust the front sight.
I was okay with the Magpuls until I flipped one of my sets up and the front sight post popped out.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about those kind of sights. I'd rather just
I have
work all the time, and I deploy them myself.
I mean, it may just been a fluke, but it happens. I was like, well, fuck that. I won't buy another set of these.
I have both gens of Magpul polymer rear flip-up sights. And the first gen, I've had problems of the pins walking out of the sight. And so the actual steel pin will actually walk out of the sight, and you'll go to flip up your sight, and your sight will flip up all cockeyed and shit, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, and then you notice, oh shit, my pin's about ready to just fall out. It's hanging out the side of the gun. So on those ones, I'm not thrilled about, but the Gen 2 ones, I haven't had any issues with. They seem to work just fine, but I only use those as a backup sight. I'll sight my gun in with those and then never use it again. I would never use a pair of like Magpul M buses as a primary sight. Like, okay, I got my rear M bus and my A2, and I'm good. Like, that's all. Like, that's gonna be my sight. If you want iron sights, get a buy a different rear sight. Like, if that's what you're gonna use. Like, Magpuls are good just for backup.
You're
That's
gonna
my-
let me put you on, or I'm gonna burn you and this entire house to the ground.
What about your kid?
Yeah. What are they saying about this cop that shot the Muslim?
He's a fucking hero.
He's the hero.
That's not all.
That better be all they're saying. That's all it was. I bet there'll be some convoluted story like he was out to kill this man.
They probably found something about where he bullied some kid when he was in high school or some shit.
Nope. He was in a surviving an active shooter training video made by Ohio State Campus Administration. What the fuck? That's not us. Surprising.
So it was an inside job. Muslims can't melt steel beams.
I got clickbaited.
So he's had training.
I was just
doing
clickbaiting.
this shit. So he knew exactly what to do. He was in exactly the right place at the right time.
Pretty sure he just had a time travel device and was like, I'm gonna go fuck this guy up.
Dude, he was Patrick Swayze in Time Cop and all that shit.
Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, I heard Roseanne Barr was RoboCop.
Dude, her and her, what was her daughter's name? Diran? Yeah, it's Skrillex nowadays.
Do you ever feel like your AR is done?
Never.
Lots of times.
But I mean, your one AR that you would take, shit hits the fan, your one AR.
Exactly. It's completely fucking done right now. Like, it's done. There's nothing else to do to it.
You mean like finish it off?
Yeah, but that one for me is almost completely stock.
I have two.
Exactly. Exactly.
I've not
You
done
hit it
very
on
much
the
to it at
head.
all. So
It's like A2 carry. It's like carry handle, A2 front sight, like regular mil-spec handguards, regular mil-spec grip. Like it's.
now
like
I did change the grip. I've got a Hogue grip on it, but other than that, it's pretty much stock.
No new trigger?
No, the trigger was fine.
Fuck no, I don't want a drop-in trigger for the one I have to take. I don't want no drop-in fucking thing that's gonna fail after like 5,000 rounds or something. Like, fuck no, I want mil-spec.
That's funny.
Yeah, mine's fine and all that jazz. I just need a Surefire light attached to it.
And those M-Bus Pros.
Yeah, huh. God, the floor's nice and cool.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
The thing about some of that match spec stuff and like super tight tolerances is you get a grain of sand in there and it won't work. I mean, it's usually not quite that drastic, but that's the reason mil spec is what it is, because it leaves a little bit of tolerances for crap to get in there and it still function.
Well, I read a report that said the what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, I've had some drinks tonight also. But the
Flippy on the floor.
recommended service and an interval for an M4 AR-15's fire control group is 5,000 rounds. That's the recommended service interval. And then on average, they're replaced every 8,000 rounds. And reports are from the armorers that they are perfectly fine and work perfectly well at 8,000 rounds when they're pulling them out of guns. So that's just what I've read about mil-spec triggers coming from the military. So, you know, and I just don't see a drop-in trigger, any drop-in trigger like that that's going to hold up to the same type of abuse and be as reliable. Definitely better trigger pulls, definitely, you know, better accuracy, stuff like that, but I just don't see any drop-in trigger being as reliable. I don't see it.
That's great.
What about like the ALG or the PNT? They're basically
Well, that's still
mil-spec.
based on a mil-spec. Yeah, that's different. That's okay. Like that's I'm talking like the drop-in trigger packs. Like
I don't put them like flat speed triggers in my ARs.
yeah,
Or
that
my
shit like
shooters
that.
and guns.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is those type of triggers like the ALGs and the Geisleys, like even some of the two-stage ones. I've heard Geisleys like have tested their triggers over 10,000 rounds, but they're still, even their two-stage trigger ones. Look at their triggers. Are they in a little like aluminum case, or like are they a trigger pack? No, they're still roughly based on the mil-spec design. I mean, just with different angles and tolerances, and so like maybe a Geisley I would totally trust, but not any drop-in trigger that came in a little aluminum or steel case, like a one-piece trigger. There's no way.
Why not though?
Oh, light primer strikes is common on those, especially with, you know, surplus or still cased ammunition. Reliability issues. I've heard of every fucking type of drop-in trigger out there. If you read reviews about them, like there's always some guys that are like, oh, like this trigger is a piece of shit. It doesn't work for me. It's, you know, it lasted 1,000 rounds before it ate itself up, or, you know, it just, there's just too much to go wrong, too much shit. And like one thing that Sean said, like, yeah, a little piece of sand, you know, you can dump a shitload of sand in a mil-spec fire control group, but, you know, you just frog lube can slow down a fucking hammer on a drop-in trigger enough to not set off a primer. So
that's frog lube. It does it to everything.
These new the CZ Custom Shop Scorpion mag extenders are fucking ridiculous.
Oh, they're like 62 rounds or something.
They add 20 rounds to the 30-round mag, but it makes it like
it's like a
so
banana
long.
mag.
It's stupid. Yeah, they should have just made a drum. Fuck.
Make a snail mag. Be cool.
That would be cooler than this thing. It's like you put a 2x4 on the end of your mag that's filled with 20 more rounds.
I mean, that was pretty ergonomic 100 years ago, man.
Wearing like a shoe or a boot. One of these
Does it look like the magazine is like a stand for a sign, and the gun is the sign?
So fucking weird.
I think we've lost him.
Flippy pass out on the floor.
Yeah, I think that was his final, like, that was his death note.
If only you were so lucky. I am a machine.
It's okay, Bobby Blitz.
a real machine would be beer bonging the rest of that mojito.
Actually, no, we wouldn't drink mojitos. I'm sorry.
Shut up.
There ain't no more mojito. I drink all that fucking shit.
Yeah, then you need to go grab some Jack Dagnalls and pour some of that in a funnel and with like a clear plastic tube and beer bong that shit.
It's time for you to MacGyver a setup to where you can just get smashed off one bottle and nobody needs to help you.
Yeah.
So when you're just like, my hands don't work, but I need to finish this because I'm a man, you put it up and it just siphons down your throat and you can't stop it until it's all gone.
Yeah, if you've never beer bonged hard liquor before, man, like, I don't know. You're not a machine. we used to do that like at parties, like we'd be having beer bongs, right? So then everyone would be usually taking 2 beers. That was about like the chicks would take like 1 beer. The guys would usually take like 2 at a time. So we'd pour in 1 beer, and then like while the guy's not looking, we'd be pouring tequila or some shit in the funnel.
That's fucked up, man.
They'd be like, "Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, go!" And lift that shit up, and it was great.
Pour a bunch of Everclear down there and not even tell them.
Oh, like, yeah, we never told until afterwards, until like they took their first breath. Like they couldn't even tell while drinking it because it goes so fast. Like you can't even tell that you just drank hard liquor until you
Wow.
take your first breath.
Wow, I'm like breathing fire, guys.
Yeah. Like when you take your first breath and you feel your throat and shit like kind of burn, you're like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, because it's not that cool, soothing like beer sensation.
Yeah, I'll stick with beer.
No, fuck beer. Unless it's like unless it's warm and like being served from some chick named Helga. Like,
Are you European?
no, fuck no. I hate American piss water beer, dude. I'm allergic to most of it. First of all,
Hold
Yes,
on.
sir.
American piss water, what does that mean? Light beer?
like
Unless
any
it's
of the
being
Budweiser,
served-
Coors, Michelob, Miller Lite, like any of that
Yeah.
shit.
Come on, that's a given.
Yeah, like I'll have like a Sam Adams once in a while or something like that, but you know, for the most part, like maybe some micro brews or some homemade beer once in a while. But yeah, like I'm gonna go get some like Grolsch or you know, like the real Guinness Stout, like the shit that like looks like it, like someone like I don't know, spit in it because it has all these floaties and shit, like or some Qingdao even, like some Chinese beer, some Qingdao. That shit actually ferments in
Why
the
don't you
body.
just go get
Horse won't drink
Fuck
it
it.
unless someone fucking spooged in it.
That's what Qingdao looks like, man. It looks like there's like moss and shit growing inside of it because it ferments so fast inside the bottle. Like I've heard that Qingdao beer can get up to like 13% or some shit.
They call it the Dead Horse Special.
It's what you get at Pulse nightclub.
No, fuck you.
First ever Glock Master Glock engraver for sale.
Oh.
Engraved by a Glock Master engraver.
What's
How
the
many
guy's name?
engravers do they fucking need?
There are
Like
only
4?
actually a few certified master engravers in the whole United States.
But wouldn't they be like engraving 1911s or something?
No, actually, there are different grades of engraving, like Colt. If you want to engrave a Colt, you don't have to go to Colt and get certified, but you almost have to, because if someone's going to pay you to do it, they
Like
want to see
Glock
your
gave you
certification.
guys a certificate.
I don't know how Glock does it. I would imagine they have a certification program for Glock, like line work. So it's authentically Glock line work, like from them.
I imagine for Glock, you just answer an ad in the back of a gun magazine and send off your $29.95, and they like send you this like engraved by numbers like little pamphlet, like
Oh,
okay,
this is-
now like watch this 30-minute video, and now you're a master engraver.
This is the 30th anniversary Glock, so there's only 30 of them.
Yeah, I've seen those. Who,
But I want one like it.
who did the engraving? Does it say?
No, just says Glock Master Engraver.
Okay, because when I got taught engraving, it was by one of like
Maybe
so
it's
few.
Bertram.
Who?
Bertram Custom Jewelers.
Maybe. I know the guy that taught me was Roger Sampson. He was one of like 2 or 4 master engravers in Minnesota. That guy was fucking insane. Like he's like, yeah, I'm just like, scroll work. Like I'm it's like, I'm just scroll working like the Titanic end scene, and some guy shotgun because he wanted it.
Oh, apparently you can get it on your Glock. For
For like $500.
$5,900.
Yeah, that's real hand blade work. Then that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty sweet.
5,900. So like 50K.
No.
Oh.
5,900.
No, you got it right. Yeah.
6K.
Oh.
I thought she said 50.
Yeah, he did. He had it right. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 50 grand.
Just send the rest of that money, in packets out to a few people. We'll take care of it.
Okay. Who am I sending my check to?
The Moon Food 78 Foundation that I
Okay.
made earlier.
I'm writing that.
Starving
out
Gunsmiths of Minnesota Foundation.
Only faggots take checks.
Yeah, they do,
Real
bitch.
men take cards.
Only real men know how to write checks.
No, real men just transfer the funds from bank account to bank account. So
You stay out of
I'll
this.
give you
Luke.
my routing number and for my foundation. You just send the money there, and you'll get your Glock slide engraved. You got to send me your Glock slide too.
Come on. I know
Send
you
me your
can
whole
do
block.
it.
Come to think of it, I need it to match the frame.
I always just say like, I know Edge. Put it on his tab.
You go into your home. Your hole is your home.
Are you in your flippy hole right now?
Get in your hole.
Flippy is officially turned into hat.
Quick to the flippy hole.
Come on, I believe in you. Yeah.
They're still in that host meeting.
Who?
I heard Beetlejuice was in there. The host with the most.
Fucking G-Webs is giving them a seminar on how to be better hosts.
Okay. Did it work?
I don't know. We'll find out.
I sure don't need to be there.
Flippy the link to that chat. And get Flippy there to fucking wreck that.
Who invited him? Hey guys!
Why is the floor so nice and inviting? So cold.
Instead of like having a 2-hour lobby every Tuesday or Thursday or whatever day they do their shows on, they can like have like a topic and shit.
They're trying to structure it more like it was once at one point. Or well, who was it that like structured their chats a bunch?
Well, Yankee always did.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It was Yankee Matt. Foos tried to do it. A bunch. Yeah. I think that's what he's trying to get people to do now.
Wait. What do you mean by structure their chats by like time and date or by
Topics and amount of time you have to cover these topics before you should probably move on to keep it interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Yeah, like
corporate.
I don't know. Some people I can see that, like other people I can see like no, like no.
Nah, I
Trump.
don't think he's telling them what to do at all, really, in the meeting. It's about something different. It's like analytics and branding and doing your being able to put ads on your shit and different ways of making YouTube money and whatnot. It's all different kinds of shit.
Are we going like big league?
Nah, it's just I don't know. G-Webs always has a plan for something.
G-Webs is like the head of a mafia. You ever think about that shit?
Like what? The Glock or the AK Mafia or what?
He's the gun channels Don, man. He's got a lot of enforcers.
The 10mm mob.
I would so be part of that.
Dude, 10mm is gay. It's all about 20mm nowadays.
Yeah, you go ahead and find a pistol that shoots that.
No, he's talking about like a 20
I
millimeter
know.
anti-tank rifle.
I know, bro. Who's making a 20 millimeter 1911?
Don't forget, I'm making a 454 Casull.
For real, men.
So you can kill vampires and people.
And the 45 long Colt revolver.
Flippy, you should start a show. Start your own show. That way you can get in on that meeting.
Yeah, you could call it like drinking and porn with Flippy. Like, fireside chats with Flippy.
Just call it the Flippy hole.
Jesus Christ, it's so fucking hard. It's called Never Enough Ammo.
Never enough Yankee?
Mm-hmm.
Never enough ammo.
And Never Enough Hammond. The dude from Jurassic Park.
Never enough ham, yo. Sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
You ever get a sandwich and there's never enough ham, yo?
There's never enough ham, period.
Typically, I get turkey.
Yeah, I like turkey too.
Why not both?
I do that sometimes. I feel like mixing meats. Be a meat mixer. Slapping two different meats together.
Man, I'm on gun channels. Don't you know that's how we roll? That's like one of the background check questions. Like, do you mix meats on a constant daily basis? I heard Stone Guy was a big part of that question. He's like, I want to make sure that's in the background check.
We don't want no meat mixing.
Not unless they're mixing salami and ham. Is this okay?
These people don't know what the fuck Call of Duty is.
Sure don't.
They're like, I was 4 when this game came out. Why can't I double jump?
Are you playing Infinite?
Yeah, I'm playing a remastered.
Oh, yes. How is it?
It's good.
Does it feel the same?
Yeah, it feels exactly the same, except the graphics are like...
They're okay?
They're way better. It's actually like... It surprised me a little how much they made the upgrade.
Does it scale up to 4K or do you not know?
Nah, I don't know. Probably not.
That's the one thing I'm hoping, because when I pick it up, god damn it, if it doesn't scale up to 4K, I'm going to kill somebody.
It might do it for the PC.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I'm on PS4.
Oh yeah. What do you guys think? Lower 1/3 or absolute co-witness?
I use absolute. I like to. I don't know about the lower 1/3 because I don't like my red dot so high.
Absolute co-witness.
Yeah, only weird people use lower 1/3.
Pretty much.
What the hell do you think Eugene Stoner would say if he saw the ARs of today?
I think he'd be
He's just like, what have you done?
No, I think he would take that innovation.
You look at a war sport and cream in his pants.
Maybe.
I like the way they look, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Not hearing good things. Even though Steve Fisher's like got one on his Facebook, he's holding it, so he must like it. I'd say that's an endorsement if you're Steve Fisher and you're holding a fucking war sport on your Facebook.
Yeah, they probably gave that shit to him, so he's like, "Oh, at least I can just post a picture with it." You know, like,
Well, it's like his main picture, like on his profile.
I mean, come on, dude. How many times has someone given you something shitty for Christmas, and you're like, "Okay," and you pose for the picture with it? Does that mean you're endorsing it, or like you liked it, or
that bunny
it's just
suit?
like, oh, like I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna let them take a picture of me with their gift, like.
What's your guys' opinion on using tritium for rifle sights? Think it's a worthwhile investment or kind of whatever?
Nah, whatever.
Let's get a light up your sight picture.
I got a fiber optic front sight post on an AR, and I tried that, and the thing's so fucking tiny. Like the actual little dot for the fiber optic is so fucking tiny. It's like it doesn't even really make a difference. Like even in low light, bright light, indoor range, I tried everything, and I'm like, huh. Like there's really, this doesn't help me at all. Like
fiber optic or tritium?
Fiber optic.
I had one of those high vis. The high vis one that came with those two U-shaped fiber optics. Yeah, I had that one on that.
I was trying the green one. I didn't try the orange or I think it came with orange and red. I tried the green.
So it sucked?
Yeah, it's. I don't. I wouldn't say it sucks. I would just say it doesn't do anything for you. Like
it's not as precise as you thought it would be, kinda.
Well, it's actually more precise. I thought it was going to be this like. I thought the actual post was probably going to be fatter, and the dot was going to be all huge for the. Like for the fiber optic, like the little dot that you're actually looking at. I thought that was going to be all huge from the pics I saw, but when I got it, I was like, holy shit, this thing's tiny. It's a lot more precise than what I thought it was, but because it's so fucking tiny, it really doesn't light up or draw your attention to it or anything like I think it should. Like it probably should actually be fatter and more like. So like I tried.
I don't even know if they were fiber optics. They could have been like plastic fucking tubes or something.
No, I think they're fiber optics. I shined a light on one side of it, and you could tell it was going through the tube. And
okay,
I don't know.
I never tested it like that.
Yeah, and I tested it indoors, the indoor range, outside, low light, like everything, and I just don't think it did a single thing for me. Is making it easier for me to find my front sight post. I just really don't. Like maybe if I had worse eyes or something, I don't know.
I almost wanted to take the fiber optic out and try just zeroing it through that little hole in the front post. And I was like, nah.
You know what I could do is I have some tritium vials left over from when I did my own night sights.
Yeah.
And I could probably drill that hole out a little bit bigger and probably glue a tritium in that hole.
It would probably work.
Because I think I have like purple and I think blue left over from the colors I bought.
Just like drill a hole or shove it in there and epoxy, the clear epoxy.
I mean, I wish companies did more like custom tritium colors other than just like green, like or orange.
Oh, you should ask, email, or just research it, but email Custom Ghost Town Knives. You know, Huck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he gets all different colors.
Oh yeah, I bought white, blue, purple, and green, and they had way more colors than that. They had pink, red, orange, like they had all sorts of colors. But like it's awesome to have like 2 white rears for like your rears like on a pistol, and then to have like a green front or a red front, or I mean that's just an awesome combination. It really is. I really dig the white tritium. It's awesome. Like nothing grabs my focus faster. And then like even though I'm focusing on the front sight, that white is so visible on the rears. Like even though I'm not focused on that rear at all, like I know exactly where it's at. Like I don't even gotta think about it.
Yeah, I think there's white in my PO7. Those suppressor sights that came on it are the fucking brightest night sights I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, the whites are bright. Like they definitely are super fucking bright, and they're the shit, man.
Somebody's doing a trigger job.
Well, now all I'm doing now is just trigger pulls, so I can pull it back apart and look for any abnormal wear or any softness in metal, any kind of fatigue or anything from it not properly being heat treated or anything like that. Any future issues that might arise. It's just kind of a quality control thing. And then if I pull this trigger 500 times and I don't see any abnormal wear and tear or anything like that, then I just call it. Then I know it's good. So I just basically sit here and pull the trigger for a couple hours, and then that's like the final determination. And if I don't have any failures in the trigger on the disconnect, on pulling the trigger, anything like that, and I don't see any abnormal wear and tear or gouging of metal or anything like that, I know I'm good.
What do you guys think of these Blitzkrieg components? Chevron front sight. I've always wondered.
I think they're weird. I mean, they'd be good on certain guns, like maybe submachine guns, but I don't like them for AR. Now that Mepro came out with that fucking weird site. You see it? It's just a rear, and it's got like a ring, and you line a dot up into the ring. It's fiber optic and tritium.
I just ordered
the bullseye.
Yeah. That's a weird fucking site.
I just ordered a UTG rear AR sight today for $20, shipped. So I've watched a couple reviews on those now, and guys are saying that it's pretty good, especially for what it is. Like one guy said he likes it even better than like the Magpul M buses. So, and that's what I think the Saint comes with now is a UTG rear sight. So
yeah, they are.
So I bought one today. I pulled the trigger on eBay, like $20 shipped. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try one out.
It might be better than green blob. But I don't know. Z has a green blob rear fake diamond head, and he never had a problem with it. And all the problems I read on the reviews for it were like, oh, it wiggles a little bit, on the hinge or whatever.
Yep, it's.
So does the fucking diamond head. It's not like super tight. It's not
Well,
like
even the
wiggles
Troy,
shit up.
like even the Troy's deployed wiggle a little bit. Like I mean, so like, but I fixed like I have those same diamond heads as E, and I noticed that there was a little bit excessive wiggle, and there's like a ball bearing that sits inside of a channel to lock it up. Right, that's all it is. Well, by the time they do that coating in the channel, I figured out that ball bearing isn't fully depressed into that channel as far as it can go, and it doesn't give it as positive of a lock and lets it rock back and forth easier. So I took some sandpaper to that channel, and then I put a little aluminum black on it when I was done, and like they're way tighter than what they were, and it took me 5 minutes, man. Like just like it was pretty easy.
Yeah, maybe Z will do that. That's the problem with their things. The shits are like.
It was really easy. All it was like one pin. You just like push out one pin, and the sight comes apart.
I guess they're copied like almost exactly because they never got a patent for it. I think mine still say patent pending, but that was 2012 maybe when I bought them.
I think they're probably the same fucking sites, just like the rejects or something. I don't know, man, because I've seen a couple of them.
They could be. I mean, they could be like Blems, and Green Blob picks them up and sells them and rebrands them.
Those Cobra Tech sites I bought for like $20. Like they actually say Cobra Tech on them, right? I bought another set of them off eBay, and they don't say Cobra Tech on them, and they were like half the price. They, I think I paid like $10 for them, and I'm like comparing them, and I'm like, these are the same fucking sites, like everything other than they don't say Cobra Tech. The springs are the same, the molding lines, everything's identical. So I'm like, oh, so like these Cobra Tech sites are made in China. Okay.
Is Flippy dead?
I'll take 200 for yes.
Yeah, he's dead.
Well, hopefully he forgot to. Oh no, so he's muted. Fuck. Like, hopefully his mic's unmuted so he can hear when his wife comes in as he's passed out on the floor.
Don't I have the power to unmute him? Or no?
Oh, I think you do. Yeah, you do.
If you're the host, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Is he snoring?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm not dead yet.
Once you get a chat napper badge, buddy. But you're feeling left out. I was blowing watermelons apart.
What?
Shooting watermelons in Call of Duty is almost as fun as watching Hickok do it.
But they don't pay you to do it. That's the problem.
Yeah. Maybe I can make videos of me just shooting different fruits in Call of Duty. I get like 1 million subs.
You'd have to use
Hickok did it in real life, but I do it in the fake world. See how fast I am? Look at my split times.
Like, what happens when I shoot this cash register? Oh, nothing. It spins around. I can make it spin around. The people I'm playing with are probably like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this guy doing? What if I shoot? Yeah. Everything's shootable. Except for that muffler. Ah. Oh yeah, my one diamond head rear is a Chris Vector rear sight. It's a diamond head Gen 2, but it says Chris on it.
Now, are the diamond heads aluminum or are they steel?
I don't know.
You don't have magnets tested, probably, do you? Well, are you even willing to do that, I guess?
Yeah, hold on.
Aw, you're my buddy.
I think they're aluminum.
Yeah, because it's what they felt like the few times I've handled them.
My diamond head knockoffs are aluminum, so I'm guessing they're aluminum. The real ones are aluminum. Well, there are some diamond head ones that are polymer too. They have a polymer version, but I don't think that's the one Moon's had. I think Moon has the aluminum ones, but they do have a polymer diamond head out. What kind of battery does this thing take? 1 CR122.
They're aluminum.
Thank you, sir.
Aluminium.
Hey Flippy, buy that aim point I just posted in the side chat. It's only like $75. Buy it now. Like you better like get out your card and buy that shit.
Click buy.
Yep. I would just buy that shit right now, man. That's the aim point you want.
100%.
Like you'd have to be stupid not to jump on it for that price.
What the fuck is that?
It's a prototype, don't worry.
That shit looks official.
Okay, first of all, Moon, you know it has to be good because look at how many times it says danger on that optic. Like, danger, danger, like, so you know it's good. If it says danger all over it, like, you know it's something good.
That screw for the mount looks solid.
Oh, yeah, like a little tiny screw.
What's this thing weigh? Like a pound and a half?
It looks huge based on the size of that screw, but I don't think it's that big. Length is 120 millimeters, so what's that in American? 120 millimeters to inches is 4.7 inches long. So it's not that long. It's just, it makes it look bigger than what it is.
It's got to be the size of like a pine cone or something.
This dude, it says right here, perfect for outdoor war game activities. That's.
I mean, that's like surviving.
Yeah, that's.
You mean like
that's
battlefield activity?
Yeah.
You know, I bet this is approved for service in like some army.
Oh shit! I bet you right now there's some ISIS guy walking around Syria with that on his fucking gun. I shit you know.
That is duct tape. He doesn't even have pick and take.
It has 2 vert grips. It's the same guy that has the 2 vert grips.
Yeah. You know, I've never had 2 vertical grips, but I did have a AFG and a vert grip at one point just to see if it would make any difference. No, I'm not even kidding. Like I had my AFG like as far forward as it could go on my vert grip, as far back as it could go on the rail. In concept, it sounds good, but then it's like, well, I just grabbed the magwell anyhow. Or the mag, rather, because it's an AK. But
I would have put a vert grip on the very end, like the opposite of what you did, and then the AFG in the middle. Wait. No, I would do what you did with the vert grip, then the AFG, then I would have did the hand stop at the very end.
damn, that sounds like operator as fuck.
Hell yeah. And you got to put a hand stop on the left and right side too.
Yeah, you never know when you have to like
Reach out
through a door.
Touch the end of your rifle.
Like honestly, every time, for some reason, every time I saw like an angled for like the Magpul AFG or AFG2, like I always thought like 3-gun, like that's just something for like 3-gun whatever, because I had seen that on
those who fully extend their arm.
Yeah, and I'd seen it on a lot of 3-gun rifles, and I've even like there's even one chick who puts her AFG on the side of her rail and uses it off the side so she can get her hand more up on top of the rail, like her thumb more on top of the rail. So like her AFG is mounted on, and she's like a really good professional shooting chick all over Instagram and all that shit. All these guys on gun channels like talk about her and shit. But like, yeah, sure, her AFG, if you look at her rifle, is literally mounted on the side of her rail, and like that's how she uses it, man. And but like after finally getting both the AFG and AFG2 and using them, I'm like, huh, like, okay, I can kind of see the point of this for like a pistol, like a PDW weapon, but not for a rifle. Nope.
Yeah, all I can tell you is my arms have 6'6" wingspan, and I really appreciate having it up front.
I got an AFG on my pistol once. My AR pistol.
That would be cool.
I sold it.
Yeah, I found that the AFG1 works better for like a quad rail. I think that's what it was more designed for, and then the AFG2 works better for like an M-Lock or a key mod.
Yeah, 100%.
Because they width so much.
Doesn't the first one have like them swept up wings? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a fatter one. I honestly prefer the 1 to the 2, just because my hand does wrap all the way around. It gives me more to grab on instead of that aluminum that's hotter.
I just got rail covers and a vert grip at the end.
I think I got to buy a bad lever now.
When I remember to use my ambi charging handle, then I could do it pretty easily without a bad lever. Just locking the thing back and press the bottom of it or whatever. But then I also like practice the reach around with my other one because it doesn't have a ambi charging handle. So I got to pull it back with my left hand and reach under with my right and press that button. But I know exactly where it's at now.
Dead horse.
Yo.
What are those safety detents you buy? 17.4? 17.4, right?
Yeah. No, the springs are 17.4 stainless, 17.4 pH. I think the detents themselves are they are, hold on, and they have it listed too on their thing. I want to say it's like 406 or I think that, or 416. I think the detents are 416 stainless steel and the springs are 17-4 pH.
Where do you get them from?
I bought them from a couple different places. I mostly buy them through Celtic Arms or Wild Mountain Outdoors. It just kind of depends on who has them and what price they're at and what package they have, and because they sell out, they'll put them in like little packs of like, oh, like here's like an entire detent pack, all stainless of springs and detents for your entire gun, right? So I'll buy those packs, and then sometimes I buy them in bulk, where I'm buying like 4 of every detent or spring, just to have them. I got a whole bunch sitting right here. I love I love those stainless detents. There's a lot of advantages to running the stainless detents. You know, corrosion, less galvanic corrosion. They're lighter weight than brass. They're harder than brass. They're stronger than brass. And there's pretty much no downside to using them.
Yeah. The reason I asked because I popped my AR open and I was like, time to figure out what the hell's wrong with this safety. Of course, I look and yeah, I was all chewed up like I figured it would be. And it was just coincidence that you're like, these are the D10s I use. It's like, oh, time to get one of those.
Yep. They're definitely worth it, man. I've had that happen to me more than once, and that's when I learned. I'm like, oh man. So then I thought like, okay, I was just using shitty detents, right? And then I had detents that came from very reputable companies like CMMG and stuff chew up the same way. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay, it's either the detent's cheap or the safety's like miscut. But then I have a CMMG lowers parts kit that completely ate up that detent. I'm like, well, CMMG's known to make good shit, so I did and started going to like stainless shit. And it's like some people they'll buy like, oh, I gotta have a BCM like lower parts kit or a ALG or whatever lower parts kit, but those parts kits still come with pretty much, in my opinion, like garbage detents and spray.
Yeah, the funny thing is this is an ALG D10.
Yeah, see, in my opinion, they still come with garbage detent and springs. So like for literally $10 more, you can get all new springs and detents for your AR for that lower parts kit. And like I don't think a high quality safety or anything matters if the detent and the spring, under that safety is garbage.
Yeah, which is exactly the truth because this is not a cheap safety. And they knew something was wrong with the fucking D10. I just had to make sure. Can you post it on the side where you go?
Yeah, I'll post them.
Because the ones you had like an elongated shank, did they not?
They're the exact same size. They're identical. It might have been
a taper. Like they had a really long taper on them.
Oh yeah. On the nose, yes, they do. They do have a slightly longer taper, like on the nose, and but they're the exact same length. And those stainless springs I buy are usually maybe just a hair longer than the factory, like this black oxide coated springs. So I'm not sure why it's like that, but it seems that way from no matter who I buy them from, or whether they're for the takedown pins or for the safety detent. Just all those stainless springs always seem to be like 1 or 2 coils longer. So I think that they just do that because maybe it doesn't have the same power. They have to do that to get the same power as like the black oxide coated springs, or I'm not sure why, but they do seem a little longer.
Oh my goodness.
Is the rage getting to you?
Yeah.
Okay, there's the link in the side for wildmountainusa.com. And it'll be down on that page. You'll see the takedown pivot detents and the safety detents.
That's right.
Thank you.
And then here's the link to Celtic Arms, where I buy their stuff, and I buy a lot of stainless and titanium stuff from these guys. And you can get titanium or stainless, like the bolt catch plunger and spring, your takedown and pivot pin detents and springs, your safety detent and spring, your buffer retainer. You can get all that in either stainless or titanium. You can even get like the little like C clip for your dust cover. You know that little C clip that goes on your dust cover rod?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can even get those in stainless or titanium. And not to mention the dust cover rod itself, but and and like nothing fancy says, grams turn into like Coke addictions. So that 1 gram you save on weight maybe by replacing all your detents with stainless, like that'll be like an extra mile you can walk in a zombie apocalypse.
I'm not addicted to Coke. I can quit anytime I want.
Oh my God, you're alive?
A little.
He
Not
just
for
sounds
much
like
longer,
he's gonna
though.
throw up.
Nah, I took like a power nap.
Oh, is that what you call it, huh?
Mm-hmm. God, but the floor is just so nice and cool.
Yeah, we have carpet.
This hard wood, though.
We don't want to be hearing about your erectile dysfunction.
Nah, ain't no dysfunction, dude. Busted twice. Nice and cool. Floor's so cool.
What's your kitchen floor like?
Wait, did Flippy just say he busted a nut twice on his floor? And it was cool? That's what I heard.
The floor is nice and cool right now. Feels good on my face.
So you're like face down on the floor?
No.
Face sideways.
I'm face calmy, maybe.
Dad, who do you think makes the better of these? Safety, D10.
I don't know, man. For all I know, they could both be coming from the same place. You know what I mean? Like, to me, they look identical. The springs, everything. So that's why I said I buy from either one of those places, just depending on who has it in stock that day or who has the better deal or how fast I need it by. But I've bought from both of those places plenty of times. Well, at Wild Mountain, Wild Mountain USA, they also have an eBay store, and I buy from their eBay store also. And because sometimes I just I want my shit like now. And sometimes they even have better deals on their eBay store because it'll have like free shipping and shit.
Oh snap! You guys want to switch over to Pinks?
Yeah, we can do that.
I'll put the link in the side.
All right. I'm going to go to bed because I've been up for 42 hours now.
Yeah, you sleep, you pussy.
This bitch don't even talk to me. You passed out for mojitos.
Yeah, that still don't stop you from being a pussy.
Too bad I never was. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Fuck you, Flippy.